Living Waters. I know she's been up here before. She's like a Christian. She was also one of the ones that like Lolly had a problem with. She was suffering from cancer, massive like Christian pro-Israeli,
Oh
dedicated
yeah,
like
Bianca introduced me to her, and Bianca said she's
yes.
very nice.
Yeah. So she had a couple of lives over the weekend, like calling out the Jewish community, and how they cause anti-Semitism on here with things that they say against like Jesus and stuff like that. She has a massive problem with Douglas. She also blamed him for causing anti-Semitism. Um, that was about it. Aside from that, it's been pretty chill.
Well, I'm here
Um,
to fuck that up. I'm here to ruin that. Okay.
so the war is over.
Yeah, no, I'm here to ruin that. If it's been quiet,
Mm.
I prefer when I go live and then say I'm not live for 17 or 18 hours. I prefer it to be 18 hours of talking about me
Mm.
and talking about how asinine people are on this app.
I think
So,
maybe people thought that you kind of got the message and that the boycott worked and that you weren't gonna come back.
got the message of what? Who? What message?
That you've been boycotted, Dave. Like and you've kind of retreated with your tail in between your legs and you're not gonna
Oh,
um
people better wake the fuck up. Because I also have this photo ready, and it says, "Dear dumb fucks." Okay, just because these appeared in a court case or a book does not mean they still do not appear in your religious text. Okay, so let's just stop with the bullshit. Let's stop the deflection. Okay, you dumb fucks. Okay, so I'm asking you, which one does not appear in your religious text? Now, I was going to start off talking about the war, but we could go down the dear dumb fucks road. I have no problem with that. I'm quite flexible. So I'm fine.
Oh yeah, and I just apparently as well, like Kapora got Daniela crashed out again on Kapora because he made Light and Ida mod. Um, but I don't know. I didn't really watch that live yesterday.
Made
Now,
light.
now people are coming to me with drama updates. Imagine that.
That's
Like I
amazing.
think I got a career in this, babe. I think I got a career in this. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Um.
dumb fucks. I'm sorry. Quoting your religious text does not make people anti-Semitic. I'm sorry. So just stop the
Wait. What?
bullshit. Whoever typed Dave talk about the war, something about don't spread, whatever. Stop the bullshit, please.
Can afford you. You're so petty. I can't deal with you.
I mean, come on.
Oh my god.
Burner's gonna burn. Exactly. I don't give it. I don't
Love
care.
you.
Okay, so once again, why is it anti-Semitic to quote your religious text? Quoting
Well, it's
your
not
religious
really. I
text?
know.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I know B had like a Talmudic study kind of session on Saturday as well. Um,
Fuck him, Dave.
cause he,
Exactly, Paul. Go ahead.
yeah, and I'm not really sure what the reaction from that was because when they were, oh,
All right.
I didn't really watch. I when it was being replayed, I didn't really watch it because I mean,
When
like
what
it's
was
not
being
really my
replayed?
thing.
I'm confused. I'm a little lost.
Bianca's live on. She's done a Talmudic study.
Oh, did they call Bianca anti-Semitic as well?
I don't know if it was anti-Semitic, but I don't think it was taken too well. I think Savvy said in the comments her and Bianca kind of got a bit scolded. Oh
Well, I would
yes,
say
apparently Savvy said.
Savvy just wants. I can't deal with Savvy. Savvy just wants attention. It doesn't matter what is going on. She must put herself in it Meanwhile, what is she doing? What are we doing?
No,
Get the fuck out of here!
she was on the panel
Get
asking
the fuck
questions.
out of here!
She was on the panel asking questions. She was engaging. She was like Savvy was doing her thing. Why You Mad was also a student. There was a couple of them that went up there and kind of engaged with Bianca, but
So did we learn? Did we figure out if the 2800 servants or slaves was real? Did we figure out the whole we're humans, others are beasts? Is that real? Did we get to the bottom of it?
I mean, Bianca's not like as direct as you, so I don't think like those questions were answered like, as
Okay,
a
so
yes
we didn't
or
get to
no.
the bottom of shit.
No. I
Okay,
would say
fair
no.
enough. No worries.
But Why You Mad was there, so you can ask her because I wasn't really
Asher
there.
was up there too. Hell, I was up there trying to upgrade my Jubonics. RK can testify to that. I told them I was a Jew math Jubonics student. I'm just trying to educate myself. I also saw the video. Man, you really got him hot, Dave. I seen Hamar dumbass, goofy ass in the pool with his big titties and shit. Talking about why doesn't anybody ask Dave to
But
look at
who
his
gives
fridge?
a fuck?
Bro, they
Who
was
gives
asking
a
about
fuck? Why are we worried about a fucking drunk loser?
I
What are
guess
you
he
doing? What are you doing?
Bro, he upset that
I
they
don't give a fuck.
All right, well, I'm just saying he mad that
I don't. 3 times. I'll say it a third time. Like, what the fuck? Super Dave, you know
Okay.
you're in here.
RK said it was a good conversation until someone came up and ruined it. I
Who
don't know
came up and
that
ruined it?
Okay, tell us. Why You Mad, you know?
no.
Oh.
All right, Super Dave, do you know you're up here, sir? All right, guess not. B-Love, what's going on?
Man, what the fuck is up with my motherfucking partner, man? What's going on, man?
How's everything going, B-Love?
That nigga funny.
Oh yeah, man. Free Carmelo. You mean real
Yeah,
foundation
how's that
of Black
working out? Hope
American
he's free in
speaking?
about 35 years.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
fuck you talking about
free him
Carmelo?
fast. Free him
Free
in
him
35
fast?
days. Free him
35
in
days?
35 days, man.
That boy's got
Free
35
him in
years,
35
man.
days, man.
35 years.
It was
See ya.
a whole bunch of constitutional violations. A whole
Constitution.
bunch
Yeah,
of
the
lying
constitutional
going on.
violation was
Ineffective
a
assistance
knife
of counsel,
or whatever you used to
prosecutorial
kill a
misconduct,
white boy.
Brady Rule violations. It was
What
the
the
good
fuck you
old
talking about,
boy
Brady
club in
Rule
Texas that
violations?
convicted that man, not the merits and not the facts of the case. It was a whole bunch of lying
Right.
going on. A whole bunch.
Do you
of
think
deceit
it was a
going on.
problem when, whenever the defense called witnesses that agreed with the prosecution? Do you think that was a problem?
The whole
course it
trial was flawed.
The whole trial.
The truth.
Lock that
the truth was
motherfucker up.
not. The truth was not revealed. Not the whole truth. It
The
was
truth
a
was
partial
not
truth.
revealed.
There
What were
was
they
no,
missing?
There was no impartiality of the truth.
Wait,
was
then
no
what did
partiality
the
of the truth.
defense not present that would have got him off the hook? What the fuck?
The defense was in on it, bro.
Oh,
He was
okay.
ineffective.
It was an inside job.
It was willful, ineffective assistance of counsel, bro.
Oh, shut the fuck up, B-Love.
Yeah,
with that
it was.
bullshit.
It was
So
ineffective.
you mean
willful,
his
ineffective assistance of
lawyers?
counsel.
His lawyers didn't present all the evidence that would have got him off?
He was in with the DA and the
Oh,
judge.
too funny, bro.
He was in with the DA and the judge. Let me tell you something.
See,
If
that's
you
what
don't
I'm
know this-
saying. That's
Let me
what I'm
tell you
saying.
something if you don't know this. You feel me? An attorney has 3 allegiances. The first allegiance is to the Bar Association. The second allegiance is to the court because an attorney is what you call an officer of the court. And the third allegiance is to the client. And when the 3 allegiances conflict with each other, the allegiance with the bar and the allegiance with the court overrule the client every fucking time. So that's what happened with Carmelo's attorney. He's
That's
a fucking
pathetic.
dump truck.
Yeah, well,
He's a fucking dump truck.
Listen,
and he
we'll have
willfully
35
was a
years
dump
to
truck.
think about it. We'll check back in on him in 35 years. What is that?
Damn, that's
Nah.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
check
Dave.
back on him.
Hey, we got a whole bunch of appellate violations that we can get back. in
Appellate,
trial on.
name one.
Matter
name
of fact,
one.
we can
Name
get
one.
we can get the whole case overruled. Yeah,
Oh, too funny, bro.
yeah.
Too funny.
Yeah, y'all hate the truth. Y'all hate the
Listen,
whole
you guys
truth.
got lucky with OJ, not getting
Y'all hate
lucky
the whole
again.
truth, bro.
That
Y'all hate the
OJ
whole
shit was
truth.
crazy, bro.
You
Y'all hate
guys
the whole
got lucky
truth.
with OJ. That's about
Y'all
it.
hate the whole truth though.
Our
Y'all want to tell
country's too
partial
great
truth.
to allow another OJ.
Y'all
Sorry.
want to tell partial truth, but it's all W supremacy.
We could have OJ, once every 100 years. Okay,
That nigga
that should
dead,
never happen.
man.
Like
He
we'll
That's
throw
dead.
W
you.
supremacy.
Listen,
He
we'll
dead,
throw
bro.
That's
you
W
guys a
supremacy,
bone.
bro.
Juneteenth, OJ Simpson.
He
That's
dead.
about
Yeah,
it.
that's all W
That's about
supremacy.
it.
No,
That's all
but
that is.
I saw
That's
like
all
an
W
article on
supremacy.
TikTok, and it
Wait,
was about
say
like
that again.
it was yeah, I saw something on TikTok. It was like a white boy and Carmelo, and they literally had exactly the same case. They both like stabbed someone in one of their classmates, and the white guy got like 10 years and Carmelo got 35 years, and the white boy was like something like in neglect, and Carmelo got like straight up murder. So yeah, like not free him, like let him
I
do his
mean,
time.
I'm sure there's more to it than what you're saying, but let's just go with it. It is
It's
what
all
it
W
is.
supremacy. That's all it is.
It's W supremacy. I don't know why you're
Off the
saying
dribble.
W and
It's
not
all
white.
W
Just say white.
supremacy.
Just say white
That's all it
supremacy.
is.
I'm okay.
Yeah, it's all W supremacy. That's it.
All right, so we'll check back on Carmelo in 35 years.
Nah,
It is
it's
what
gonna be
it
way
is.
before that. It's gonna be way before that. But you know what I mean, according to you, you know what I'm saying? We'll go with that. According to you.
Is it crazy that Derek Chauvin will get out of jail before Derek Chauvin is the cop that killed St. George Floyd? Derek Chauvin will get out of jail before Carmelo?
Hey, man, it is what it is. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Just because he's gonna get out before Carmelo, so you say, but you know what I mean? He's gonna get out. Carmelo's gonna get out way before that. You feel me? Because there is a such thing as justifiable homicide.
What and why
You
was
know
it
that, right?
justified?
There's a such thing as self-defense and justifiable homicide. You know that, right?
Okay, so why didn't did the defense present that to the jury? Was that their angle?
Because he was willfully ineffective assistance.
Okay, so
Assistance
the
of counsel.
parents and the family paid for a lawyer that basically was against their client. Smart, very smart.
Most definitely. That's
Very
what
smart.
happened. That's what happened.
That's a damn shame, man.
Yeah, but I don't even know the whole story on that.
Of
But
course,
that's what
but you're
happened.
up here acting
they was
as
all,
if you
they
do.
was all they was all in it. They was all in it with each other. The defense counsel, the DA, and the judge. They was all in on it. They was all in on it. I promise you.
Okay,
But you don't know nothing about the law, though. You don't know
Yeah, I
nothing
know
about
nothing.
the law.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I know nothing.
Yeah, you don't know
but
nothing. All you
just
know is what
okay.
Fox News tells you, bro. But it's all good though.
Oh, you're real?
You know what
Are
I'm
you
saying?
really pissed off that Carmelo is sitting in jail right now?
I'm not pissed off at all. I don't have any emotion behind
Really?
it. I just know what the facts are. I just
We
know what the
wish that
facts are, and
brother
I know
well.
that
Be
justice.
loves in the
I know
knowing
that
business.
justice
They
did not
in the
get
knowing
served that
business.
day. Justice was not served. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing about UW people.
Not the UW people.
You want us to be emotional. Because we're emotional, we don't think clearly. See, I don't have any
You're
emotion.
the one that brought it up. I wasn't planning on talking about him at all.
I don't have any emotion behind it. That's why I'm
Really?
thinking clear.
We love.
I
You
don't
just
have any
ranted for
emotion
like
behind
10
it.
minutes, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
I don't have any emotion behind it because I'm thinking clear. All you
Really?
guys, all you guys' projection about me has nothing to do with me.
Nobody said anything
That's
about
y'all
you.
shit. That's y'all shit.
So we
That's
woke
y'all
up and
shit.
chose
It has
violence
nothing
today.
to do. It completely has nothing to do with me. That's y'all shit.
Okay, brother.
You see what I'm saying? Y'all are the ones that are emotional. I'm thinking clear. Y'all
Brother.
want me to be emotional.
Brother.
Y'all want me to be emotional. That'll never happen. It'll be a cold day in hell before that happens.
We got more important
It'll be a
fish
cold
to
day in
fry.
hell before that happens, though, bro.
We got more important fish
Yeah,
to
but
fry.
he's
You
in
crazy,
jail for
dog.
3.5 decades.
It'll be a
See
cold
ya,
day in
wouldn't
hell
wanna
before
be
that
ya.
happens, bro. You feel me? Free Carmelo until it's backwards, man. Yeah, that
Nigga,
part.
shut the fuck
Yeah, for
up.
sure, for sure.
Nigga, be
Yeah.
quiet.
Yeah, and I'm gone on that one.
Put that
Nigga,
on
be
a
quiet.
t-shirt. Free Carmelo
See you
until
later.
it's backwards. That'll get him out. What
See you
the
later,
fuck is wrong with
P-Love.
him?
He's a
He's in
paid.
the knowing business.
Listen, man. I'm starting to peep game with a lot of you Mickey Fickies around this app. It's okay, but pray for my brother, B Love. Anyway,
You said he's a paid op?
he's a paid op, bro.
Oh. All right, fair enough.
But God bless that king, though. Anyway,
bless him?
Yeah, God bless everybody. Shit. I mean, I wish everybody well. Hell, what the fuck? I'm about to rush somebody
Oh,
negative
okay.
energy? Absolutely not.
Not this supremacist.
I'm just trying to figure out why.
Yo,
What up, Rui?
Oh,
yo, what's
not
up,
the
bro?
mute.
Rui?
Yo, what's up, bro? Can you hear me?
You sound great, bro. How's the war going?
Thanks, bro. The war with Iran?
No, the fucking war between fucking Russia and Ukraine. Of course.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about the war with Carmelo because
No,
there's
I
people
wasn't
chiming out
planning
about
on
it.
talking about Carmelo at all. But
Oh,
good. How's the war? Your thoughts? Here,
yeah, I think we
let
put
me switch back to
yeah,
my war photo. Hold on. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah. I think Iran got checkmate, and
Yeah, well, you ain't getting Kurdistan, are you cat?
sorry,
So you're
sorry,
Great
what was that?
Kurdistan, are you cat?
All right,
I
focus
think
on me. Don't focus on
I'm
Bobby.
hearing a
Go ahead.
Somali in my ear, or sorry, Somali.
Yeah. Okay, but
Sorry, I
go
don't speak
ahead.
Somalis.
Your thoughts
Yeah,
on it.
yeah. I think they're checkmate, and I think we need to keep the blockade on Iran and make sure the people there starve.
Aren't you Iranian?
Nope. I'm Kurdish.
He's Kurdish. He's homeless. He's homeless.
Okay,
He's a homeless cat.
so you wait. Aren't
He's
there
hoping that
Kurdish?
he's hoping there's a civil war and Kurdistan ends up winning.
Don't Kurdish people live in Iran?
Yeah, they live in that land, but
But won't they be
our
starved
land.
too, nigga? What the fuck?
Well, we're gonna feed them. We can send
He's
fucking
a
food
piece
to
of
them. They
shit.
live.
What the fuck
I'm a
are you
piece of
gonna
shit
do?
for
Are you
what,
gonna mail them hot pockets? Like, how are you gonna feed them?
dude? You're literally from Somalia. You have no right to
I'm not
speak
from
on.
fucking Somali, bitch.
Well, your fucking girl up there is so.
What the fuck that got to do with you feeding your people hot pockets, nigga?
Bro, how about go fix the stools in the houses in Africa and then worry about my land, okay? My land right
I'm
now,
not avid.
Okay,
Listen,
why you mad? Why you mad? Take it easy. Rui, so where we stand, from
Chimba or
what
Doomerson.
I understand,
I'm
is
an
that
American, you stupid
okay,
bitch.
hold on one second here. Let's
Keep
just get Rui, you come back up if you want. But I think where we stand now, from what I was reading, is Trump is saying the deal is going to be signed on Friday. And I think Bibi is flat out saying we are not leaving Lebanon. So I guess now the question is what happens next? And Knicks played a great, yeah. Dave, what was the deal again? Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. All right, go ahead, Rui. All right, Rui's on mute. KXR, how's it going?
Doing good, man. How about you?
Great. Your thoughts on the ceasefire, end of the war, whatever people are calling it these days? Your thoughts?
I've done some thinking, Dave. I
Okay.
think Trump is doing what's right for America. Is at the end of the day, we need Republicans to win not just the upcoming midterms, but also the future election, right? Because as an Iranian American, right, and the broader Iranian people, we understand that Republicans are way better than the Democrats. And having the Democrats come back to power, they will either fuck up what Trump has done, right? And that has been taking out a IRGC supreme leader that has unalived tens of thousands of his own people. And second is the Democrats clearly don't know what's right for their own country, right? They allowed millions of illegal migrants in. They allowed tons of cartels to just run through Southern America and bring in fentanyl and all these different things to poison our communities.
Okay, but let me just ask you bluntly: is Bibi gonna get the fuck out of Lebanon? Because that's now what this is coming down to.
no,
That's
and
the
he
problem.
shouldn't. He
I, I,
shouldn't.
th-
He
I
shouldn't.
think you need to ask Israelis because I haven't really kept up on the Lebanese thing. But as far as I know, they said they're going to hit Beirut or something. Last time I checked.
Hopefully.
Well, Rui, the only way your side gets what they want, and that's the
Yeah.
Kurds to make Greater Kurdistan great again is if this
Yeah.
war continues. So I get it. You're
Mhm.
rooting for as much chaos as possible, and I get that. But if you are like me, hoping this war ends, you need Bibi out of Lebanon. And for some
Um.
reason, he
Yeah.
seems like he doesn't want to get out.
And that's a good thing. That's a good thing because at the end of the day, it's in America's interest to take over the Strait of Hormuz. It should never be under Iran's control. It should be under America's control.
Yeah, but the deal allegedly, according to Trump, was supposed to reopen the strait just like it was before the war. Okay, that's what I read. I don't know what else has happened, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, Dave, you've seen what happened. Just like how long they closed the Strait of Hormuz? It was a month, 3 weeks. I don't know how long it was, but you've seen the damage done, right? The gas prices were going up. People are going homeless because of it, right? Like there's companies that were shut down literally because they couldn't afford the gas. We can't let that happen again, and we cannot let Iran dictate what they want to do whenever they want. It's
Yeah,
time to get
but
rid of this fucking IRGC once and for all.
can I say, on my flight back, I was looking at the gas prices, and before the war, for Brent crude, it was like $68 on February 27th, something like that. And sitting here at least a couple hours ago, it was at $77. So we're now down back to within range of where it was before the war. Okay, so I can't see Trump uh, finding a way to get Bibi to listen. That's the most important part, or yeah, it is the most important part right now. So the question is, why is Bibi not listening?
I think the thing is not Bibi's not listening. I think there's two people that are controlling Trump's decisions, and these are JD Vance and Thomas Barek, who is the ambassador of Turkey and the special envoy to Syria. These two people are feeding Trump propaganda.
But why is Bibi not listening? That has nothing to do. You could say Trump is listening to whatever.
Yeah,
Why is Bibi not getting the fuck out like Trump said?
because he
That's the
needs to get
problem right
rid
now.
of Hezbollah.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
Well, it's going to happen if they just keep
How?
continue doing what they did in Gaza, but in
Wait,
Lebanon.
Hamas is still there. Almost 3 years later, Hamas is still
I
present.
mean, they're there, but not to the presence that they had before. And that's what they're trying to do in Lebanon. They're just trying to, make sure they have no hope left.
Hezbollah needs to stop firing. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
well, Trump said that there's a ceasefire. So get the fuck out, let the ceasefire happen. Then, if shit happens, then Bibi can respond. Like,
But dude,
I
you
don't
gotta think of
understand
it
what
like
so.
this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like it's not like a 2003 situation where Americans are at a risk here, whatever, right? We're in 2026. All that's happening is America's attacking them. There's nothing ever bad going to happen to Americans. The only thing is the gas prices, and which you can solve that with just going and invading Strait of Hormuz, and you'll never ever deal with an Iranian threat to America. There's nothing to lose here. The only thing there is to get rid of a terror regime that's been destroying the entire Middle East. Like, I
Rui,
don't
what are your
understand
thoughts
why
on
we can't
Trump
finish these
saying
guys
he's
off.
Rui,
Yeah,
what are your
so
thoughts on Trump saying he's very, very disappointed with the Kurds? He made that statement like not even
well,
a
it's an
couple days
excuse
ago.
because he couldn't achieve what he achieved, and he wants to blame it on us when he's the one that called off the attack on Erdogan's fucking orders. The Kurds were ready to go in there, and he betrayed us. He betrayed
When
everyone.
your
Matter of fact,
when
he
your
betrayed
Kurdish
Israel. He
leaders
betrayed.
like Barzani, when your
Yeah.
Kurdish leaders like
I'm not worried.
Barzani
I'm
and
not worried about the
Talabani,
Kurd leaders. All I'm worried about, when the fuck is Bibi gonna listen? That's all I'm worried about. Okay, and I don't. The Kurd leaders. I mean, it is what it is. They're not important in this equation right now.
Listen,
well,
I wish
I'm
we
just
stole the
saying. I mean,
weapons. I
he
wish.
mentioned. Listen, Dave. He mentioned that the
Who's
Kurds,
he? Who's
right,
he? Trump?
they did steal Trump. Yeah, and
Yep.
but then Rui just said that Erdogan is in Trump's ears. But their
Yes,
Kurdish leaders like Barzani are meeting Erdogan in Antalya, Turkey. There's Talabani, the other Kurdish
they're
leader,
forced to.
meeting with
They're
the
forced to.
IRGC officials. They're
Well,
forced to, and you say we should
Talabani, I agree
trust
with
you
you.
guys?
Talabani, I agree with you. But Barzani, they're forced to do this. And one thing I'll tell you is, if we stole the weapons like you say we did, who the fuck's gonna give these people the weapons in Iran? Are we just gonna go inside a pickup truck and start being like, "Here we go. Here's a weapon for you. Here's a weapon." No, how's that even gonna work? It's not even realistic. Where can we? How do we know these people are not RGC, which most of them, by the way, are in fucking Iran? Like, you guys say, "Oh yeah, no, most of them are Pahlavi supporters." How
No,
the fuck are we
the
supposed to
point
know the
is though, when it
differences?
comes to you, when it comes to what the topic of the conversation is, when we're talking about Lebanon and Bibi leaving Lebanon, you understand that he's not gonna leave because again, he's Israel first. He's going to worry about the people in northern Israel that are getting missiled by Hezbollah, for example. And you're going to say, okay, but Trump's trying to get him to do that because Erdogan is in his ears. But at the same time, your Kurdish leaders are meeting up with Erdogan, right? Helping him, but not attacking Iran, preventing this operation from being efficient in any sort of way. So obviously, those weapons are going to be withheld.
The
The IRGC
operation
is going
is
to
over.
hit.
The war is over. The war is over. So it's either
Yeah, that's what I'm
BB's
saying.
gonna leave Lebanon or Trump, and it's shameful to say, but reality is the enemy is now more reliable than our quote unquote best ally, and that's a problem.
Well, Dave, I'll tell you why Israel shouldn't leave Lebanon right now. Not even Hezbollah. They should honestly just go for Greater Israel at this point. I mean, fuck it, why not, bro? Like, at this point, you guys
That's
deserve it.
not good enough reason. Not fuck it. Why not? That's dumb.
So Greater
Why
Israel
should
and Greater
BB
Kurdistan is what you're
not?
advocating.
Why should BB not listen to Donald Trump? That's the question.
Because that land used to belong to Israel and the Jews, and the Arabs came and took it and they have the complete right to take it back.
What happens if Trump gives the green light for the IRGC to try and fuck up Israel?
Well, that's never gonna happen. Let's be realistic. Congress is never gonna let that happen,
No, no,
even
no,
if
no,
Trump
no,
did.
no, 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 no. What do you need Congress for? What are you talking about, Congress? What are you talking about?
Well,
Why
Congress
would Trump
won't.
need
Yeah.
I'll be on once again. I'll say it again. Trump finds the terrorists, the IRGC, more reliable than our quote unquote ally right now. That's the problem.
But the thing about Trump is he goes back on his words plenty of time. One day he's pro IGC, next day he's pro Israel. Like, you can't make up your mind with this guy. Like, he
Sure.
doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing. We're being honest here.
Sure. And right now, the more reliable one is the IRGC. That's reality. Whether people like it or not, that's what's going on. And it's a shame to say, but at some point, people have to wake the fuck up and realize what's going on. This war is going on still because of one person, BB. So I don't know what to tell you. BB is
So
the boss.
wait,
Don't you
Dave.
get it? Yeah, go ahead.
Let's just say BB's out of power, right? Fuck it. Let's get him out of power, and we get someone better in charge, like Ben Gvir. What's wrong with that?
What does that have to do with what's going on right now?
No, because he can solve all these issues that apparently you guys are saying that Netanyahu is the problem.
Okay, then the
Like,
leader. It doesn't matter if the leader of Israel is not listening to Donald Trump. That's a problem. Okay, regardless of who it is, it could be anybody.
well, I don't think anybody listens to Trump. But even the other day, Ahmed Al Shara, the Al Qaeda top leader, right, that runs Syria right now, he declined an invitation to the White House. They're literally disrespecting this guy at this point.
Rui is rage baiting. Rui is just worried about this war going on. That's all he cares about. The longer this war
Well,
goes on, the better chance for
if there's
Greater
a
Kurdistan.
GoFundMe, I would literally fund this entire fucking war. Like, I want this war
Right.
to keep
Because
going. I don't want this shit to stop. Like I hate
okay.
when I go on Telegram and they say, "Oh yeah, the war is gonna end." I don't
Dave,
fucking like that shit.
you realize
It
why
pisses me
Trump
off.
didn't trust the Kurds with the weapons now? You realize because there's dumbasses like Rui out there who think they're gonna make greater Kurdistan instead of helping America with any of their military goals or actions. That's what
Yeah,
that's all I gotta say.
I don't care either way. Honestly,
Wait, KXR,
I
do
don't
you not
care.
support Pahlavi, or am I tripping?
Yeah, of course I would support him, but I'm
So
facing reality here. Trump has to pull out because midterms are coming up, right? Unlike
no,
you
I think
Kurds who you
no.
glazed the Democrats during, Obama's regime and also Biden's regime. That's when you guys succeeded the most. The Republicans actually care about what's going on in their own country, not just funding
Wait. Who? Oh yeah. So what about Bush when he destroyed Iraq in 2003?
I support that. Who fucking likes Saddam?
I mean,
Nobody.
yeah, of course I support that too. But
All
I'm
right,
saying you're saying that.
hold on one second. Hold on one second. I've heard enough of you two. Schnitzel, good. You're here to tell me that BB's the boss.
Absolutely. You don't see what's going on in the last 3
Oh,
weeks?
okay, what's going on?
What's going on? Whatever the Trump say, Bibi tell him fuck off. I need to take care of my people.
Great.
You need to take down the prices in the United States, the gas prices. Go and do that. I need to protect my people. I'm going to go ahead and do that.
All right, simple question. Is it smart for the leader of Israel to piss off the leader of the United States?
You don't give a fuck about him no more. You don't read the map. You don't
Okay,
see
great.
it.
Okay, so what happens when Israel needs the United States' help?
The United States. First, Israel don't really need
You
the
don't
help
need the
right
United
now.
States? What the fuck?
Right now, we don't really need them.
I'm to the
But
point now,
when they
Schnitzel,
need them,
where, hold on, let me explain where I'm at. I'm to the point now where if Trump gives the IRGC the green light to light fucking Israel up, just to fucking make him stop his
this is your
bullshit,
wish.
I'm going to be honest. I think that day is getting closer and closer.
So let me tell you what's
Okay,
going
go
to
ahead.
happen in this situation. The IRGC is gone in about 9 minutes.
In 9 minutes. Wait, I'm sorry.
In 9 minutes.
Okay.
9 minutes.
I'm so confused.
In
So
9 minutes,
Okay.
think behind my words. In
Think
9
behind your
minutes, yeah, in 9 minutes, it's going to take Israel to destroy half of Iran.
So why did we bomb them for 40 days and they're still in power, but all of a
Because we
sudden
tried to
Israel by
work.
themselves going to get rid of them in nine minutes?
Because it's not the ideal way, but in the moment that Israel is going to feel threatened in this way,
So tell us exactly how.
You
Tell us
know
exactly
how.
how, bro.
You're very
No,
smart.
no.
Oh,
I
so
don't
you're
know.
just, you're saying just
Very
nuke them?
smart. Fuck yeah. What do you think?
Oh,
The
okay,
Israelis-
okay. Here we go.
Okay,
Now we're
okay,
getting somewhere.
Schnitzel, if you fucking nuke Iran, you're gonna lose the support of every Iranian that has backed Israel in America. Keep
Okay.
putting it out.
He don't care about that. He don't care about that, bro.
Let me
He don't care
answer.
about that.
Okay.
Listen,
Let me answer.
Well, okay, let
Hypothetically-
Schnitzel explain the thought process.
Can I
Okay, so
explain?
go ahead. Yeah.
In the moment that the IRGC gonna have a green light to bomb Israel, it's not gonna take long time till Israel gonna disappear. And no any Israeli government gonna let it happen. You guys understand that?
Okay. So
That's it.
basically, you're talking about the Samson option, right? See, you
You're
don't even
talking
have the
about
courage.
what?
You don't even have the courage to talk straight. You want to talk in parables, bro. What's the bottom line? How will Iran be gone in 9 minutes? Tell us how.
He's saying nuke them. What are you talking about?
No, he ain't say that. He's too cowardly. He won't say
Julian,
that.
I know that you're stupid,
Oh, yeah.
but try to read the room. This is exactly what that I'm saying.
Okay.
So you're saying nuke them.
then-
Just to be clear, I just want to be clear. You're saying to nuke them.
No, I
You're
didn't say
gonna
it.
nuke a country of 90 million people, many of
If-
whom aren't even
if-
fucking a part of the IRGC.
Again, if the U.S. gonna give a green light to the IRGC to bomb Israel, as Dave say, to get the shit done out of them, so yes,
Yeah, I've had
this
enough
is
of
gonna
BB
be
shit.
the only option.
Okay, sir. And then for sure, Israel's wiped off the map. For sure.
Okay,
No more playing, no nothing. So basically, the Samson option is
give a
basically a
fuck?
suicide. Basically, the Samson option is like going postal. Fuck it, I'm just gonna unalive myself and everybody around. And we know
Look,
you think like that. Listen,
if
we know.
this
Wait,
is
I want
gonna
to.
be,
Let
if
Julian
this
talk.
is
Let him explain. Let him respond. Go, Julian.
Now we know you think like that. We know that you'll unalive your own people. Okay, so we know you think
Julian,
like
don't
that.
let's stick to the topic. Don't start
No,
I
the
monologuing
mean,
your
you
topic.
using a
anti-Semitic.
nuke would essentially kill a lot of your own. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, in response of a green light from the United States to the IRGC to bomb Israel, in response
Only
to
because
that,
Israel won't stop its aggression, bro.
in response to that, I'm gonna use nuke. Yeah.
Okay, so
If you
listen, Dan.
nuke
Listen to
Iran,
what he's.
Pakistan
Everybody,
will
listen to
nuke
what.
Israel. Russia
Of
will
course
nuke
they will. Of
Israel.
course they
China will
will.
nuke. You're
Of course
crazy,
they will.
Schnitzel. You're anti-Israel saying
Okay,
that. Your
hold.
own.
All right, hold on, KXR.
Calm down, buddy. Calm down. Take your
Julian, go
pill.
ahead. What are you
Okay.
saying, Julian?
First of all, I'm not surprised with what he's saying. This is in their military
Again,
doctrine.
no, let's stick to that.
This is
Leave
All
in
the
right,
their.
Jews
This
out.
Schnitzel,
is
let him talk.
Leave the Jews out. Let's talk about the topic. What you got
no,
to
no, no,
monologue
no,
now
no,
No,
about
no.
okay, then
anti-Semitic and shit?
let's talk about
That is a
Israel.
Jupiter. You're trying your Jupiter stew interruption deflection tactics. We're gonna stay on
No,
point.
I'm not
It's in
deflecting.
your
You are the only
military
one that don't
doctrine.
have what to do with this war and come up and spread shit. Let's talk about what that I told you right now. Leave the Jews out of that.
Okay, let's
I
just
said Israel.
hold on, Julian. Let's just take a step back. Okay, let's take a step back from the nukes, and let's just talk about how the fuck can Trump get Bibi out of Lebanon? Because that's all it's down to now. Everything else is pretty much done.
Eliminate Hezbollah. If you
Okay,
stop
so
the rocket
that's
from
never
Hezbollah,
going to happen. Do you not get that?
okay, so Israel don't going out from Lebanon. They have to secure the northern Israel. What is the problem to understand that?
Gotcha. Not going to
I
happen.
understand that you don't
Okay.
like it.
First of
I
all,
understand
It's
that
not
you
Iran's
even.
don't
not.
It's
like
not
it.
even
Iran.
feasible.
What
First
is
of all,
it?
Iran's not going to let you do it.
We
Read
don't
my
give a
lips.
shit about
Iran
Iran.
is not going. Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do, because that's the entire reason Trump is over there doing what he's doing, is because of to protect your
No,
ass.
if
Now
they
we don't give a
ban
shit about them.
Trump,
That's crazy.
if they ban Trump, it doesn't mean that they banned Israel. That's why Trump go now to sign with them this deal, because
You know,
Trump backed down.
the more and more I talk to your people, I see why you lose
Again,
every
my
fucking thing.
people,
I
stick to
see
the
why you're getting
conversation.
humiliated in front of the world.
Stick to the conversation.
Listening to your
Can you
logic.
stick to the conversation without talk about Jews? Let's
All right,
stick on
let
the
Julian respond.
conversation.
Let him respond.
I'm talking about Israelis. I don't consider none of y'all Jews. You're just perpetrators, right?
Oh
I'm
no.
talking about the country.
You
You're
deflecting,
not
my
no
man.
damn Jew.
Tell me
Jesus
about
was a
what that
Jew.
we talking right
Jesus
now.
was the
Schnitzel,
king of
let
the
him
Jews.
talk.
Leave the
Schnitzel,
Jews
let
out
him
Okay.
of that.
Schnitzel,
I
stop
let
it
him
and let him
talk if
talk.
we're gonna talk about this situation. You don't need
Schnitzel,
to talk
let him
about the Israelis.
talk. Go, Julian.
To
Listen,
spread propaganda?
dumbass. It's the Jewish state of Israel. So shut your dumb ass up with that shit, bro. Bottom line, from a military standpoint,
Listen, you
it's
fucking
in your
slave.
military doctrine
Slave,
to
what you got to do with that,
commit
slave?
suicide if you're
Slave,
getting ready to
what you
fall.
got to do with that, slave? What you got to do with that?
Oh, here we
What
go.
you got to
Not the
do with that?
slave.
What you got to do with it? See,
What you
okay,
got to do with it? Go and
there goes
fight
the
the white
Jupiter stew
people that are
deflection.
oppressing you in
I'm
the
not
United
falling for it,
States.
Stitzel. I'm
Why
not
you do
falling for
that?
it.
Why you do that?
Listen, you're our proxy, not the other way around,
Hell yeah.
okay? Not
True.
the other way around,
Your
bro.
proxy tell you
The
to
same.
shut the fuck down
Here's the
and let
difference.
us do whatever that we want. This is your
Uh-huh.
proxy?
No. Unalive
Is that your
yourself.
proxy? Tell you
No,
to shut
all
the
of this
fuck
you did.
down?
All you did. Israel did this to itself. And if America's not careful, America's
Israel
doing this
won
to
this
itself.
war, man. Israel the only one that won.
Israel won the war. See how
Israel
delusional this
is the
dude
only
is?
How
one
did
that won.
Israel win? What did Israel benefit from this war?
I'm
Answer
gonna
me.
explain
Yeah,
you.
go ahead.
Right now, it's a little bit more safer in the north. We didn't finish the job. We're getting in. You all time say that Hamas still exists, but Hamas don't even rocket one rocket in the last 2 years. Not
Uh-huh.
even one rocket. It means that they
Uh-huh.
battling our soldiers, but they don't hurt our people, and that's
But
what we
Iran
want.
said,
Iran can
out of
kiss our
Gaza,
ass.
stop the
I
G.
told you, I'm already 3 weeks telling you, I
Uh-huh.
wish that Donald Trump gonna go away from that. Because
No, you don't.
in this situation, when the Iranian gonna fuck with Israel, Israel gonna fuck with them 10 times more. And
Yeah.
that's what you
Uh-huh.
afraid from.
Listen, bro.
That's what you're
Listen,
afraid from.
listen.
That's why
I
Donald Trump stopped the Israelis from
uh-huh.
react.
Uh-huh.
The
Uh-huh.
question from the
No,
chat,
no.
Schnitzel, I think it's a fair one. If Gaza is not a threat anymore, why is
I
the IDF
didn't
still
say that
bombing
it's
over there?
not threat. I didn't say that. You see, don't put word in my mouth. I
Okay.
say
You
that
said
the
they haven't shut
Hamas.
off. Go ahead.
I say that the Hamas cannot rocket, no even one rocket to Israel already for 2 years.
So why are
The
there still
only
bombs
one,
getting dropped
let
over
me
there?
finish, let me finish. The only one that they have to fight with, it's with our soldiers. And that's what we want. We don't want them to hurt our civilians. They can fight our soldiers. They cannot harm our citizen. And that's what happened in Gaza. And that's why we do want Hamas. Because they cannot hurt our people. And that's what we're seeking in the north.
If aliens came to another planet and asked me from another planet and asked me, Julian, show us a Jupiter stew, I would direct them to your profile, bro. Because
Again,
you are
stop
truly a
being
Cupid stew, bro.
slave. Stop
Okay?
talking about the Jews.
Uh-huh.
Stop
Uh-huh.
talking about the
Uh-huh.
Israelis. We're talking about
Uh-huh.
the point
Do you
here.
live in Israel?
Either
Do you
way,
live in Israel?
point. Let's talk about the point, or
Where do
let's
you live?
deflect to the Jews. You
Where
want
do
to
you live?
deflect to the Jews?
Wait, are you living in Israel right now,
I'm
Schnitzel?
in Summerlin, not like you in North Las Vegas for
Oh, you're in
$400
So
Summerlin?
EBT.
Well, let's
if
be. Hey,
any
listen. Let's
country
listen.
uses a nuke, I
I
will
want to
Again,
not
meet up with
support
you
that.
right
are
now.
we
Any
I want to
country,
going
meet
to
with
whether
you
be a
right now.
whether it's the
personal?
I will meet you
IRGC,
right now.
whether
Is
it's
it going
I'm
Israel,
in
to be a
whether
Summerlin
it's
right
China,
now.
personal?
I
Listen, what the fuck are you guys doing? Don't overtalk. If not, I mean, come on. Just Schnitzel, you're over talking. Let whoever talk. What's his name? KXR is just screaming. Okay, just relax.
He says he's in Summerlin. I'm in Summerlin right now, bro. I tell you, they're out here in Vegas, Dave, but they are very well hidden. They hold their head down and they shut the fuck up, bro. They do not do all of this fucking talking because innately they know the world is and Americans too are starting to hate them, which is basically a repeat of history. Do you hear how he's talking, Dave? If
Yeah, but I
America
really
leaves us
don't. I
alone,
mean, Schnitzel is Schnitzel. He's always kind of, whatever.
no, but he's representative of how most of them think, bro. This is in their
Yeah,
military
okay.
doctrine. This is in their military doctrine that if we're faced with our existence ending, and they are faced with that right now, as I've always told you. If we're faced under those circumstances, we're going all out. We're going postal. Dave, I want to say something real quick. You're gonna call me crazy, and that's fine, but I gotta put it out there. When the US military showed you that these so-called UFOs was over there in the Middle East, they're over there, bro. There will be no nuclear weapons launched over there. That's the Holy Land. And if you listen to military officials from the US government, those so called UFOs have shut down nuclear facilities and have hovered over the United States nuclear facilities. This is a fact. This means God won't let you use nukes. That's like you getting in a fight with me and you ain't got no gun. You're going to get your ass whooped. Matter of fact, you might lose your life because you ain't got no gun. It's a lot of you do a lot of tough. Y'all do a lot of tough talking. America does too because they're nuclear superpowers. But those nukes ain't helping you open up the Strait of Hormuz or save those military bases. Stop talking about nukes. Do it. Do it. Because the
Okay.
minute that America leaves, I think we all know what's going to happen over there. Listen, you already got Arab countries over there kissing the ring of Iran.
All
Like,
right.
please don't attack us. Please don't attack
Sajida,
us.
What's up, Dave?
how's it going?
Great. Congratulations on the Knicks.
Thank you.
That was a great
Dave, you're
game.
a Knicks fan?
I am.
How?
So I
What
have a
an
question for
amazing,
Julian.
time. Go ahead.
Okay, being that he's
You're not a Philly,
NOI.
like how did that happen?
Thank you,
Julian,
Texas
Julian,
baby.
focus, Julian.
All right, what's your question, Sajida?
Being that you're NOI, is
Oh
the Holy
no.
Land Israel? Is it Saudi Arabia or is it America?
Being that I'm NOI is the holy, mean Muslim, is the Holy Land When I say Holy Land, I mean that entire area. But specifically, if you look at Saudi Arabia, that's the Holy Land for Muslims. Jerusalem is the Holy Land for Christians, as far as I'm concerned, and real
So,
Jews.
so
But
when
that
you
entire
just
area.
said, so when you just said that aliens are protecting the Holy Land, did you mean that aliens are protecting Mecca and Medina?
First of all, I didn't say aliens. I need you to listen to my words before you
Oh,
come up here.
UFOs, my bad. Okay.
Okay, I said so-called UFOs.
So are
Anyone
these
who's been
so-called
listening to
UFOs protecting Mecca and Medina?
Mecca and Medina is not under attack.
Well, you said Holy Land, so
Yeah, that's a wide area. That entire area over there. That's the area that all of the prophets, whether it be Muhammad, whether it be Jesus, whether it be Abraham, they all come from that entire Middle East area. And we know
no
for a
true
fact,
prophet comes from Mecca and Medina.
of course, that's part of it.
So I
I said
just want
whether
to
it be you,
know.
you
I
don't
just
listen
want to
very
know
well, do
about
you,
these
Sajida?
UFOs, Julian.
Sajida,
Julian,
Sajida.
just
I
stand
don't
on what you
listen. You're a
believe,
girl,
brother,
Sajida,
in
Sajida. Let's have
humanity.
a conversation.
I want to know these
Let's have.
UFOs. Are they protecting
No, you
Mecca
want to
and
deflect.
Medina?
I'll get on the UFOs in a second.
Okay,
Right.
hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
But
on,
when I
deflecting. I'm
Sajida. No, hold on.
answering.
I've had
I'm
enough of this.
asking questions.
Sajida, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
BB's not listening to Trump. What should Trump do?
Like, what do you mean? It's an easy answer. You don't want to listen, then you don't get our support anymore.
Okay.
And then there was somebody else, a psycho, that was on your panel earlier, talking about, oh, Israel should take Lebanon and make Greater Israel happen. Do it by yourselves, bro. Like, this is insane. Like,
they
there
can't
is no
do it, brother. What are you talking
justification
about?
for unaliving all these innocent people
Is it
for
not clear to you
land.
that they can't do it, Sajida?
What?
Is that not clear to you that Israel can't take and
That's none of my
conquer again?
business.
No, but you keep saying do it yourself. I know they can't. You probably know they can't. And they know they can't.
But that's none of my business.
So why are we playing this game?
My whole point is America should have absolutely nothing to do with it.
I'm angry at Dave for even asking that question.
Well, no,
What do you think Trump should do?
this is where we're at right now. Is part of this deal to end this war is BB must get out of Lebanon.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. That's where we're at right now. So how should Trump handle this? Now, Trump enjoyed a beautiful evening of UFC fighting on his lawn. But starting tomorrow morning, he's going to have to figure out what his options are.
There ain't no listen. The options are BB sit down and shut the fuck up is the options, bro.
Well, BB's standing up to Trump as of right this second.
Okay, guess what? Pull the plug. Iran, go ahead. We out of it. Iran, we can't get them to stop, so we got nothing to do with that. Same thing what he did with the Houthis. Look, Houthis, we're gonna stop attacking you. You stop attacking us. You and Iran, you and Israel work that shit out.
So you're saying Trump should give the green light to the IRGC to fuck them up?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't put
I
it.
don't
Okay, you're
agree
putting it
with.
that way. Listen, you're putting it that way, which is exactly what will happen. But
What do you
no,
mean?
from political.
Putting it that way? That's exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But
Why are we sugarcoating shit?
no, because from a political standpoint, you say, okay, Israel, you don't need the United States. You can handle Iran by yourself. Go ahead. But you just heard Snitzel up here saying we can't. We got to pull a gun. We got to do a Samson option because we can't fight. He just said that. That's his
Whatever. I
solution.
don't agree with. Trump giving the green light to another
Well, it's
nation
not going
to
to be
destroy
public,
another
right? It's not going to be
nation.
like Trump's going to come out to the Rose Garden and say, "Guess what? I told the IRGC to light them up." No, of course not.
I just think that we're at a point where
BB needs to listen. That's where we're at right now.
And if he's not, then why are we going to still continue to back up the very things that we're not agreeing with?
Okay, so
It makes Trump look weak, man. It makes America look fucking weak, bro.
Like, we
We
want the
said
war to
stop.
end.
There's no question. Don't question me. I'm the boss. And that look, Israel has always been a proxy. You can give me all of this holy land and God's chosen. That's
When you
bullshit.
say Holy Land, what
The
do you mean,
United States has
Julian?
always used Israel to control the Middle East. It's been a proxy of the United States. Just like Hezbollah and Hamas are proxy of Iran. The difference is Hezbollah and Hamas, they don't move without the boss, which is Iran. That's the difference, bro. The difference is these people, most of these people in Israel truly believe that they're superior with their dual passports. They believe, seriously, a sickness that they're superior, even to the Anglo-Saxon white Christian in America, who's historically proven if there's any superiority, they're supposed to be the ones superior. They're the ones that did most of the work in building America. They're the ones who are the majority in this country. They're the ones that pay Israel's bill. So I'm looking at you white folks, people like you, Dave, and you asking what Trump should do. You fucking know what Trump should do.
All right, let's get Ben. Ben, what do you got, Ben?
I feel like Julian doesn't know the shit about the Cold War. How many times we threatened Russia with nukes?
All right, Ben, I'm not focused on that. My focus is
Okay.
on one thing and one thing only. If you were Donald Trump, what would you do? You want to end this war. You've wanted to end this war. Our proxy is misbehaving right now. What should we do to get Bibi to listen?
Offer them billions of dollars like you just did Iran.
Man, they get billions of dollars every year. It ain't about the money, man. Are you crazy? He said offer them billions of dollars. Did you hear him?
Wait, Dave, are these people crazy? Because nobody's offering Iran billions of dollars. Their own assets
Well, it's
are being
essentially the
released
same
back
thing.
to
I mean,
them.
they're going to
No,
become.
it's their
They're
own
going to.
money.
Okay. Well, they're going to be in a much better position if they get their assets back.
Yes, but your plan is not going to work, sir, because Israel already gets billions of dollars from us.
They don't get billions of dollars. They get equipment.
Okay, give me
Well, they
something
don't get.
real then,
They
Ben.
don't
Let's
get
not go down this
$3.4
fucking road.
billion
Let's
a
not go
year
down
from us.
this fucking road, Ben. How do we get our proxy to snap into shape?
It's not going to
Yeah,
happen,
exactly.
Dave.
What?
It's not going to happen, and that's
Well,
what
it
I'm
fucking better
saying.
happen. It's gonna happen one way or another.
No, but
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying we gotta like stand down. Like we are
stand down.
America.
What does
Yeah,
that
we
mean?
gotta
I mean, I know what the term means, but what does that
pull
mean in
away.
reference
Like
to
we
this?
have nothing to do with this and what's going on anymore. Like it's done. Like let Israel deal with her neighbors as they wish. It's none of our business anymore. We tried. We literally tried, Dave.
Yeah, the United
What
States
else
did
can we
everything it
do?
possibly
Well, we're
could.
gonna try a little harder. That's what we're gonna
I
do.
mean, what? I mean,
All you
Bibi's
gotta do is
gonna.
fire them. No, you try harder by saying it's over and meaning it.
So, is it worth it for Israel to piss off Trump?
Not at all. Not from how I
Okay, so
see
why
it.
is he doing it?
Because he's at a point where he doesn't care, I'm assuming.
Well,
I don't know.
okay.
It doesn't make sense either from Israel's perspective.
His legacy's on the line.
Whose legacy?
BB.
No, I mean, I'm not worried about. I give two
He
fucks
has
Yeah,
about his
no, but
legacy.
he has
I'm
his
giving
own
you his
people.
motive. I'm giving you his motive.
He gets pressure from his own people that are getting bombed in the north.
Yeah, but the
Right, but they're
bottom
gonna
line
keep
is
getting bombed.
Yeah.
Under this deal, there would be a quote unquote ceasefire.
Well, if there's a
So,
ceasefire, then
what do you mean? If there's a ceasefire, that was part of the deal that everybody stops firing.
you
IRGC
see.
and their proxies, United States and our proxy.
But I
Yeah,
found out, I thought what happened was there was a ceasefire and Hezbollah attacked Israel and then Israel shot back.
Wait, say that again.
So there was a ceasefire, Hezbollah fired at Israel first, and then Israel responded.
yeah, maybe they're just going into
Yeah,
equal
there's been back and
proportionally.
forth multiple
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, but if there's a
well, I know
ceasefire, wait,
this.
hold
I know
on,
this.
Julian, hold on. If there's a ceasefire and Hezbollah attacks first, are we seriously expecting Israel not to defend themselves? So it's a very sticky
No,
situation. Like, I
Well,
don't
Trump would
obviously.
have to approve.
that's not the reality of what's going on, Satch. The
No,
reality
there
of it
was a
is,
ceasefire and
uh-huh.
Hezbollah attacked first. Why did
According to
Hezbollah
who?
fire into northern Israel? Why did they do that?
Wait, according. So what you're suggesting? First of all, I don't believe that. Israel
I gotta
always
get you
claims
the
that they
news
do.
articles. Hold on.
Well, yeah, go get it from the Jewish newspapers, okay? But here's the bottom line: is the proxies of Iran is going to do what Iran says. They're on the same page. They're not arguing in the locker room, firing assistant coaches and people resigning. They're on the. I don't know if you guys realize it, but they look very coordinated to me. And the Houthis are on standby. And when they did the deal or negotiation with Donald Trump, they got Hezbollah under control. The only entity that's out of control right now is you know who. So what I'm saying to you, really, the best thing for the United States, and I think this is possible, may not happen, but for the United States to shut down Israel and rebrand itself in the Middle East and start trying to normalize relations with Iran. That's the best thing for us in the future. We already got the Western Hemisphere. We already got damn Venezuela. We already got, look like we're going to get Cuba and the Panama Canal. Like, what the fuck are we doing over there? Let's admit, this is all for the future of Israel and their delusional idea of a greater Israel, which is not going to happen.
Julian, can
We've
I ask you
lost
one
billions
thing?
of dollars over there.
Julian, can I ask
Hey,
you
if
one
you
thing real
guys go
quick?
look it up just real quick, Reuters is a good newspaper, and they reported on it saying that
From where?
Reuters,
Oh yeah.
Reuters.
Hell
Reuters,
yeah.
my bad, guys.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so they said that Hezbollah attacked northern Israel first, and then Israel retaliated. That's the
Let's
most
face it,
recent.
both sides have done it.
Yeah, but that's my point,
Wait,
right? So like
let's just talk
Reuters,
about the
yes,
last 24
Justin,
hours.
yes,
Let's just talk
Reuters.
about the last 24 hours.
Okay, what happened the last
Okay,
24 hours?
Israel bombed Beirut. Okay, Trump basically said, "What the fuck are you doing, Bibi? You have poor fucking judgment." And he had to ask the regime not to respond. And let's face it, at least over the last, I don't know, 10 days or so, it seems like the regime is more reliable than Bibi in listening to Donald Trump. KXR, you had a question? Go.
Julian, so say we do pull out, right? We end the blockade, whatever, we form a sufficient peace deal with Iran. But in their next parliament meeting, you hear them again chanting, death to America, death to Israel, whether or not America or Israel are allies still. And then they proceed to open up their caves where they close them down. They basically collapse them
Get
where
to the
the uranium
question.
is.
Get to the question. Let's
Do you
go.
think they will begin to enrich their uranium again, continue to chant death to America, like if this deal goes through, right?
I'm not concerned about the chance because that's just rhetoric, right? If I were them, I would absolutely get a nuke. You hear the way this dude is talking, the way Israel talks with their sanction option? How are they going to be the prosecutor of who has nukes and they won't even admit they have nukes and they have no oversight on their nuclear program?
But
So if
listen,
I was
Julian,
Iran, you damn right I would get. But guess
Listen,
what? They
Julian,
don't
you know
need
me.
one.
You listen, Julian, you know me, right? I am anti-IRGC for my own reasons, right? Because I'm an
Uh-huh.
Iranian. But you have
Okay.
to understand, I am completely against nuclear war at all. Whether it's Israel initiating it, whether it's the IRGC initiating it, or whether it's any other country like Russia or fucking China. I don't want any nukes dropped anywhere because we've
Hmm.
seen what it does. And the nukes we have today are not the same of what we've had back in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, back in Japan, right? If Israel drops nukes in Iran, that's not going to solve shit. That Schnitzel guy's out of his mind. Same with Rui. It's not going to do anything. And same with any other country that wants to use nuclear weapons. It's just out. It's out of the question, bro. It shouldn't be even something
Of
we should
course,
consider.
to
All right.
rational people, it's out of the question. This is my issue with you, bro. Whatever your issue is with your government, my issue with you is you've heard our president threaten to basically wiping out your civilization that's been there for thousands of years. These are I know these people way better than you do, bro. You just got to the West, okay? When you hear this kind of talk
No,
from
I was
them,
born here, bro. I was born here. Don't worry. I was born
okay,
here.
wait. You were
I know.
born here.
I understand. My parents came here from Iran during the
That's
Iran-Iraq
that's my
War,
point,
right?
bro. I
They
don't
have,
care where you was born at. If you say you're Iranian, you just got here, bro. I don't care that you're an anchor baby and your parents came over here. That means nothing to me. You need to learn the history of the United States and how the United States gets down, bro. The United States don't care about you. They're bombing your country,
well,
unaliving civilians, bro. What are you talking about?
here's the thing. It's not just civilians that are bombing. They took out their supreme leader that was responsible for the unalive. But I understand now, right? But the reality is, America has to come out. Midterms are coming up. the future elections in 2028 are coming up. We need the Republicans to
Yeah,
win.
but
We
the
know the
midterm.
Democrats can't
Well,
be
I'm
trusted
glad
with
you
shit.
finally you're saying all this. Okay, midterms. There's no impact on the midterms, so forget midterms. Okay, Trump is not worried about midterms. We know the end result, so just stop with that. That's number one. Number two, we've been at this for what 110 days or whatever the math is. Right now, it comes down to one thing: how does Donald Trump get Bibi out of Lebanon? That's all that matters right now, and that's how this ends. What's that say, Neg?
Yeah, hi. I just came on because I heard Julian discrediting KXR because he wasn't born and raised in Iran. I was born and raised in Iran. I think that's a disgusting thing to do. Also, your profile picture, what the fuck, dude? So yeah, I just joined because
You
I'm
just
I just
you just
tired
joined
of
to criticize
people.
his.
No,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm joining because as an Iranian, I'm not going to let people discredit Iranians in the diaspora who are forced to leave their home and their families behind to be here and to fight for their people and risk everything.
hmm
But is
Okay,
it
So
let me
if you
fair?
have
let me
any
Can I ask
questions,
you?
I'm
Are you
happy to answer
surprised?
them.
Are you surprised that 110 days later, after the Ayatollah was killed, that the IRGC is still in power?
No, I'm not surprised at all. They said that they would
Really?
burn the city down. They will burn the whole country down before they ever leave. These are the same kind of people that if
Megan, are
they
you an
were
anchor baby too?
free,
Let her finish her answer, Julian. Go ahead, love.
you can't continue to criticize people just because it doesn't prove your point.
Yes, I can. I'm an American. I talk like I want to talk.
The
And you
question
know,
was,
and listen,
am I
and listen.
surprised that the
Sis, I
IRGC is
wouldn't
still
take
in
him that
power?
seriously. He
Let
believes in
No,
her
I'm
let her
UFOs.
talk. Go
surprised that
ahead.
the IRGC is still in power. They were able to get power from the JCPOA, and these are the same people that said they will never leave until the whole country is burned to ashes.
Good,
So
good,
no,
good.
disgusting, Julian.
Yeah,
Shut
If
up.
Israel
yeah,
has
he's
a
a
Samson
warmonger.
option, isn't that the
Look,
same
you're the
thing?
kind of people that's going to go down history to be a disgusting,
Look,
vile
you're the
human
kind of
being.
person who ran from their homeland, and you're playing victim. You're a fucking victim. Go back and handle your homeland instead of running into America
Julian,
No,
there's
and
a
you're
begging
an
difference.
angel.
America
Julian,
to
let me
do
just
some
say one
shit that
thing.
your parents were too cowardly to do. You're
Julian,
a
there's a
fucking
difference
anchor
between
baby.
coming to
You're
Julian,
disgusting.
there's a difference between coming to this country for whatever the Muslims do, right? Or the whatever the illegal narco states bring their people over to do, to spread whatever fentanyl and Islam. The people of Iran who leave that country come for religious freedom. They come for better
Then sit
opportunities.
your
The
ass
same
down
way
and shut up. You
And
got no say
your
so. You ran.
ancestors came over here in
that's
chains,
Then
just
sit
Julian.
your ass down and enjoy freedoms
Your
that you didn't fight
your
for and
ancestors
shut
came
the
over
fuck up.
here in chains, Julian.
The
Think
real
about this.
Iranians are over
Don't
there
we
talk
love
taking
about all
naps.
America,
that.
Julian. That's
The real
why
Iranians,
All
you
should I
right.
guys are
shut
the
the fuck up when there's the First
All right.
Amendment?
So first, I just want to ask KXR, and then I'll go down to Neg again. Just very simple question: where are we like a month from now?
I would hope Trump realizes that, he should pull out again, but I don't think Israel, if they're still in this war getting attacked by Hezbollah and IRGC, which it's a possibility, Dave, you know it is 100%. I don't think they should resort to nukes. That's my one
Okay.
thing I was trying to point out.
Okay, I appreciate that. Neg, where are we
did
at
you
a month
did,
from now? Stop. Hold on, Julian. Don't interrupt her, please. Go ahead.
We were able to take out, as Americans, we were able to take out over 50 of the Islamic Republic leaders. We were able to take out Ayatollah Khamenei, who was a dictator and a shitler to Iranian people. We have weakened the regime. We've seized $100 billion from the IRGC. We have completely, this is the weakest the regime and the IRGC has been ever.
Well, they're about to get a lot
Trust.
stronger.
Okay, well, I'm still talking.
I'm just saying.
Have people, their own supporters, the 2% of supporters that they do have are turning against them, chanting unalive ones that are negotiating right now. So they're crumbling from within.
Then, can I ask you if that's the case?
That is
If
the
that
case.
real,
There is protest. You can go look it up.
oh, there's internet now.
Internet for the last like 20 days. Yes,
Oh, hell yeah.
they were so desperate
Can I tell
that
you
they
where I'm
had to turn
confused?
on the internet.
Can I tell you where I'm confused? When this war started, I was questioning why aren't they overthrowing the government? And then people said, Dave, you're an asshole. There's bombs flying. So then I was like, okay, well, we waited for the bombs to stop flying, and then still nothing happened. Then the excuse magically, what, because I didn't know this was a requirement for a revolution, was there's no internet, Dave. And then I was like, okay, I'll wait for the internet to, I guess, click back on. So you're telling me there's been internet for 20 days now?
There's been internet for 20 days, but what you don't understand
Okay.
is that the Iranian regime, the Islamic regime, cannot doesn't have power to do anything other than repress its own people. So what they
Well, they
did
have
in
power
January,
to negotiate with the most powerful man
no,
in the world.
I'm talking about, first of all, there's no signatures on that sign yet. Second of all, the only thing they've done in the last months that has been strengthened is their repression machine. They've been repressing the people more than they did in January. They're armed to take down
Just
the
so you know,
people
you're
that do
breaking
an
up, love.
uprising. Is it better now?
There you go. Go ahead.
The only thing that the Islamic Republic has gotten stronger in is their repression machine. They have amped up the proxies inside of Iran who they're importing into Iran because they don't have enough Iranians to kill other Iranians. They have amped up on the weapons to use on the people. And so the situation for an uprising right now is worse than it was in January. So if the Iranians go, and I have family, all my family is there. So if the people were to go out again and do another uprising right now, it would be way worse than it was in January. And
But
that's
if
what you guys don't understand.
hold on. I just want to hear from her. Just if they were at their weakest point, why is Donald Trump and Bibi not bombing the living shit out of them to finish the job?
A bombing campaign is not going to be doing it's not going to cause what the objectives are. The objectives for America, and I think America and Israel have different objectives. I think Israel wants regime change. America just wants to dismantle the missile and the nuclear program. Those are two different objectives.
So
I don't.
how do you get? My guess is if you could wave a magic wand, your solution would be the regime would be completely gone, right? Is that fair to say?
No, I think ultimately the Iranian people have to take out the regime themselves. But the repression machine needs to be weakened further.
Aren't you
Okay.
Iranian?
What does that have to do with anything? Yes,
This
I
is where he
am. I
tells
said
you
You
it
to get
said
your
the
several
ass over there.
Iranian
times.
people. You didn't say my people. You said that. Let me ask you and KXR this, since you say I don't have the right and you're living in my country under freedoms and protection that you didn't fight for, or your parents didn't fight for. So let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. Did
What are you
you
even
or
trying?
did
No,
you
no, no. What
KXR?
are you even
Did
trying
you
to
join
say?
the
Because what
military?
did I just say?
What about
I
you,
just
KXR? Did
said
you
the
join the
Iranian
military?
people have to get their regime change themselves. What are
They
you
don't
saying? You're
want
not
it.
even
They're happy
listening.
with their
All
regime.
you're
They're
doing is
happy with
you're
their
rage
regime.
baiting. All you're doing, you're rage baiting. That's all you
I'm
know how to do.
calling you
You
out
have
of being an anchor
absolutely no
baby in
knowledge
America
of
and
the
being a
topic.
coward.
Julian,
You
can
have
I have one
absolutely no
second?
topic on what's
Megan.
going on in Iran or what the
Take
Iranian
your
people
anchor.
want.
Go back. Go. Stop being a victim,
Okay,
crybaby.
Julian,
Listen,
your
you're a shill
argument
for the
doesn't
fucking
work.
dictators.
Yeah. Well, go
Julian,
join the military. You didn't even join the
Disgusting.
military, you
You're
coward.
disgusting. All
Your
Iranian
people never.
people,
Your parents ran. You
people
fuck. You
are
can't talk to me.
braver and
I'm
more
not in your
courageous
country. I'm not
than
in your country
you will
complaining.
ever be.
All right,
You're
Julian,
Yeah.
stop.
disgusting, Julian. You're a
Okay.
disgusting human being.
All
You got
right.
the help from two nuclear superpowers,
You're
and
a
your people sat
disgusting human
down
being.
because
Yeah,
you're a
great
coward.
point, Julian. Great point.
You
Yeah,
come from a coward.
look at how much power this regime had with
I
Obama's
don't give a damn.
JCPOA
I
that
don't give a
even
damn. We're
the two
outnumbered. Black people are
strongest
outnumbered. We
militaries
fought for our
could
liberation.
not. Can you shut this
Take
man
your
up
All
for
right.
anchor
one
baby
second so I can
asshole on
speak?
Julian,
here.
just let her
You
talk.
fucking anchor baby.
Julian, let her talk. Why do you
Disgusting,
get so
vile human being.
Wait, hold on one second. Why do you get so angry with her?
Because
Like
he's
I
He's a
broke.
disagree.
shill
Because
for
he's
the
I'm
You shouldn't
broke.
come
dictators.
asking
to
He's
get
a
Julian.
shill
angry.
I'm
That's
for.
why he
asking
likes Islam.
Julian. I'm asking Julian why get so. I disagree with some things that she said, but I'm not getting nasty with. Like I don't get it.
Well,
Just
remember,
chill
she
out.
came up here. Wait, she came up here. See, obviously, she don't
I was
respect me
here. I
as a.
heard her, but I don't.
Okay,
I disagree with her, but I don't have to talk to her that way. Just chill out.
because you don't come, Dave. You don't come from a people that you've had to fight for your liberation and fight for civil rights. Okay?
Said
You
the
did
Iranian
nothing.
And
You did
people
nothing,
have to
Julian.
do
You
their
fought for
own
what do you
nothing.
boots on the
mean? Wait,
ground. I
You
literally just
personally
said
did
that.
nothing. Shut the fuck up, Julian.
wait.
Lives
Just
and
because,
just
wait,
blabber. That's
bro.
all you do.
Just because I personally did nothing, don't mean I'm not going to stand
Julian,
on the
Julian,
You're
can
efforts
you
of
tell
my
literally
us what you
rooting
do
ancestors.
for
for enemies.
America?
Okay.
I don't have to listen.
You're
I don't
rooting for the
listen.
enemy of America by having the picture of the Ayatollah as your
Uh,
profile picture. You're
The gay
no,
one
that's
at
for
disguising
the
and
that
being
too.
as an
Israelis.
American.
That's for the
He sees
Israelis and the phony.
he sees
That's
him
for the
as a religious leader. That's why Julian has it. But just so you know,
Not a religious
Julian.
leader at all.
Okay, hold on. He is. But just so you know, I have actually served America, and Julian still
Thank you,
has the
Leah.
same bullshit comebacks as me. So don't take him seriously. Even if you
No,
served
no, not really.
America,
Not
Julian,
really.
you say the same thing to me,
Not
but I
really. No,
served in the
I
Navy.
give you a degree of more respect than I do
No, you
them.
don't. You still talk to me just
Yes,
like
yes, the
them,
fuck I
you
do.
liar.
Yes, the fuck I do. You're not up here trying to
All
get
right.
America. You're not up here trying
Stop.
to get the United States of America
Stop.
to go fight in Syria. You're not
Julian,
doing that.
stop. Megan, my question very bluntly is, what do you want to happen over the next week or month or year?
Address what he's. Let me. I'll answer your question, but let me address what he's accusing me of. He's accusing me that I want America to fight Iran's war. I literally just said the Iranian people are the ones who have to do the regime change. So I said the complete opposite of what he's accusing me of saying. Okay,
Understood.
first. And sorry, what was the question again? What do I think?
Just
I
very
know you're
bluntly.
not over there.
Just
I know
stop,
you're not over there doing shit.
Julian.
Supposed to be, but then the massacre happened. You fucking freak.
Oh, you're a
Oh,
coward.
yeah.
Shut up, coward.
What do you want? What do you want from Trump because whenever somebody mentioned the deal, you said, well, it's not signed yet. What do you want Trump? What else do you want Trump to do?
I don't want Trump to do anything.
Okay, so
I
if Trump
actually
signs
think
this deal and gets out, you're okay with it?
I think if he does the same thing as Obama did, it would be the worst deal in history. I think if he signs a deal, I mean, we don't know the terms yet fully, but if it means releasing the funds back to the IRGC and the Islamic Republic, no matter if that's 3 billion or 250 billion or whatever it is, that should never happen.
Well,
That would be the biggest
but he doesn't have a choice.
failure.
Megan,
I'm
he
just
does not have a
saying.
choice.
Okay,
This
well,
war has been a disaster. And Trump started this war back on February 28th, thinking that he was going to be the hero and that your people were going to rise up and take the country back. That was the thought process. And I'm very confident in that was the thought process because
yeah, but
there's
the
a lot
help
of things
never got there. The help that he
that,
promised never got there. And so people just got massacred. And if that deal that we're talking about gets signed and there's no
Mhm.
objectives that were being met, I personally don't believe Trump would do that. I personally think Trump's smarter than that. And I
Really?
used to hate Trump. From all the actions I've seen, I don't listen to his words. I look at his actions. And
But
so,
he has no other choice.
okay, and if he does, then I'll admit that he made the biggest deal. He made the worst mistake of his life,
But what
of
else?
American
No,
history.
the worst mistake of Trump's presidency, both terms, will be starting this war. There's no doubt about that. I'll grant you
Okay, well,
that.
that's your opinion.
But let's just say he does sign the deal this week. What benefits came from this war for America? Nothing.
Nothing.
What
No,
benefits came from it for your people? Nothing.
nothing. But that's the thing is we don't know the exact terms yet. So I don't want to jump to conclusions yet. But if the terms are what the Pakistani prime minister tweeted or whatever the rumors are, it's not good. Yeah, you're right.
Right. So, but there's
But
no other option.
the biggest losers would be the Iranian people who have
Yes,
been fighting
I've
year
been saying
after
that.
year, doing uprisings year after year for the last 47 years, trying to overthrow this government and try to
Hmm.
tell the whole world that this is a vile, disgusting terrorist organization and they're a threat to the whole
The
world.
Iranian people
And
love
But
their
shills like Julian are the kind of people that
they
keep
love
them
their
in
regime.
power.
Julian has no impact on it, love.
No,
I'm
but
just
President of
it's
Iran.
pressure.
I just want to hear from Negan right now. Negan, just with all due respect, I get what the ideal situation or the ideal result of this war was, is for you and your people. But reality is Trump's going to have to sign this deal, and it's going to be worse than the Obama deal. I'm sorry, that's reality. And
Happens, I will be the first to admit he's a piece of shit for that. And he will go
well,
down history to be the worst president ever existed.
not really. I mean, Trump's.
In
Let's
my
face
That
it,
eyes.
might ha-
and
that
that's
that
fine.
actually might happen.
I just want to hear from Negan. I don't understand how many times I have to say it. I respect your opinion and can see why you think that. But reality is, a year from now, nobody's even going to remember this war. Trump's legacy will be the Supreme Court, nothing more, nothing less. And it's that simple. I get that's why it's your opinion, but you have to realize, and maybe I'll ask you, what else can Trump do right now? What else can he do besides end
Not
this war?
deal with terrorists. Simple
Uh,
as that.
sure, and that's a clever like slogan, right? It's kind of like see something, say something, but reality is we're
No, but
in
the
this.
thing
Go ahead.
is, Dave, he's going
Sure.
against everything that he stood for. He said that he will end this conflict. The Islamic Republic has been a problem for every
Well,
single
he also said no
presidency
new
since they
wars.
took power. He said no new wars because we've been in war with Iran for the
Oh,
last
okay.
47 years. Trump himself
We
believes
haven't been in
that
war.
Himself believes that the second the Islamic Republic took the hostages at the embassy 47 years ago when they took power, that was the day we started war with Iran. I'm not gonna sit
He
here
said
and
that 20
protect
years
him.
ago.
Okay,
Who the hell
You
is
but
know what?
we?
He
Who
didn't.
is
He
we?
said it right when it happened.
guys, Megan, can I just ask you if you were advising Donald Trump, what would you tell him to do?
Not to deal with terrorists. And I think Marco Rubio and General Brad Cooper, are both telling him that. They know exactly what the
Okay, no
situation
problem.
is. I
Let's
feel
just
like
say,
this is
let's
all
say he listens to
theatrics.
you. Let's say he listens to you. What else? What else can he do in regards to this war?
Continue the economic pressure on the Islamic Republic, let them fall from within, and let the people empower the people of Iran to take down their own government.
Dave, you don't get angry at this.
Dave, could I say
No,
something?
I
Immigrants
don't.
come into
I don't.
America trying to
No,
milk America for their own benefit, bro.
Negan, if you want to come back up, you can. But I don't get angry at it because we've been doing this for well over 110 days. Even before the war started, my photo said something like, why should Trump get involved? What's the end result? How would it be beneficial for the Persians? How would it be beneficial for the Israelis? And whenever I have asked very simple common sense questions, the answers were not there. And that was always the problem. So, right before the war started, whenever people would come up here and say, well, it's 90% or against the regime. Oh, yeah? How'd you get that number? No clue how they got that number, but they were up here very passionate about it. That Negan lady, she's up here. If Trump signs this deal, she's gonna hate Trump, and that's fine. You could hate Trump. You could hate Donald Trump. I'm not gonna knock you for it. And I actually respect why you hate Donald Trump. But I just want you to know this, Negan, and then you could say whatever you want. Just I beg you to please realize Donald Trump has done more for the Persians than any other president. At the very
Oh no,
least,
I know
he
at
got
this
rid of
point,
the
yeah.
Ayatollah.
No,
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
still 10 toes behind him as of now until I see that the deal that he's making is close to what the JCPOA was, then I'm saying that's when I will admit
But he
that
has
he's
no
making
other
the biggest
choice,
mistake.
love. He
Okay,
has
but
no other
I'm not gonna
choice.
speak on what's gonna happen because we're all just assuming what the situation is right now. None of us know what the terms are, so we'll just wait to see when that happens. I do just I'm sorry, give me one sec. Sorry. Okay. I do just want to go back to what you were saying about the 90%. So, um, the opposition in Iran, and I've lived in Iran, and I can tell you the opposition in Iran is larger than we even know. There has been polls that have been taken by non-organization, very reliable non-profit organizations who have taken polls that show, and this was done during Women Life Freedom, show over 85% of Iranians are against the regime and want regime change. They want Islamic Republic completely out. And you can go look it up. I'll put the name of the organization here. They do a bunch of different polls. It's in the chat. But the number that comes from that is during the Moment Life Freedom, I think there was about 1,500 that they unalived and executed. That was before the massacre happened. So imagine how much more the opposition grew. No population's ever going to support a regime that unalives their people in masses like that. Okay, and people went out in millions. I've watched video after video after video of what happened. I have people that are on the ground who told me what happened. And when I lived in Iran, there was no one around me who ever stood with the Islamic Republic. We knew these people were awful people from the get-go. So the proof is there. You just have to look for it. And if you talk to any Iranian inside or outside Iran, they will tell you that. And another proof that shows that they don't even have the 10% that they did have is that they're literally importing, and you can go look this up too. There's videos of it that they're posting themselves. They're importing Shia Muslims who support them because they don't have any supporters left. Their own supporters are turning against them because it's against the ideology to have any kind of deal with the United States.
Okay,
So
so
there's so much proof. If you're talking about proof, I can talk about it
no,
all day
it's okay.
long. But
We're done. We're past the point of proving things. I mean, to be fair, and I know I asked the question or I made the statement, but can I? My opinion only, is yes, I think that there are a lot of people in your homeland that are against the regime. However,
it's the
they
majority.
oh, sure. No, I'm not even fighting you on numbers right now. I'm just thinking about thought process. Yes, a lot are against the regime. However, they do not want the West chiming in. Just like here in America,
I don't agree with you.
hold on one second. I could not stand Joe Biden, but I would never ever want Russia or China taking out Joe Biden and making the choice for us. Does that make sense? Do you agree with that thought process?
I agree that the thought process might have been that back in the 70s. It is not the same now. The Iranian people are naming streets after Bibi and Trump. You can go look it up. There is graffiti all over the streets asking for help. There is people, I've posted some of the videos. There's all the victims that we lost. They had tweeted, they had made videos, they had asked for help, they had asked for intervention. The Iranian people have been fighting year after year to take this regime out, and they haven't been successful. And they're desperate for help. It's different. It's a different situation than it was in the 70s. They want the intervention. But what they don't want is they don't want the US to deal with their enemies, to deal with their oppressors.
Thank you, Vida.
So could it be possible that they could turn against the US? Yes, but right now, and before we make a deal with the devil that's going to release funds to them, right now the Iranian people support intervention because that is the only way that they can get rid of this regime. They've literally tried everything. They've given so many lives for it.
Okay. I just
And I'm
it
not saying that as in my
okay.
opinion, that like I was against intervention. I was against Trump. Up until January, and then I started actually listening to the Iranian people. My only purpose has been to amplify their voices. And even during the war, when the internet was shut down for over 90 days, I basically felt guilty because I didn't know what was going on. I couldn't even contact my family. I didn't know what their opinion was. And so I kind of stayed silent because I didn't know what they wanted at
Thank you,
that point.
Charles.
But then the second the internet came back on, they were telling us that they wanted us to fight for this and they wanted us to amplify their voices for intervention. Like that is the only way that they believe they can get this done. Because this regime will not go down. Let's say the Iranian people free one city, right? Let's say they start to like free a small city by taking over the institutions and like doing it on their own. The regime will literally drop a bomb on them because the regime would rather unalive all Iranians rather than let go of the power there. Because Iran is a
Sure. I agree
very
with that.
resource rich country.
But you're
They're
proving
making
my
so
point.
much
What
money.
else can Trump do?
Nothing. That's what I told you though, is I expect
Okay,
Trump to
but
do anything.
Trump is going to sign this deal, and reality is, and I've been saying it for weeks now, this deal will be worse than Obama's deal.
No, and that's
I
exactly what I'm saying. If he does do that, I would be the first person to admit it. I just think this is all theatrics right now because, I mean, America is involved now, but like this same thing happened right before the war started because, you know, America wasn't paying attention because we weren't in war yet, but Iranians were paying attention. The same mental games were happening right before the February 28th date when the Ayatollah was taken out. Trump plays these mind games to throw everyone off. And then once he throws people off, he does something completely out of the blue. That's
But
what his actions have shown in the
sure,
past.
sure,
And
I'm with
that's
you.
what I'm hoping is
Okay,
happening, but
but
I'm not gonna.
let's say you're right. Let's say they're playing mind games. What other moves can Trump play? We're out of options. The
Arm
mind
the
games.
Iranian people.
Okay, go ahead. How does that work? How do we do that?
Arm the Iranian people.
How?
The
How?
Artesh is
How do we get them
cons-
weapons?
the same way that we rescued the pilot that was stuck in Iran. We were able to get in, um, have
Okay,
boots on the ground, and
sure.
I
Let's
bet
go with it.
you.
Let's have fun.
But Dave, let me say one
Go
thing.
ahead.
I bet you those weapons are already in Iranian hands. They're just waiting for the right time to go.
Sure.
Because I don't believe that it took that long for the army or for the military to be able to just rescue one person. I think they did more than just rescue one pilot. I think there's things we don't know and we're not meant to know because it's supposed to be an element of surprise for the regime. If the regime knew that the people in Iran are already armed, they would be going door to door trying to find it.
But
And
are you prepared for 500,000 deaths in your country? Because you
no, I
do
don't want to see any
realize.
more bloodshed, but I do know there
Hold
is
on
going
one
to be
second.
more.
Hold on one second. I'll let you go on for a little bit. You do realize that arming the good guys does not disarm the bad guys.
No, I know that. Yeah,
Okay, so you're gonna have a lot of death.
I
So
know.
if you're the president of the United States, it's so easy to say, yeah, let's arm them. But then, okay, so it's either A, I work out a deal with the people in power now and get my country out of war, or option B is you get a whole bunch of weapons in there where maybe a half a decade or a decade from now, millions die in a civil war. Like
I
I
don't believe it would be a civil war because a civil war would
really?
be, yeah, it wouldn't be a civil war. You don't understand that the IRGC consists of less than 150,000 people. That against millions of people who have the same
Then why do you need
outlook
weapons? So you're wait,
because they
hold
have
on.
nothing.
So
They have
you're
empty
saying it's
hands.
91.8 million versus 150,000?
Yes.
I got breaking news. You don't need weapons if that was really the case. I've never heard that. So we have
Have you watched the footage on January? Have you seen the amount they were actually able to take out some IRGC
that
members?
wasn't
But have you
91 million
seen
people. That was a
it was
large group of
millions of
people.
people in 34 provinces. Every single city I had people out on the streets. It was millions of people.
Okay, if it really was, and I hope
It just tells me you haven't seen the footage. Because if
I
you've seen the footage, you would
sure.
know it was millions of people.
I saw the video. The most memorable one for me was a whole bunch of people not marching, but protesting, walking down the street in pitch black with their cell phone lights on. That was the most memorable video for
Right,
me.
but that was one city.
Sure.
That was
Oh,
Tehran. In one street, Tehran is as big as like LA. It has a population of 9 million people. So there is it's like little cities within the city. And every single part of the city was like that. It wasn't just that one blob. It was everywhere. And every single province in
uh,
Iran was like that. And the deaths mostly come from the provinces that have smaller populations. If you
I
look at
don't
the
think
victims, they're
if
the ones that were not like Tehran had a lot of unaliving just because it has a bigger population, but ratio wise, the cities that were smaller were the ones who got affected the most because the IRGC, they were using war grade weapons on them. They were basically just shooting at that crowd you were talking about, Dave. They were just mindlessly shooting at them. They had snipers on top of buildings and they were targeting people, children, women, elderly. Like they were there to do the massacre. Like they slaughtered Iranians that day. And they've only amped up that power. The
okay.
Iranian people have no weapons whatsoever. They have nothing. The only thing they had were rocks on the floor in front of them. That's
I
all they
hate to
had.
tell you, if it was 91.8 million people versus 150,000 people, you would not need weapons. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They would figure out a way.
That's your
Uh,
opinion, but yeah, I mean, you
no,
haven't seen and you
that's a
haven't
fact.
lived,
That's
you
a
haven't
really?
lived, yeah, you haven't lived the reality of it. I've lived there. I know what it's like. I've
Okay.
lived through the uprisings. I've seen it.
I am stunned that if this conversation happened 110 days ago, it would make much more sense. But now that we're having this conversation now, you seem like a very intelligent woman. You seem like you're very passionate. But the fact that you're saying that it's only 150,000 versus
Yeah, but
91.8
it's
million.
150,000 of
Okay.
armed guards, Dave. They
Okay.
have
Okay.
they walk around. They literally in the streets, they have all these trucks that they drive by and they have the big like I don't know the names of the weapons, but like they have those big machine guns and they have snipers on top of every mosque. And they have it's so the IRGC is not the only one that was there that night. They also had proxies from the region, proxies from Turkey, from Iraq, from Afghanistan, from all of the proxies that they fund were also there. A lot of the people that were unaliving Iranians were not even Iranians. They were speaking in different languages. People were begging them to stop shooting and they couldn't understand them. They were speaking to them in a different language. It wasn't IRGC members. They were some IRGC members there, but that's what I'm saying is the Islamic Republic imports terrorists to do this to its people. They amped up the repression machine to do this to their people. People cannot fight against this with empty hands. And Bibi Netanyahu also said that he would do another air campaign when that uprising happens. And I don't agree with you that there will be millions of deaths, but I do think there will be casualty, which is awful to think about. But the Iranian people are determined to do regime change. They're determined to take down this regime.
Sitting here on day 107 of this war, do you think it's more likely that the regime is overthrown or Trump agrees to this deal where unfortunately they're going to get some of their assets back? Which is more likely?
Are you saying, do I think the regime will ever be overthrown, or do I think it would be overthrown?
What's most likely to happen first or next?
What's more likely to happen first is probably a deal signed. I don't know of what kind, but a deal will
Right.
probably be signed. And that doesn't mean the Iranians will stop their fight. The Iranians are the loneliest people when it comes to this. The Islamic Republic has deals with everyone. Everyone gets cheap resources from Iran. And so there's no motivation for anyone to help Iran or Iranians get rid of this regime.
Okay.
So
Leah,
the Iranian
Question.
people will
all
be
right, let me
the
say
end
hi
of
to
it.
Leah. Leah, how are you, love?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm
Doing
great.
fantastic. Just got back from Washington, D.C. today, so
No
it was really
way.
nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah. I
awesome.
put some stuff in my story about it. But I was going to ask this lady next to me, when you were talking about the 150,000, would the Bashids be included in that number, being that they answer directly to
The
the
Basij,
Islamic
yeah.
Revolutionary? Okay,
hmm
so it's upwards of 600,000 of them. Just saying.
600,000 of Basij members and Iranian Basij members.
That's what it says. Yeah.
Where are you getting that number?
Hold on just a second. Let me pull
Even
it.
if it is, that would bring us down to what? 81.2 million versus 700,000. Where I mean, you could throw the 600,000 in. I don't get how we still have this
I
thought
just
process 107 days in. Go
I
ahead,
just
love.
did a ChatGPT check. The most
Oh yeah.
reputable number is 150 to 190,000, and that's
Okay.
before
That's totally
the unalivings
disingenuous because
happened.
that is the 150,000 is the IRGC ground forces, the troops. The IRGC Navy is around 200 or 20,000 sailors. The IRGC Aerospace is 15,000. The quads are between 5,000 and 15,000. And the Bashit, this is a paramilitary force controlled directly by the IRGC. When its full membership claims to mobilize millions, intelligence assessments place its more combat capable or active network at roughly
Could you name your
400.
source?
Yes, absolutely. The Council of the Foreign Councils. And this is 400 to 600,000 personnel.
I'm looking at the same information. I'm not seeing the numbers you're talking about. Yes, there's 150 ground forces, but the Navy, the Quds, and the rest are not. It's like 15,000 each. So
Wow.
it's
Let me pull the numbers for you. Let me
190.
pull the big screen. Give me just 1 second.
Well, just do it quick. Everyone can go and do a quick ChatGPT check. It's not rocket science.
Okay.
No, we just don't want
And that's
misinformation.
the
That's all.
number. I'm not doing misinformation. I just typed it into ChatGPT. Everyone can go do the same thing. That number, the 190,000, which is the highest reputable number, is before the air campaign happened. A lot of those facilities and those IRGC members were attacked, and that's exactly why the Islamic Republic has been importing the proxies into Iran.
I just had a look.
There's nothing that I said that's no information on. Go ahead.
It says 570,000, 500. Well, basically just over 500,000 in active personnel and 300 and
I'm gonna be
well,
honest.
yeah,
The numbers don't matter.
330,000.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Whether it's 100,000 or 700,000, I don't think that matters. I think the only question left is how long does it take Trump to snap Bibi to do the right thing? Go ahead, Leah. Talk about what's on the screen, love.
No,
Okay, the number that you guys are talking about is including the Artesh. The Artesh is mostly the Iranian people themselves, because if you are in Iran as a man, you have to serve 2 years into the army. So the Artesh is not part of the IRGC. The Artesh is a parallel force for the government and for the Iranian people, but it's not part of the IRGC. There's actually been a lot of defections in the Artesh, which is the army, because they don't stand with the military they don't stand with the IRGC, and they don't stand with the Islamic Republic. And that is why the Islamic Republic does not give them power. It's the IRGC is a completely different force. Its only purpose is to protect the regime and protect Islam. The Artesh consists of the actual people on the ground.
I'll be honest, I am stunned that we're having this conversation on day 107 of this war.
Look, Dave, this is my only purpose is to come here and to spread the actual information as an Iranian, because I was hearing a lot of misinformation, and I'm not here to change anyone's mind. I know my truth as an Iranian, and I know Iranians and what they want. I'm not going to sit here and argue with people who know nothing about it. I'm not talking about you, Dave. I'm just talking about people that are questioning. People that are questioning my legitimacy. It's just really frustrating, because I'm only here to amplify Iranian voices. I'm not here to change anyone's mind. I'm not here to argue with anyone. I'm just here to give the facts. I've done a lot of research on this. I've done a lot of looking into it. I have primary sources in Iran who are telling me information that I know, and I'm not going to sit here and argue with people telling me that I'm not giving the right information. I'm spreading misinformation.
I'm not even worried.
If you guys have any other questions regarding Iran, I'm happy to stay for another 10 minutes to answer them. But I don't think this is the space for me to.
I got one more question
arguing.
before you go.
Yeah,
just simple question: if Bibi listens to Trump, gets out of Lebanon, and that deal is signed, what's next? What's next for somebody like Pahlavi? What's next for your people? Because
the Iranians will
Go.
continue. They're gonna continue their fight. It's not gonna stop them. We've never relied on anyone to do this for us. We've just asked for help and hoped that people would stand by our side. But the Iranians will continue on their fight, just like they have been for the last 47 years. And Israel will also be fighting this war, because it's also in their best intention to have regime change, because that regime is going to be a threat to them as long as they exist. And for the whole region, to be quite honest, because they're the biggest sponsors of terrorism. So
But where am I wrong in saying that this current regime is about to become the superpower of that region based off the result of this war and them getting back all their assets and
mhm.
getting sanctions lifted? Where am I wrong?
You're not wrong if the deal does go through and there's no war. But my personal opinion is that
Uh-huh.
Trump is playing mind games with them just like he has been this whole time. And the terms are going to be ambiguous, and he's waiting for them to fail the terms so that he can go back and have an excuse to attack them again. That's my personal opinion of how
But
I'm reading it.
sure, let's
But
go with
that
that.
that might
Let's say
not
that's the
that might not
truth.
happen.
What else
But
can Trump accomplish? That's
I
the
don't.
problem.
That's the thing is,
Yeah.
you know, as an American, you want to know what Trump is doing. But as an Iranian, I don't really care what Trump does. No matter what he does, Iranians are going to fight this fight. And they're going to continue no matter what, whether they have support, whether they don't, whether the American people support them and stand behind them, whether they don't. Iranians will continue this fight. So I
So
know
it's about
what,
to be another 30 years.
yeah, it might. It might take decades, it might take hundreds of years. Iranians will not stop this fight. The only thing that is really dangerous is if we allow this regime to have nuclear power, we can't touch them.
So your logic is majority of men in Iran have served in the military, their military, know how to fight, but nothing has happened yet.
They don't. That's the thing, as I was saying, my grandpa himself was in the Artesh. He was a sergeant in the Artesh. He worked for both the Pahlavi dynasty and he worked for the regime. And the thing is, the Islamic Republic knows that Artesh will go against them, and so they don't give them power to do anything. They don't get training to like fight the regime. They only go to like camp for 2 years, and then they're given no power to do anything else. They don't even get access to their weapons.
How long were you living in Iran?
I lived there for 15 years, and then I would go back and forth often. So
Wait, you left there when you were 15?
I left there when I was 15, but I went back and lived there for another few years.
So
So
why
I've
don't you
lived
have an accent?
because I went to an American school and I
Who gives a
studied
fuck about all
English.
that?
I
But
can
when
speak
you
Farsi. Are you saying I'm not Iranian? I can
no,
speak
no.
in.
Here, you guys should come back up. I'm just gonna give Negan just a chance to bow out because I don't want it to turn ugly. And I have a feeling it would. I will say that it is both eye-opening and scary that 107 days into this war, there are people with that mindset still. That is eye-opening to me. And she seems like a nice girl, and I don't want it to get ugly. She came here, she said, "Look, I'm here to speak on behalf of my people." And that's why I really didn't bring many people up and allowed her to talk. And that's that. I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. How many things, it just, when we talk about the warmongers and Trump and Bibi are playing, I don't know, I think we're up to 1,527 D chess. Dave, she's spewing bullshit. No, I feel that she's being sincere in every sentence she said. Now, is she accurate? I don't know. I have no clue. Um, no, Dave, she's not BSing. Okay. I'm not saying she's BSing. I feel that she's being very sincere. However, reality is what her ideal end result is with this war. It just can't happen. And I was gonna go on to, okay, let's just go with it. Trump is playing 993D chess. How does Trump accomplish what you need? No clue. And if Trump were to get back in this war, what's the objectives? No clue. So I gave you a chance to just get out, but go ahead.
Sorry, you cut out a little bit, so I didn't hear everything you were saying, but
No, all I said was
um,
I was giving you a chance to just get out of this conversation. You said I want people to hear my side. I'm speaking on behalf of my people.
mhm.
I didn't really bring people up because I know
And
that
I
it would
appreciate you
get
for giving
ugly.
me a platform. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I think what's really frustrating is this, every time Iranians come and speak the facts and tell you the truth of, their people, they get discredited. And that's why I even joined and that's why I came on here because it's absolutely disgusting to me that the oppressed, which are the Iranian people, are the ones who have to prove to everyone that they're not telling lies, like because everyone is discrediting them and everyone is helping the Islamic Republic with the propaganda. If the information I'm giving you is not correct, why would the Islamic Republic turn off the internet for 90 days to suppress the information? I'm seeing the information firsthand every single day, and I have no
Mhm.
agenda other than the freedom of my people. So, and I just want to say for anyone that's on this panel, if you ever hear someone discrediting an Iranian, just know that they're spewing propaganda from the Islamic Republic. The Islamic Republic cannot reach Americans because they haven't been able to create a missile, a long range missile, or nuclear power yet. But what they can do is they can help divide the Americans with propaganda. They can help discredit Iranians by propaganda. That
Can
is
I ask
exactly
you,
why they turned off the internet.
do you understand why Americans, as at least the majority of Americans, are basically begging Trump to get out of this war?
Yeah, no, a
Okay, great.
thousand
Okay,
percent.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
So you understand where Americans are coming from.
yeah,
I try
100%.
really hard to understand where you're coming from, and you're not the only one. We've had plenty of Persians up here. You're not unhinged. I could tell you have a good head on your shoulders.
Thank you.
I just have a hard time, and I have no way of disproving you that it's essentially 91 million versus 500,000 or 100,000. I don't think you guys, your side would need weapons if that was the case. That's my biggest issue with what you said, but I have no way to
Yeah,
prove you wrong, and
Dave,
there's no point. Go ahead.
I promise you, I know exactly what you mean. Like,
Hmm.
I'm not discrediting you with that observation you're making because it's wild. But let me tell you, I've watched it. I've watched the footage, and it's brutal, and it's disgusting, and it's awful. And it's almost impossible for the Iranians to do this with bare hands. They've tried many, many, many times, and that's why the regime continues to increase the numbers of killing and executions because they know it's working. It's scaring them to keep going out there, but they're not going to stop. But I think it's just as Americans, you guys don't have a way to imagine that it's true because we live in a democracy. We've never seen what's happening on the grounds in Iran, right? As an American, I can understand your perspective.
Yeah,
But
but
trust me when I tell you that it's possible. The Islamic Republic has done this year after year after year. They pre planned this massacre. They knew exactly how to do it. They had agents, they had proxies from outside of Iran, they had agents on top of rooftops, they had war grade weapons, and they were just shooting. You know that big crowd that you're talking about?
mhm.
Imagine Iran is 1/3 of the US, right? Like population 90 million. It's a huge surface area too. Um, Imagine that crowd just being shot at from four directions. You really don't think that if it would be almost impossible. Like my cousins were out in the streets that night and they were telling me they had spread gas, like they not like tear gas or anything like we see here, like some some type of gas. I don't want to say mustard gas, like some type of gas that was like causing them irritation for days. And it was spread all across the city. And while people are out there on the streets, they're coughing, they're like hacking up blood. Like it's not how you're imagining it. It's the Islamic Republic does everything in its power to suppress and oppress Iranians. So as an American, I understand it's hard to imagine, but it is happening. urge you to please listen to Iranians. I'm more than happy to send you the footage. I'm trying to figure out a way to like upload all of them in one place and like share them with everyone. But my problem is it's so brutal and so violent that I can't find a platform that would
Is
host
there a
it.
Twitter account that is, because Twitter is the most free where you could post that crazy shit?
Yeah, so there is like a bunch of Iranian activists that are reposting things, but like
Can you give
I'm
me
more
one?
talking
I'm gonna
about
look
like
it
an
up right now.
archive.
Give me one.
Well, I don't know of one that would have everything on there. Like there's
Just
that
give me one that
information.
is posting
Okay.
anything besides Pahlavi,
Masi
which I
Masi
follow
Ali
Pahlavi.
Najad.
Uh,
Masi
uh,
Ali Najad is
for $7
actually
trillion, I couldn't spell that. So what do I search for on
here, I'll
Twitter
put
right
it in
now?
the chat.
Wait, just spell it to me. I'm on my Twitter now. Or
I think
tag me on
it's
Twitter, Yo Baby Daddy 2B, because and then let's
can you
just
type in your name
here, I'll put it on
on
a
the
sticker.
chat?
Can I just tell you something that what not bothers me, but how I push back if
Do you
you're
have
in a
Instagram, Dave?
yes, here.
Can I
Just hold
send
on.
it? Can I
Yes,
just
just
send you
hold on
my
one
whole
second.
folder on
Just
Instagram?
sure. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Um whenever we talk about crowd size, right?
Hmm.
Here, I put up a sticker right below you for my X and IG. But this is my problem, okay? If we look at the No Kings protest that the Democrats threw against Trump, right?
Hmm.
If you went on social media that day,
Hmm.
it would appear as if like 92% of the country hates Donald Trump. But reality is that day there were a couple million maximum people out protesting Donald Trump. So do you see the correlation that regardless
Yeah,
of
but
what, go ahead.
that's it's different because there's
Why?
designated organizations and designated cities that were holding those protests. In Iran, it was everyone out in the streets. And
But didn't
that's what I was
Pahlavi
saying.
tell everybody to go out to the streets?
Yeah, but the
Okay.
protests were already happening starting December. They started in the markets.
Okay. I don't
The
know.
biggest numbers came out in January 8 and 9. Those were the days that they were massacred. Um,
And I don't know how often you've been in here, but I have said from day one, there's a lot of people, I called them Santa Shaw, but if Pahlavi was the answer and Trump got rid of the regime with Bibi and put in Pahlavi, I could care less. That would be great. You get what you want, and Trump gets out of this war, and everybody wins. However, it just seems like the odds of the regime getting overthrown, it's just not going to happen anytime soon.
oh, I think all Iranians know that. We know how awful this regime is. We just don't want the world to continue to give them power. That's the thing. The JCPOA was the biggest.
Yeah, but
Uh,
at the beginning of the war, the impression was that your
you're gonna go
people,
in and do a couple bombs on them, and then they're just gonna be done, and the people are gonna take over.
yeah, pretty much, that your
Yeah, but
people would rise up.
don't you
And
think
that,
the Islamic Republic also knows that? And don't you think they're going to amp up their repression machine to make sure that doesn't happen? Look, the strongest force that can take out the regime is the people. And so the Islamic Republic can only target the people right now. They can't do anything to Americans. They haven't been able to unalive a single troop inside of Iran, a single American inside of Iran. They literally waved the underwear of the pilot that was stuck in there. That's the most they've been, the closest they've been to attacking an American on their own soil. The only strength that they have is against their own people. And so that's the only thing they've been able to amp up. And it's impossible for the Iranians right now to do an uprising when Trump is negotiating with their oppressors. And it's impossible for them to do an uprising when the Islamic Republic is out to get them. They're literally doing checks on their phones. They're stopping them in the middle of the streets and they're checking their phones. And if they find anything that's against the regime, they take them to prison and execute them like 10 days later for being a spy of the West.
okay.
That's what's happening.
I
I'm in the
just,
Telegram chats for the victims, for the mothers who've lost their babies during the massacre, and I'm also overseeing some of the chats of the forces themselves. They're literally posting videos bragging about doing that.
You know
Even
what?
the
Let me
people
log
who
into my
were,
Telegram. There was a Telegram group that somebody told me to join. Wow, I have not checked it. There's 3,000 messages. It's called Vahid Online. Okay, that's the Telegram chat that somebody told me to join, that it would help open my eyes. In the first couple of days, I would check in there. And to be
Mhm.
honest, I mean, first of all, everything is, um, nothing is in English, okay, or at least very little. And I just didn't see anything that would open my eyes and lead me to believe that regime change is on the horizon, like gonna happen
Did you
soon.
join it? Did you join it
Yes,
after
I'm
the
still in it.
massacre happened?
Uh,
So you
af
realize Vahid
it was
Online
after the
is
war started, so yes.
okay, so Vahid Online only posts daily news, so you have to scroll way back to see like the uprising videos, right? And what you're not able to see as any Vahid Online, that platform is meant for Iranians. It's not meant for Americans to understand what's happening on the ground.
And can I
What
just say
I've
this?
done,
At the beginning of this conversation, you said something that if Trump signs this deal,
mhm.
uh, you're going to criticize Trump, and that's fine. You have every right to. The
Yeah.
only thing I will say to you is just remember, Trump did.
Hold on, let me correct that really
Okay,
quickly. If he signs the deal and releases funds to the Islamic Republic and doesn't um, get to any of the objectives that he wanted to get to, that's
sure.
when I would criticize.
Okay,
But go
just
ahead, sorry.
realize even, and once again, you're going to do what you're going to do.
Hmm.
But just keep in mind, Donald Trump has done more than anyone else in
No, I know
regards
that.
to.
And
Okay,
I will
well,
always
just
be
remember
thankful
that
for that. Yeah, I will be
because
always be thankful
Israelis
for
have
him
already
taking out
turned on him.
Khomeini. No, I haven't turned on him. I'm still, and I
But you
told you
will
this,
once that deal was signed.
I'm still standing 10 toes behind him. I do think it's going to be the biggest mistake if he signs the deal, giving them more power and basically does the same thing Obama did with the JCPOA.
But he has no other
But
option,
I
love.
don't, but
He
that's the
has no
thing is
other option. I'm sorry.
but I don't agree with you on that. I don't think that's his objective. I think he is doing that and it's a 60-day MOU, right? He's only, in my opinion, he's doing it so that because he knows they're not going to uphold their part of the deal. The Islamic Republic and the IRGC are already having problems. The IRGC is not on the same page as the Islamic Republic. The people that are signing the deal are Arakchi, who is the advisor, the foreign advisor, Ghalibaf, who is wanting to take over power, Pezeshkian, who is the president puppet in Iran. That's the team that's trying to sign the deal. There's clerics and other Islamic Republic leaders who don't agree with them. There's this shift of powers happening. There's fractures within the whole system, and the IRGC is completely against it. Yesterday, there were videos released of their supporters and the IRGC chanting "Death to Arakchi," the same people I just mentioned who are trying to sign a deal with him. So in my eyes, it looks like Trump is just playing this game with them to continue to fracture them, and he knows they're not going to be able to hold up their part of the deal, and that is going to be a violation to the deal, which is going to get us back into whatever we need to do to address it. But I still don't. I'm still supportive of the actions because I'm not listening to the words. I'm looking at the actions, and the actions have been showing me that America and Israel want to take out this regime, and they're weakening them. And the Islamic
Really?
Republic and the
So
IRGC
you
are at
think?
their weakest that they've ever been,
So you
ever.
think Trump trying to get a deal was just them playing chess? Like you?
And no, it's not just them playing chess with the IRGC. I think he also wants to make sure it's America first. Also, it's about. I just don't think Trump would go in and do all of this for nothing. If none of the
Okay.
objectives are met, what's the point of spending all of that money? What's the point of even going in the first place?
Exactly. So now
Right.
okay, so let's have a and this is my last question that I'm going to move on. Just very bluntly, if Trump does sign this deal and the war essentially ends, was it even worth it?
No, If
Okay.
that's
No, it wasn't. Thank you.
no, if it's the things that people are saying it is, no. If it's giving them funds, if it's removing, the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz just for the hell of it, if it's negotiating with them and trusting that the IRGC and the Islamic Republic are going to uphold the not enriching uranium. Like if we don't meet any of the objectives, then no, it wasn't worth it. And the Iranians are the biggest losers in all of that, because they dealt with the worst part of all of this.
And unfortunately, I agree with that. And this war, point blank, has not gone as Trump thought, right? He was under the impression that if he takes out the Ayatollah, people will rise the fuck up, and nothing happened. And now Trump is doing anything and everything to get the fuck out because it's a disaster. Every part of this war, unfortunately.
I don't
All right,
totally agree with that, but
really? Do
um,
you think this war is going as planned?
to me, it looks like it. Yeah, so
Really?
far, yeah, yeah. The
Oh my
regime is
God.
so weak. That's the whole point.
You thought when Donald Trump on February 28th started this war, you thought 107 days later he thought there was a chance we would be here?
Did I predict everything that's happening? No, but I do think the blockade was probably the most effective, and so was the air campaign. I think those were the two most effective to bring down the regime, to weaken them. Are we where we want to be? I don't know. I would have to ask. You would have to ask Brad Cooper, General Brad Cooper, and the administration. I don't know the exact details of what they're planning, but from the looks of it, if the objective was to weaken the regime, they've been able to weaken the regime.
Not enough, though.
Not enough for regime change,
Right.
but more than it's ever been.
Okay. Final word to you, love. And I beg you, can you tag me on Twitter? My Twitter and IG is the same. It's
I
below you.
I know you said it's
Ju-
below me, but where below me? I don't see it.
Wait, you don't see the yellow stick? Is that yellow sticker not there? It's now on your
No, I
photo.
don't see anything.
Okay, then I'll type it in the chat, love. But
Okay.
just you get the final word. Say whatever you want, and then I'll let you go.
I just want to say, um, uh, look, Iran was a free country. We had a lot of freedoms when before the revolution happened. Iranians are going to be regretful for the rest of their lives for allowing the Islamic Republic to take over and believing their lies. And what I would hate to happen is the same thing. I would hate. Look, Iranians are the first to even create human rights with Cyrus the Great thousands of years ago. We had everything. We had freedom. We had prosperity. We were a progressive country. And now we're back to the ice ages. Like people say, oh, Trump wanted to take Iran back to the ice ages. No, Iran's already in the ice ages because of the mullahs, because of the extremists, because of the terrorists that are running the country right now. And I just hate seeing Americans believe the Islamic Republic's propaganda. And I hate seeing the division in this country, in America. I hate seeing how the propaganda war is working. The only war that the Islamic Republic is running right now is the propaganda war. I would just say, if there's any decent people here, I do see a lot of comments that are not nice, but if there's any decent people listening to this live right now, please do your own research and listen to Iranian voices, genuine Iranian voices.
Jackie's
Listen to
asking, are
them.
you Muslim?
I was Muslim. I no longer call myself Muslim, and all my family members also stopped practicing.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Anything else,
Anyway,
love?
no, thank you so much for having me and giving me a platform.
No problem.
I usually don't do lives like this, but please send me. Did you send the chat in the? Did you
I
send
did
your?
not. What I'll do is I
You can just
followed you on.
DM me it.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, great. Yeah,
All
and
right.
whatever you need, I'll send it over. I've been collecting like an archive of everything, so whatever info you need, I'm happy to provide you with it. I just don't like doing conversations like this much because I just hate it. It's still very emotional for us Iranians, and that's another thing I would say is be compassionate to Iranians. We just went through a massacre where we lost so many of our people. Then we went through internet blackout. We are going through economic hardship. We're going through a war. We're going through being, fighting this on our own almost. And it's a lot. It's very emotional. It's really hard. And we're also being threatened. Even though we live in free countries, we are still being threatened by the Islamic Republic and the IRGC. So just be compassionate to Iranians, listen to their voices. They're an oppressed group that are fighting for freedom, and they should have everyone's support. I don't understand why people even support the regime, but do not support the regime. Do not believe the regime, believe the people. That's the resistance, is the people, not the regime.
Okay.
But thank you for having me.
All right, love. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. A lot of you, I saw Bombi say she's not even blonde. If I'm going to bash this war, I think it's important to hear from people like her. Now, some of the things she says, I think I am stunned that on day 107 we are still saying this shit. And she seems sincere. She's believing it. So it is what it is. So we have to hear from people like her. There's no doubt about that. And maybe, I don't know. Who knows where we're
Yeah.
at a month from now or 2 months from now? Go ahead, Bombi.
No, I mean, W her, W Free Iran. I'm just messy as hell. I just, wanted to change subject a little bit.
Okay. Trumpavelli, your thoughts on our new Persian friend?
I mean, a lot of the stuff she's saying, man, I mean, it's pretty sad, right? Checking phones, seeing if they're anti-Iran and throwing them away and then executing them. I mean, that's, and I don't think she's lying about that. I believe a lot of the stuff she stated is going on in Iran. Obviously that the world doesn't have access. But what I will say is when it comes to, once again, arming the people, I think Israel should be arming those people, right? Israel should do it. Next thing you'll know, you'll start seeing Israeli flags painted all over Iranian walls. So maybe that's something that Israel can do instead of America.
Well, listen, let Trump get the fuck out of this war, then Israel could do whatever the fuck they please. Sarah, are you there? Sarah, I think you're sleeping. Usually you come up to get on Sajidah's neck. Jackie, your thoughts?
There were a few more questions. If she had just uploaded everything to Twitter, you could have had 250 people looking at the videos that she claims she has. I mean, this is one thing that I don't get is I feel like there's not. I mean, there are stuff out there, but if she has things that are never before seen, it would have been easy for her to just upload it and we all could have gone and see it.
Sure. And if she says this is a Twitter account and I retweet something, then I'll tell everybody and we'll see what happens. But Julian?
I get angry when people insult America's intelligence, right? So that's where my passion's coming from.
How did she insult intelligence? I didn't take it that way. I took it as somebody that cares about her people, wants to talk about her people, and I'm okay with that.
And see, that's where I
Did
blame.
we make a bet?
Hold on, Jackie. That's where I blame Americans like you, Dave, because you're not an immigrant and you have a history in this country. Let's look at these facts. For the past
But
75
blame me how? Blame me for what?
Because you, the power structure in this country, whether it be Republican or Democrat, have allowed this. You've allowed this. She's up here claiming to be she's up here claiming to be oppressed and she left her homeland. But you don't say stop victimizing yourself. See, you only say that when it comes to black people and we talk about our oppression. But see, we didn't run to another country and
yeah, because nobody's sending your asses to the cotton fields today. Meanwhile, her people are getting shot at today.
You know why?
There's a difference.
If it was up to you, we'd still be in the cotton fields. But guess what? We had to unalive your ancestors for our liberation. That's number one. But let's get back to the modern times. In the past 75 years, that country over there called Iran has had 3 attempts on its regime being taken. 2 of those attempts were successful. In 53, the removal of Mossadegh and America put in the Shah. That was successful. In 79, the students arose and overthrew the regime.
America didn't do
That
that.
was
Great Britain
successful.
did.
Wait, in the
Great Britain
past
did that.
75 years, they've had 3 attempts at changing their regime, and 2 of those attempts were successful. But this is the only attempt in the annals of history, and definitely America's history, where America has spent this kind of money and used this kind of military personnel to overthrow a regime and fail. And she wants us to believe that the masses of the Iranian people are so oppressed and we can't do anything about our leadership. She's a goddamn liar, and you know she's a liar.
Okay, so let's just keep it simple. Let's not go with the numbers because I think her numbers are off, and that's fine, no problem. But can you agree that the regime has done terrible things to her people? Can we at
No,
least
I can't
nothing?
agree on that. I can't
Okay,
agree
fair
on that.
enough.
Yes.
Dave, this is the same guy
okay.
who said that the Iranian regime didn't murder 30,000 of their own citizens. Bro.
They didn't.
Wait,
They
do you have
didn't.
proof of that? I want to see
They
proof.
didn't.
Wait, Dave, I bet you a galaxy 2 weeks from now, you still won't have anything from her reposted that is not already on the internet.
Once again,
We've seen
we're
hundreds of
turning it
thousands of
into
people
about
supporting.
her, and I just
No,
think
no,
she.
not about her. It's the fact that if
Okay.
there is actual videos out there that are being sent from her family, I'm just saying, just like everyone else, like people are saying, oh, we have so much information, we have videos that are sent. It'd be all over
Exactly.
the internet.
That's like the babies in ovens on October 7th. You'll never see
Okay,
it.
stop. No, there won't. They
You'll never
did
see
burn
it. It's
babies.
just
They,
a lie.
I seen
oh my
videos of
god.
that.
Yeah.
Well, send them
Okay.
to me, Trumpervelli. Send them to me,
Yeah,
bro.
I forgot who sent me a whole. It was an hour and
Yeah.
30-second.
No, I need
video
you to
about
send them
that.
to me, bro. Send them
I
to me.
don't have it anymore, bro.
Of
I
course
had
you
it when
don't.
it.
Of course
I had
you
it when.
don't. Of course you don't. Shut
All right,
up.
you gonna let me
Fuck out of
respond,
here,
bro?
bro. Fuck out
I
of
had
here,
it.
bro.
I had somebody sent me a
You
video.
guys are pseudo-Americans. You
All
let
right, you
these
fucking
immigrants come into
Yakub.
our
Shut the
country
fuck up.
and use our country.
Stop.
You let them fucking try to use our country for their own goddamn interest and then play,
Julian is
we're
pressed.
oppressed. No, I don't want to hear nothing about no fucking oppression. Get the fuck out of here with that oppression shit. Unless you came over here
Why
and
are you
joined the
upset,
military.
Julian?
How come she's not in the military helping the United States fight, man?
Why aren't you in the military?
Jackie,
You move no sense. Why are you
again,
so
I'm gonna say
upset,
again.
Julian?
I'm
Why
gonna
are you
say
so
again
upset?
because I'm against immigration.
Wait, just hold on. Danny from the HR
I'm
department.
against
All
I'm
right,
against
wait, stop,
immigration.
Julian. Danny is saying, Dave, I can prove she's not Persian. She's a new hire from the Zio HR department.
No, she
All
did
right.
say that she left Iran when she was 15, and I was gonna have her read something and translate it from Farsi because if you grew up there, you would know how to speak it and read it. I personally don't believe that, but that's
Well,
what I'm
I'll be
saying.
honest. If she is a new hire, they should have started off with somebody like her. Instead, if you think back to all the fucking nut jobs we've had over the last 107 days, if there was more of her, there was that one chick, I forget her username, but she was very good. But and then we've had a lot of Israelis come up here defending her side as well. That has gotten very ugly at times.
She's a traitor. She go back there, they'll take her head, and I'm with them.
Negan, I've
She's
given
a
you
damn
multiple opportunities to just get out of this conversation because you have
I
people
sticked
that.
around because
Okay.
sorry, I sticked around because I knew there's gonna be things like this trying to discredit me. Jackie,
No, I
pull it up.
think you're.
I'll read it.
Yeah, no,
Pull
I
it up.
think
I'll
you're.
read it.
I think you're Iranian. I just don't think you were there for 15 years.
Yes, I was, and I also go back often, and my whole family is
Can
there.
I ask
Pull
you
it
when
up.
was the
I'll
last
read it.
time you were there?
The last time I was there was 2022.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I don't want to hear nothing about no
Stop,
oppression.
Julian. You're not going to be rude to her.
Stop
You're
being a
not
victim.
going to be rude to her.
I'm not. But if you can tell black people to stop being a victim and we built America,
Who?
I can
She
tell
didn't say that.
I can tell her and
Okay,
her
never
focus
said
on me.
anything
Okay.
to go
that.
join the
She didn't-
military and go
Julian-
liberate your people.
I've never
Julian,
said that. You're
stop.
making yourself look like a clown, Julian.
Julian, you're
Go join the
pressed.
military.
Relax. You're pressed.
Okay,
fight for
Relax.
your
go ahead,
country.
Negan. Read.
Okay.
Read
The sentence
whatever the heck
says,
that is. Go ahead.
"Ishq che rabti be in dasht." What does love have to do with this?
Hell yeah.
W. I love it. No,
Okay,
I
so-
honestly, I
That's
just,
crazy. Like, why are you even over here trying to like critique whether she was in Iran or not? I don't
No,
That's
I
it's so
personally,
frustrating.
I don't
Trump.
believe. I didn't believe she was
deal
there
with
till
it.
she
We
was
Iranians deal
15.
with it all the time. Look, it's just because I have a good American accent doesn't mean I'm any less Iranian. If it
No one
doesn't
said
mean
you're
just
not,
because
though. I'm not
I know,
denying that
Let
you
her
are.
I know,
talk.
but I heard you guys also criticize KXR, who knows so much about Iranian history and who is such a credible person, just because he was born in the US doesn't make him any less Iranian. We still have Iranian blood, even if we weren't born there. Our families know, they've lived through the hardship, they've lived through the Pahlavi dynasty, they've lived through the Islamic Republic dynasty. They know what it's like. They've lived through wars in
But I think
Iran.
you guys are the minority. Personally,
We're
I
not the
will.
minority,
Okay,
Jackie.
hold on.
And there's so much proof for that, and I can show you.
Okay, I'm just gonna once again I'm gonna give Megan a chance to just get out of the conversation because you have Julian, he's gonna go off. You have Jackie, Jackie's gonna try and discredit. It is what it is. Okay, so just there's no point. If you want to talk, I would bring you up and just let you talk. Okay, I have no problem with that, but it's just not productive, in my opinion, to allow people to just tear into you. It just doesn't make sense. And I keep saying this is I'm trying to give you an out here, and you're not taking it. So go ahead.
Sorry, I keep missing what you're saying because when there's like a time delay
I just
when I
don't
join.
want, no problem. I just don't want people to try and tear you down. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm so used to it though. This is why I don't come on these kinds of lives often. I do, Dave, I want to say I can tell you're a decent person. You're a good person.
No, I'm actually
What
an asshole. Ask your person friends.
but you're
But
giving
go
me a
ahead.
platform. You're letting me talk. I just think I stuck around because I knew there's going to be people who are going to come on your live right after me to try to discredit me, and that's exactly the point I was trying to make. I think I've proved myself enough. I also have videos on my own page that you can see. I was in Tehran. I am Iranian. Like, I don't know how else to prove that. I can
Sure.
even send you my DNA results, which
No,
shows I'm
don't ever do that. Don't send it
96%
to anybody.
Iranian. But that's the thing. It's like it's so frustrating having to continuously like prove myself. And I know Jackie said that she hasn't seen the video footage and all of that stuff. It's because you guys are not looking in the right place. It's the
Okay.
algorithm
Do you
doesn't
have a
show
Twitter
you.
account that we could look? I could retweet
I
it.
do
Can
have
you
a
just?
Twitter account, but I'm
No,
not
no, no.
active
It
on
doesn't even
there.
have to be your Twitter. I'm saying anybody's
Oh.
Twitter. I could go to
I can
anybody's
find
Twitter.
you a list of Twitter accounts that you can go and find information. But this is what I was saying earlier is it's been 5 months since the massacre. So it depends on what information you're looking for. I've created archives of information on my
Okay.
Instagram where I have folders full of videos that I can send you like one by one. You just have to tell me what you're looking for and I can point you to the right direction.
If I'm in your shoes,
Okay.
I would get whatever videos you feel that would make an impression on Americans that want this war over, and tag me in it or do whatever. I could retweet it and
Okay.
then see what happens.
Can you DM me your Instagram and I'll
Sure.
send you a DM with all the footage from the massacre? I think that's probably going to be the most impressionable. I can also send you all the political prisoners.
Okay, just so you
I
know,
can.
I'm following you from a different account. I
Okay,
just
that's fine.
followed you,
Can
and
you
it's
just send me a DM? Let me know that it's
Sure,
you.
sure. I will right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So do you want to answer questions or do you want to get out of here?
I just, I think I need to get out because I can
Okay.
spend all day and all night here. I
Okay,
just
no
want to
problem.
say, I think I proved myself enough that I'm
Okay.
Iranian, that you might not agree with everything I'm saying, but I promise you I've fact checked because we constantly get discredited by people who are spreading Islamic Republic propaganda. And I know my numbers, I know my background. I have not said any misinformation during the whole time I was here. And I thank you for giving me a platform. I thank you for giving me another chance to read what Jackie had up. I'm always open to questions.
That account in the chat with the checkmark YBD_Dave2 is the account I followed you from.
Which account? In the chat?
Yeah, it's hold on, I'll put another checkmark in the chat.
YBD in the chat?
Yes, _Dave2. That's the account I just followed and messaged you from, okay?
Okay. I don't see it in the chat, but I'll take a look at your DM.
Okay. All right, love.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, Leah, your thoughts?
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so I have a thought, Dave. You know how you've been talking about the benefits, right?
The benefits of the
Okay,
war.
of the war. And I'm
Right.
not going to say it's really benefits, but we've got some really like great things that's happened lately because of the situation that we were in. Now we are the number one exporter, right? So now that we have that potential and we know how to use it, nobody's going to screw with us when it comes to that in the future, you know?
Okay. So that is a positive. There's no positive that came from this war for Israel or the Persians. That's my
No.
opinion. And if anybody, and point blank, Trump will declare victory. He's a winner. And unfortunately for some, the IRGC will be the biggest winners outside of Trump. That's reality.
Trump has shown his inexperience in Middle Eastern affairs. We just got to be honest. You know, previous presidents did what
I
they
agree with
could.
that. Yeah.
Okay. Previous presidents, we criticized previous presidents for not getting themselves in this mess because they understood the Middle East more so than Mr. Trump. I think Bibi played this man's ego, and whatever intelligence Trump got as the commander in chief, he firmly believed by booming them and taking out their leadership that the regime would crumble and the people would rise up. The people of Iran have risen up before. They've proven that they're capable of doing it. Okay. So when, and Dave, let's remind each other that before this even started, and I'm so thankful that we had the conversation about what happens if there's no regime change. Nearly all of them said it would be a failure. Nearly all of them said it. They're not satisfied that the United States has done more than any other situation in our history to overthrow a regime, and we're usually successful. The United States is. They're
All
not
right.
satisfied of all of the loss of life, all of the billions and billions of dollars
All
that's been
right, come on,
spent.
Farrakhan. You get like you sit there
Well,
and you listen to her. You get all hyped up, and you get
I'm angry at you. She's
why?
supposed to come over here and try to milk America. That's what
Yeah,
she's supposed to do.
but Julian, you have heard me over the last 107 days bash a lot of people. So I do feel that it is necessary to allow somebody like that to talk. I let KXR talk. I let Rui talk, even though Rui's on a little bit of or a lot of a different side than that nice lady in KXR. So yeah, I will allow the other side to talk, and I will
No,
continue to
it's
do
not
so.
about I don't care about her talking. But you're in a position being from a demographic standpoint, you're a white American, the masses amount in this country, right? You would represent the base, Donald Trump's base, Republicans' base, as far as voting is concerned. I think you're just being too damn soft, to be
Fair
honest
enough.
with you.
No problem. Okay. I could see why people would think that. I saw Dana say, but 2 hours, damn. No, I do feel that I've been harsh
I take that
on
back.
her
I
people.
gotta take my bad. I apologize because
For
when I think
what?
about it, because when if I'm gonna really look at it, how you have been. The fact that you're on Israel's neck, okay, that's really the root cause of all of this, right? It really is, right? And I didn't expect that, even though I know that's the truth, right? I didn't expect that, and I suspect that Trump is having these conversations behind closed doors. Some of it's been leaked, right? But what I'm saying about the Iranian, Dave, is that you knew from day one that they would never be satisfied unless there's a regime change.
All right,
You knew that.
let's go to Sweet. Where are you from?
Hi, Dave. I'm Iranian Canadian. I
Oh,
lived
hello.
in Iran for 30 years and Canada a little bit over 20 years. I I don't know if you have any question, but I came in here to approve what Negin said.
Oh,
We
it's
spoke our
Nagin.
language
That's her
in
name,
different
Nagin.
panels. Sorry?
It's Nagin. I think I was calling
Yeah,
her something.
Negin. Yeah, I said
Yes.
Negin.
Okay. No, I was saying it wrong. That's fine.
Oh, okay. And we go to different panel. We speak our language, and I would share that when we, because the person who does the live, he lives in Germany, and he speaks 5 language. and he can be best source for what you're looking for. And we all have our sources and the archive for whatever you're looking for. Would
Sure.
love
Can I just
to.
ask you a simple question?
Sure. My
Most
English language is not good as
well,
Nikki
neither
because
is mine,
I
so I
didn't go to
understand
school
everything you're
in
saying.
Canada.
You're fine, love. My question is, what is the number one thing? Let me say it this way: there's a lot of people, just not Americans, but throughout the world, that want this war to end now. What are we missing?
It's hard to say, but the thing is, this regime built not only inside the country, but they have lots of allies outside the country, which nobody knows where they are, how they look, what they're looking for. Some of them in the past, the way that I grew up, they had different faces or outfits or talking or beliefs. Now they look like us, but they spying and they do lots of things behind the scenes that we don't know until we get to the bottom and say, oh my God, they are not one of us.
Okay, let's
It's
just
so
go.
hard
Okay.
to it's hard to explain because I didn't know these things are happening, and they not military, but it's look like they train to do that. In outside the country, they are everywhere. Because this regime spend money for them.
Okay.
So they are in Europe, they are in Canada. Canada just released 15,000 names of these people who they money laundry for them in Canada.
Oh yeah. Okay, Jolene's gonna ask you a question. Let's see how this goes. I
Sure.
don't know. Jolene, just ask a direct question, and if you can, sweet, just give a direct answer.
Okay, so she's Iranian Canadian. Is that what she said?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So the direct question is: Are you saying that the masses of the Iranian people are against their regime, and but they can't do anything because their hands are tied militarily? Is that what you're saying?
Can you ask more specific? Because it's really, it's a very general question. I don't
Okay.
know how to start. It's going to be
Yeah,
like an
I'm
hour
trying to make
speech.
I'm trying to make it very simple. We've seen on 2 occasions in recent Iranian history where they've overthrown their regime. Iranians have proven that they can overthrow a regime. Okay.
Yes.
Are you saying that the masses of the Iranians today want to overthrow the regime, but they just can't?
I can tell you some because I was not in the Shah regime, but what I see, we're talking about 50 years ago, and people were not, they were living under different regime that they didn't struggle for food or job, and we Iranian were so well known around the world. Now we're talking about the passport that myself, it says I'm Iranian. Even I have Canadian passport. It's difficult when you are in Iran and you don't have internet. They've shut down the internet for 90 days.
Yeah, they should have.
How they could have
That's smart.
connection even between them inside the country. People had no
Yeah.
clue if the next door is still alive or not.
Well,
Or
they
their
had
family.
Starlink, but Iran has been under attack for the past year by 2 nuclear superpowers who's been using their internet to unalive their leaders and do other things. So America would do the very same thing if America was under attack. America would shut down the internet for
I'll
national
tell you
security.
something. President Trump did a big, huge favor for us because this regime could not be collapsed or shaking with Iranian without any weapon.
Well, okay, if that's the
It's
case,
hard to
okay,
understand because you are not there, you didn't live there. I born there, lived there, went to
no, but I
school,
live
went
in
to
the United.
university, and I immigrated to Canada because when I saw I have a daughter and there is a possibility they can steal it off my hands when I'm on the street and shopping, it was the time I said because technically I didn't really need to leave it. I had my life, I had my job, I was not refugee, I was not in a political danger. It was my decision to be granted. And this
Okay.
is like over 20 years ago. And
Okay.
things are getting worse since then.
But I can respect. I can listen to you and kind of respect a little bit more honesty coming from you. But you always mention, and I've been to Cuba, and some people who are against the Cuban regime, they say the same thing about the economic situation. Well, if we look at reality, and Dave said it earlier, Iran's going to come out of this with their assets, with control, a certain level of control of that Strait of Hormuz, if they want to take tolls or whatever, and the sanctions are going to be lifted. That's going to change the economy, and it's going to change the mood of the people. The reason the economy's been that way, and you and I both know it, is because the United States have tried to strangle that regime by
No,
forcing
I
by
disagree
forcing
with that,
economic
Julian.
sanctions on the people.
Disagree. No. Sanction was the bad excuse to promote what they're doing behind that. So sanction was not on drugs.
No, you
What
brought up the
we have
fact
a
that they didn't have
shortage of the
food,
medicine inside the country.
but
And when
that's
people
because of the
speak about
sanction.
it, they say, oh, it's sanction. No.
Oh,
If
no,
you read
it
the
is
sanction, it's not included with the medicine. But they
That's
did it for
bullshit.
us.
That's bullshit. I know that's a lie. I
Yeah.
know that's a lie.
Who's lied?
Right now, Cuba can't get no. See, you say that I'm not from Iran, but I'm from the United States. I know my government. And plus, on top of that, I come from a people who were oppressed and fought our way through it. So when I hear a handful of Iranians coming over here from a nation of 90 million people who've demonstrated to the world that they can overthrow their government, and they got the help of my government, the most help my government has ever given anyone to overthrow a government, that's telling me that the people apparently love their regime, not you. You're in the
All right,
diaspora. You
hold
ran.
on. Mercedes, I saw you tagging Mish, so where are you from, Mercedes?
I'm from Canada, from Toronto. I'm here in support of my people. I know Sweet June from another panel, and I do know Nagin. These two are wonderful advocate ladies who stand up for Iranians. And I don't know where to start, but the one thing I want to get off my chest is we don't want to modify the regime. We want to overthrow it. These people are not fixable. They're not. You cannot literally fix them. They're toxic. They're like cancer. Absolutely cancer.
Okay.
Letting one
Mercedes,
demon stay
have me and you
alive.
met?
No, and it doesn't matter if I met
Okay.
you or not. But
No,
what it
I
matters,
remember a Mercedes, and I was making sure it wasn't you.
literally, no, it's not. Literally, what you need to understand that there's no rationalizing with a criminal. Let me give you something to think about. When you prosecute a criminal, do you think a judge is going to sit down and have a conversation and have a coffee with you and say, oh, wow, you know what? Let's make a deal. You don't
Yes.
make a deal with a criminal. You
Happens every day.
prosecute them and they go, sorry.
Happens every day. If a prosecutor can't prove,
Just allow me to speak, please.
I'm having flashbacks to late February, early March.
Prosecuted.
Go ahead.
Which means you get prosecuted by, well, in Canada, we have the federal, so Canada's criminal justice system will prosecute you. And if a judge cannot come to an agreement, they bring 12 people, we call them the juries. The juries decide your destiny, and you get to do nothing. You get to close your mouth and be quiet. You can get an attorney to defend you, but what I'm trying to get on, if you're found guilty, you're prosecuted, you're done. You're a done deal. And that's how we look at the Islamic freaking whatever regime.
But Mercedes,
I don't even want to talk right now. I'm fumed.
you just
For
spoke.
you
What
to
do you
come
mean you
and
don't
try
want to
to
talk?
tackle,
What the hell?
you're trying to like tackle my people.
Stop
Who's
being a
trying to
victim.
tackle your people?
Stop being a
They're
victim.
having, nobody's been a
Stop
victim.
being a victim. I can say
I
it
have a
now.
criminal justice background, sir.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have I don't need to, thank you. I don't need to explain myself. But what I'm
I don't
here,
care.
I don't care what you
You're
care.
not in your
But,
homeland. That's what matters.
okay,
You're a victim.
we're not a victim.
How y'all like that?
Okay, this is you know how like like at a baseball game they'll have turn back the clock night where they will like wear their old school uniforms and stuff like that. I feel like this is turn back the clock morning to just 107 days ago. And it's even more similar that we have some people that are very good at saying what they want us to know, and that would be Nagin. Then we have people that maybe are not that great. That would be the last lady that came up here, rambled on for 5 minutes, then said to me, I don't even want to talk. And then we have people in between, which would be the lady to her left. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm stunned that we're having this conversation this morning, knowing what Trump wants and what Trump needs. I'm stunned that we're here 107 days later. Stop tackling people, Dave? Yeah, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Leah, your thoughts?
My thoughts. Okay, I hear them. But like if you look back in our history in the United States 251 years ago, right? We had to get help from foreign countries, yes. And I feel like we had to do the legwork and footwork ourselves. We had to rise up and do it ourselves. And like that's what I don't understand. We took out the top of the IRGC, right? And so I think it's up to them at this point. I don't know why they're coming over here lobbying. Like, it's getting ridiculous. It's like we're almost got a deal here. And it's almost like they want to make us feel guilty for wanting the best for our country, for us not wanting our inflation to go crazy high and then our interest rates to go high. And then in a year, we can't get out of this for 3 more years, And it's just like, it just feels kind of selfish a little bit sometimes, We can't police the whole world.
Okay, so I'm not saying you're wrong in what you're saying. I'm a big fan of letting them talk, especially I mean one person a morning for a decent extended conversation. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's important that everybody in here hears all
Yeah.
sides. But for it to turn into an all morning, let's talk about why we should not end this war yet, essentially. I think that is crazy to do.
Crazy work.
Your thoughts on the UFC?
I don't know. I haven't heard what happened. I hadn't looked.
Well,
I
there
was there the day earlier, and then I left DC probably about 4 and got home about 8.
There was whoever fought Derek Lewis. He is a nut job,
hmm
and he won. He knocked out Derek Lewis, and he said to Joe Rogan that, and I quote, well, I don't know if it's an exact quote, but paraphrasing, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? And
Serious? Oh my
yes,
God.
and whoever that guy is, he's nuts. I forget his name. He is entertaining, and he consistently knocks. Hokit, yes, thank you. Who said that? Thank you, Vito. Hokit is fucking nuts.
That was great. Hey, let me ask you another
Sure.
question. Did you hear? I know you've heard about this because you stay on top of this kind of stuff. There was one of the UFC fighters that was banned from this 250 event.
Yes, and he showed up and apparently got arrested.
Did he?
Sean
Oh my
Strickland, yeah.
goodness.
But
Okay, that's him, Sean Strickland. Yeah.
yeah, and ironically, I was flying back to Pittsburgh, and I was on Twitter, and you
hmm
know who tweeted out about that is Marjorie Taylor Greene,
No
criticizing
way.
for Sean Strickland. I don't even know why he was arrested, or I know he had some kind of issues where Dana White banned him, but I don't even know why he was banned.
Wow.
I think
Well,
he's just nuts.
well, that could be it too. But I just thought that was pretty good. But, it's just like I keep hearing these people come up and these people that we're listening to, right? None of them practice, like the religion. And then they say their family back home don't practice. Have you caught on to that?
Yes, I
I've
have.
heard that from a lot of them now. And I don't know. It's just like they
So
tell us.
Truth is saying Sean Strickland got banned for criticizing Israel. Is that
That's what
sincere or is that
I was
bullshit?
going to ask. That's what I heard. That's what I was asking you, but you didn't say anything, so I wasn't going to lead into it. But
No,
yeah, that's what I
I have
heard.
no clue. He literally got banned for just
Yes, for
criticizing Israel.
criticizing it. Yep. Yeah.
In which way, though?
Let me pull it up real
Like,
quick.
is he saying terrible things about Jewish people, or is he criticizing Bibi?
Let me
Daniel's
get the
saying no.
quote.
That's not true. Okay, Casey's saying yes, it is true. Okay, so I don't know what my guess is. It's somewhere in between. Bianca,
Hi, good morning.
how are you?
Good, how are you? You've
I'm
had a
great.
busy few days, huh?
Yeah, I went to San Antonio for the Knicks game, and then I had a 6 a.m. flight to Dallas and went to a World Cup game. And I beg everybody, leave this broadcast and just go or search on Twitter Netherlands Dallas and just look at what the fuck they did. It was fucking nuts.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
what in the
Yeah.
city? In the actual city?
Yes, it was just one big party, and coincidentally, it was somebody that I met through TikTok that I met up with, and uh, on Saturday, I think it's Saturday, they're in Houston, so I'm gonna go to Houston for that as well. So all these,
Netherlands, that's who you're going for?
no, they just look, they know how to have fun.
Oh, okay.
And this chick that came in, she appeared here once or twice. She's probably in here lurking now. But it was right after when the World Cup was announced to come here. I said, I see this video of this guy, and whenever Netherlands comes to the World Cup, I want to party. And sure enough, she has me on Telegram, but she refuses to show up here because she has a position within their government. And we talk about crazy shit here. So she lurks
Oh
here,
my
but she
God.
never comes up. So it
That's
is
so
what it is.
funny.
But
I'm
look up
okay.
Netherlands Dallas and see the
I
fun
will.
that they have. But go ahead.
That you had.
Yes,
I
but it was I was stunned at how many people were there. But go ahead.
I'm loving all of the World Cup. This has been so cool. And especially,
Yeah.
have you seen the tweets of like the guy in Germany? Like I've seen so much stuff, but the guy in Germany who's like actually actively posting and how like amazed they are with America. They were like, there's a bald
Yes.
eagle in the stadium, and like, look how big everything is in there. It just seeing Europeans like be in shock and awe about America has been
Yeah.
really cool. Then you have like the footage coming out of Mexico. Have you guys seen any of that?
No,
Yeah.
It's
I
so good.
reposted
Oh,
I
two
have
of them
not.
today.
I'm like my whole Instagram is a story is tung, 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 all of what's going on. The World Cup, we have all the Koreans making out with the Mexican girls, and they're like shocked because their culture is so different. Then you like in America, we have like the Colombian communities throwing huge concerts and parties in Miami and LA. And like then the Jordanians are hanging out with that. Like it's so cool to see all of these like countries come together. I'm obsessed. Obsessed. This has been really
Well, I'm
fun.
obsessed with Netherlands, and the only other one that I've seen on my timeline is Scotland.
Oh
They
yeah,
look
me
like they're
too.
having fun.
Yeah, in
Uh,
Boston.
yes.
Oh my God, I
So,
love it. I love Scottish people. I like
and
their
Julian,
accent.
I met
Mhm.
Jameis Winston yesterday.
That's my boy. That's my
You
boy.
see, I'm not really that big of a fan. I think he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
But
he is.
uh,
He is.
but whatever. But if you look up Netherlands Dallas, I'm sure Winston is on a lot of the coverage. I was surprised he's there. So yeah, but let's get back to.
I've been in the
Actually,
Netherlands. It's a
go
great
ahead.
place. The people are great. I've been there. People are great. I like what they did.
They seem very, very
I like when they
enthusiastic
gave.
and
I like
happy.
when they gave those Israelis a bath. I like what they did over
Oh,
there.
of course you go there. You're such a
I got
fucking
big
idiot.
respect for
Oh
them.
my
I got
god.
big
Wait,
respect.
All right.
before you move on.
Anyways,
Before you move
Bianca.
on.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say, did you see the footage of like New York after the Knicks one?
Yes.
Also, and then like, and also the Scottish people walking around New York, and like the people coming up to them, be like, "What are you wearing?" He goes, "It's a kilt, man," and they're like showing, he's like lifting up his pants to show his underwear. Oh my god, it was stupid.
The funniest video I saw in New York was Brazil was playing in the New York, New Jersey stadium, and somebody scheduled a tour of New York City. So you see all these Brazilians walking with their yellow soccer shirts,
Yeah.
and everybody's going nuts around them. But
Oh
can I
my
ask
god, I
you
love it.
thoughts
Yeah.
on the deal, with Trump
I'm
and
just,
Bibi? Where are we at?
yeah, I'm just waiting for, because didn't they say it was gonna be signed yesterday or like last
Well,
night
Trump
or?
tweeted out it's going to be Friday now in Geneva, I
Oh,
believe.
okay. Well,
But
hopefully
BB's
it gets
refusing
done.
to get out, so it can't get signed
Yeah.
until. Go ahead.
Oh, but they just announced like a few minutes, like half an hour ago. I saw on Twitter they said we're not leaving. So too bad, so sad, and they bombed.
Okay, so what do we do? So
I
this
don't
war
know.
is never ending.
Trump was patient in that tweet. The one about how like, oh, that should have never happened. Can you please? He seems kind of. He didn't seem angry.
Trump might be unalived. I hate to say that.
Oh, here we go.
What? Don't say
Yeah.
that.
No, I hate. I mean, what we've watched. How many attempts on his life?
Okay. I don't even.
Like
No.
I'm not trying to be
Wait,
emotional.
wait, stop. Are you saying that because he's going against Bibi?
I'm saying that. Yeah. Well, yeah. On the surface, yeah.
Oh no.
But the root of it is this is an all-out fight for the existence of Israel. This is an existential war, not only for them, but also it was for Iran. One's got to go. I've been saying that. This is a fight to the done alive.
Okay, so it's either we're down to one thing and one thing only now. This war ends when Bibi wakes the fuck up and listens to his boss.
No, why do you keep putting it from Bibi's perspective? He has no damn power. But the
What are
power
you
we
talking
give
about?
him.
Bibi right now. First of all, Bibi wants this war to go on. Everybody can acknowledge that. He needs this war to go on. Not want, he needs it.
But
now go ahead.
Listen, I didn't vote for Bibi, did you?
But you're saying he has no power, but if this deal does not get signed, it's because of one person. Not me, not you, not Trump, not the IRGC.
It is because of Trump. Because if you are the leader and the people and we know this is bullshit, but the people elected you to be the leader, there is no talk about Bibi. Bibi can the only power Bibi has or Israel has is the power that the United States gives it.
Okay,
period.
Hold on one second. Trump is telling Bibi, get out of Lebanon. Stop bombing. Bibi is saying, no, I'm going to keep bombing. So what is Trump to do?
I'm starting to question that, Dave.
Just answer me. What is Trump to do?
He's supposed to pull the plug and say, Bibi, sit down. We're going to remove our support from you.
Okay, what happens if he doesn't listen?
We remove our support.
Okay. So
it's
what is
like,
that?
You know what it's like? And you don't have any grown children, but it's like a grown child.
Julian, Julian, hold on one second. What happens if Bibi says, yeah, that's fine. You could pull your manpower out of here, but we need to finish the job. That's the argument that Bibi's going to give.
Then Iran will finish Israel off. And I'm gonna beg Bianca publicly, please leave. There's no future in that country for you.
All right.
I'm being very honest.
Okay, just stop. So Bianca, the question is, let me say it this way, that over the last 10 days, the regime is actually more reliable than Bibi. What happens if Trump, never publicly, but privately just gives them the green light to light everybody up? What do we do then?
You mean give Iran the green light to
give the regime the green light to just say, look.
What do you mean? What do we do? Israel will be in a shitload of problems. We haven't experienced yet what we experienced in June. Like if that happens again, except we have no support from any of, from the United States or from, you know, any of the European countries or the UK or whatever, that's like scary.
When you
So
say Joe,
why
you
are
mean
people
last
cheering
year?
BB on if that could be the end
Because
result?
because they think that we can handle it by ourselves. But
Unbelievable.
if Trump tells everybody around us don't help them, they want this, Bibi has to pay the consequences. There's no help from Jordan, there's no help from the UAE, there's no help from America, there's no help from the UK, there's no help from France. And we have 300 drones coming our way. That's not good.
Well, don't forget about the ballistic missiles.
Yeah, but the biggest concern that
I
time
would be
was the
worried about the
drones.
cluster
Yeah.
bombs or whatever. That's what I would be worried about.
Well, no,
Okay.
I think that I think that can be taken care of with the defense system, whatever we have, the sling or the I don't
Oh
know,
Lord.
air, whatever. But I'm talking, the drones are the issue. The drones are what get by because they're hard to detect.
Bianca, we saw all those places get hit by ballistic missiles. Like, are you
Wait,
serious?
stop. What has done more damage, the drones or the cluster bombs? I was under the impression it was cluster bombs.
No, the cluster bombs, if they land, it's a big hit. But when a drone comes into our territory, that's much harder to detect and to like identify.
I agree
And
there.
usually we're able to intercept most of the ballistic missiles.
I don't agree there. That's a lie. I've seen
Okay.
footage. That's a lie. Y'all got to stop telling that lie. And you
Why
know
would-
what? And you know what's so
What?
sad, Bianca? You live in a society, Bianca, and you're a Christian. You live in a society that you know just by being out and about that there's a whole bunch of lies about what's really happening militarily. You know that. You don't even got to respond, but you know there's a whole bunch of lies. What I can't understand is why would anyone want to live in a country that's a war zone and there's no safe future for you? You don't see the writing on the wall? I would leave. If you're from the Western Hemisphere, come back to the United States. Bring your
If
kids back.
God wants me to leave, don't worry. He can
Okay. Well, you're
he
right
can
about
pluck me
that.
out, and I'll
Well,
be okay.
well, maybe God is talking through me right now, because that's how God works, through human beings.
You're
Get out.
such an idiot, Julian.
Get out now.
You really are. Okay, so now we're not everybody, excuse me. A lot of people want an end to this war. We now see light at the end of the tunnel, and the one thing holding us back, it appears as of right now, is BB. So I don't know where we go from here. Leah,
World
go
War
ahead. I
III.
saw you come off mute. Go ahead.
All right, say
Leah?
that one more time.
We now see light at the end of the tunnel for this war to end. And in my opinion, the one person that is holding that back is none other than BB.
I think we have to do something to where I don't know. I just feel like we're gonna have to cut BB out, or you know what I'm saying, or I don't
Okay,
know.
so how do we do
The
that?
sabotage. I don't know.
Bianca,
I
you
think
have that Bombi echo.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So I think it's easy to say just cut BB off. Julian essentially said the same thing, but how would Trump do that?
I think that when we do the Iran deal, that should be between us and like Trump could give his input, and because we're giving him money and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, kind of
Yes, but
sway them some.
Leah, the part of their demands is that BB gets out of Lebanon. That's the
But
problem.
we know BB's not going to do that though.
Okay, then well, Trump was under the impression that BB would listen.
And I think he's learning.
Okay, so what does Trump do now?
Honestly, I don't know 1,000,000%, but I
I don't
mean,
know
it just,
5%.
I'm just saying though, it's crazy that this is our ally. Like, this is not, you
They've
don't treat your
never been
enemies
our
this
ally,
way.
Leah.
Well, I'm learning that, but
When are you guys, when I say you guys, I mean the masses of the American public, which is basically white people, when are you going to recognize that they have, no, I'm being dead serious. They don't
Just
even
go.
respect you. They don't respect you. It's clear they don't respect nobody else, but they don't really respect the real power in America, and you're not exercising your power. How are we even having this conversation? This is how they've gotten out of line with their fucking egos about they can run America. We didn't expect it to turn out like this.
I just think that this obviously is Trump's number one priority now that the UFC fights are done.
Yeah.
This is his number one priority and I think
Now
he's
that the
supposed
UFC
to. I think he's supposed to go to the G7. I think he's flying there like today or tomorrow. So he was operating under a given that come Sunday, this is going to be done. And here we are. It's really not done. And
Dave, we've seen Trump do a deal with the Houthis that didn't include Israel. That's just a small example. And the Houthis agreed not to attack America, and America agreed not to attack the Houthis. Okay, it would be very simple because Iran is very aware of what's going on with Israel and its control of the United States. And in my opinion, Iran's being very smart about it. Let Israel and the United States fight it out at this time. Let the American people who are against this war see Israel's grip on the United States and just let it fall. Because if you can't win on the battlefield, you're not going to win in the negotiation table. You're not.
okay, Donald Trump calls you up and says, look, I'm trying to end this war. Bibi's not leaving Lebanon. What's your advice to him?
I say, you fucking pussy. You said America first. I say, you pull the plug. Because he is, bro. Just call it like it is, bro.
Oh God.
Right,
How you
but
letting
Trump wants to get a deal, declare victory, say he solved another war, preach to everybody this is going to last forever when it's not. And he cannot do that by just saying, F you, Bibi, we're out.
So
No,
what
but
are the
Bibi's gotten out of
consequences?
control.
Like
He has to do
there
it, bro.
there has to be some level of consequence, okay? Because you can't go rogue on the president of the free world, okay? Like that doesn't happen. So
I'm sorry,
what
have you seen the quotes coming from your government over the last 12 hours?
no, no, I haven't actually.
Oh, it seems like they're quite
Just
happy.
the defense minister, I just saw that he said we're not going
Katz,
anywhere.
Gavir, whoever the fuck these people are,
Oh my
they're
goodness.
celebrating. They're taking a victory lap, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know. This is
And
there
Bianca, you
has
kind of talk too freely. Like, I'm being serious. I'd be a little concerned,
Okay, quit
talking like
giving
you
Bianca
talking.
advice.
No, I don't want nothing to
Okay,
happen to Bianca.
just stop. Just stop doing it.
But
Okay, it's
listen to
not.
how I've already heard her getting
I
threatened.
can assure you, she is not making any choices based off your advice.
I know, but I think she's been a little bit naive about the future and how she's going to be looked upon. Even her commentary, which I agree with what she's saying, I just don't know if I would say it living in Israel.
She can say whatever the fuck she wants. What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course she.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Julian, with your
Wait,
bullshit.
wait, but Dave, look at the comment from the period.
I'm just saying.
Like underlining.
I heard vicious when that guy threatened to put his hands on her. I heard he was very serious, bro.
Okay, and I hope you weren't for that.
Of course not.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, just
But
making
the only
sure.
thing I'm pointing out is the extremism that's going on over there. And see, Bianca's not she's not Jewish, so her ego is not attached to it. She's trying to tell the truth and be honest.
Okay,
And
just
there's
stop giving her
consequences
advice.
there.
That's my only
Stop
request of
giving her
you.
advice. Okay. I can't insult her and I can't give her advice.
Yeah, no, just okay. So
No.
okay. Can we just focus on the fucking question?
Yeah, we can't.
What is
Man, I'm
Trump's
just
next
shocked.
move?
Trump's next move?
Yeah,
Why are you like? What do you?
because I think the only option, and I'm looking for something that makes more sense than this, is one, obviously talking to him, threatening him, and then what happens if he says "fuck you"? I'm still gonna bomb there. What are the other options?
You cut off.
What's he gonna do? Okay, no problem. If you're saying we're gonna cut them off, no problem. That's more long term. We need instant results this week.
What do you mean is more long term?
What do you mean? What do I mean? We need him out now so we could sign the deal on Friday.
Well,
I'll tell you what I'm scared. What I'm scared could happen. One, I'm worried that obviously, Well, no, that's not happening. See, so that's what's difficult about it. So, like, they're building a military base here. Okay, like the temporary one that was here during the 2 years of the Hamas war, they're making that a permanent fixture. Trump is making it a permanent fixture on the Gaza border. I don't know if you knew that. Did you know that?
Yeah, but that's
Okay.
still not an answer. That could get stopped and dropped at any point. I'm not
But
worried
I don't
about
think
that.
it is. I don't think
Okay,
it is
then
going to get stopped and dropped. And then that's another problem. No, it's not a problem, but I'm saying a problem for moving, trying to put pressure on Bibi
You don't
because
think Donald Trump, if he's sincere and BB doesn't listen, he could say "fuck that military base"? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
We've already lost over a dozen of them.
There you
Essentially.
go. There you go.
then there's going to be issues with the second thing that they can do is they can start making it difficult again for Israelis to enter the U.S. That was like a little bit of a big deal because with Trump, the Israelis are now able to fly in without having to go through the whole visa process and interviews
To
and
be
stuff.
fair, I'm not worried about that. I don't want Israelis visiting America to go through hell. That's dumb.
No, I'm not saying that that's what we want. I'm saying I'm trying to think of what options Trump has to put pressure back on Bibi that he would be willing to sign this deal.
Okay,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
fair how you're phrasing it. Okay.
So I'm saying, I mean, the U.S. could say, nope, sorry, you're back to the visa process. I don't think that Trump is going to do anything to stop that base because it benefits him too much. It's too much of a benefit for him. And also with this new thing passed in Congress about like the military, I just don't see that happening. But I think that's a big component to why, Bibi doesn't feel like he has to listen now.
He's a girlfriend that
Israeli
don't believe.
media citing sources, Bibi informed Trump that Israel is not bound by the Lebanon clause in the agreement. Then the next tweet I see here, the Israeli army will respond to any attacks from Hezbollah. And I will say this, that if I'm if I'm Bibi, the way Trump has phrased certain things, it has been just downright disrespectful. Okay, so and now Trump's defense could be that, look, I tried to talk to him privately. Now I'm just going to embarrass him. But the way Trump has phrased shit is not, I don't know, the best bedside manner. So at some point, does Bibi concede? That's the hope. That's my hope.
It doesn't seem like it's going in that direction. And I don't think Bibi cares about that. Well, no, if he cares, he's not going to outwardly say it. He's just going to show it. He's going to be defiant.
Yeah, Bianca, in your experience, there are the masses of the people in support of Bibi or against him.
He's losing a lot of support. They say Eisenkot. Remember when we talked about it last time? Eisenkot
Cal
was
loves
like
Eisenkot.
most people do.
Don't say most people. There's no
he
way.
was at like what? Well, the last time, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't he at like a 13%? He was in third place by Naftali Bennett. Now he's in like first place. He's like at 37%. Bibi's at like 20 something percent, and then Naftali Bennett, I don't know where he is.
Okay, I'll tell you in 1 second as I'm pulling up Polymarket. Go ahead, I'm listening though. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So he.
Oh wow!
Wow.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I was pushing back on you. Bibi is no longer the betting favorite to win. So you are spot on. That is, I never thought I'd see the day.
You're going to the
What? Wait, what? Say that again, Julian.
What does this world come to, bro?
What are you talking about?
You're going to the gambling odds, bro. I mean, it might be legit, man.
I mean, when we have $16 million bet on it,
yeah, I mean,
this market, I mean, I'm willing to bet people are not just throwing their, and I'm trying to see where Eisenkot took the lead.
Well,
So-
how come you didn't tell me about this? And I'm not a gambler, but you should have
What?
told me about this when I'm sure they were betting if the Iranian regime would fall. I would have put my money on the Iranian regime.
You could still bet on that.
Yeah, but I'm not a gambler. But that would have been an
Okay.
easy bet for me.
Well, point is,
just real quick, I just want to say that in the last 48 hours is when Eisenkot, if I'm saying that right, took the lead over BB on this betting market.
No, I saw it about 2 days ago. Yeah, that sounds right.
I'm gonna start
Wow.
following
I'm
that.
stunned.
What is that? Polymarket?
This is Polymarket, yeah.
Polymarket, it's fantastic.
Listen, when people put their money up, that's when you know they're serious.
Okay,
When
but
they
you,
say
you
put your money
laughed
where
at the
your mouth
fact.
is,
You laughed at the fact that I quoted it.
no, I'm laughing at the fact, and maybe I'm naive for doing it, but this is what it's come to. This is what the world's come to. But guess what? It's probably legit. If people are putting money like that on it,
They bet
that's
their
one
own
thing you
money,
know people don't
yes.
play about is their money.
Right.
So I think the point is though, I just don't see, like, okay, if this continues, right, this war continues on until the election. When is the election? October, November. We have how many more months? July, August, September, October. So 5 more months. Because I don't see what kind of pressure Trump could put to make BB stop. I don't see.
What are you talking about? Now that I'm seeing, first of all, let me say this. Now that I'm seeing that the betting odds have gone against BB over the last 48 hours, that tells me that BB has even more to lose by this war ending. That's number one. And then on the other side of the coin, Trump could say, you want to win re-election, fuck off. I'll go over there and campaign for, looks like his first name is Gotti or Gotti? Gotti? I will be campaigning for Gotti. Is that his first name? Gotti
Gadi.
Eisenkot?
Yeah, Gadi. But the issue is the reason BB has lost support is because they look at him here as acquiescing to the United States.
Okay,
Ooh,
so
wow.
that gives him more reason to wait. So why, if somebody said to you, why is it now that BB is no longer the betting favorite to win the elections?
Because of the threat of ending the war.
Wow.
So you're saying the
Bunch
masses
of
of the
fucking
people?
warmongers.
Yeah, right and left here
Settle
want the war
down
to
over there in Tel Aviv.
Where do you stand, Bianca? What is your opinion?
My opinion on what?
Do you want the war to end or continue?
Yeah, I've been very active about. Listen. Well, to make it spiritual for a second, and then we'll make it factional.
Oh, hell
God,
yeah.
I don't believe God's hand is behind this war. God's hand of blessing is behind Israel with this war.
Okay,
I
we agree.
think that it's too much. I think that it's too much of a cost on the entire world. And I think that it was more for political motivation than I think it was because of an active threat. And so I don't think that this was done for the
You might
reasons
need
that's being
security.
called it's
You
done.
might need security.
Stop. I don't need security.
Julian,
There are
stop.
leftists. Yeah, there are leftists in Israel that are saying far worse than what I'm saying. I'm saying I believe that this is politically motivated, and I don't think that God was behind this. So no, I don't support it, especially when you have people all over the world, all over, because it's not just about gas prices, okay? The American people, all of us have been to a fucking Walmart, and I keep using that example because that's what I see. Okay. And I'm thinking of struggling families trying to afford food that's going to skyrocket because they can't afford the price of importing it into their cities.
That's right.
Okay. Or any sort of necessity that they need, or the helium crisis, or the biggest thing, the fact that the United States government or the United States' economy was on the verge of collapse. That's just the United States.
Yeah.
What about all these poor countries that nobody thinks about? What about Vietnam? What about all these Pacific, Asian countries where they didn't have gas?
Yeah.
But, we can continue. Like, there's a level of humanity you have to have. It's not just about one country. It's about everybody. I don't think God supports that.
Not if you're one of those people. They only think of
No,
themselves.
there are people. No, it's not that. That's not true, though. That's not true. I think some people just here don't see the bigger picture because they're just focused on, the belief that this is what keeps Israel safe. But at the cost of what? It's not just only us. What good is it to have your own country and have this idea of security when the entire world is burning? It doesn't work like that.
And the entire world's going to blame Israel. That's the part.
I said that from the day the war started. I said I think this is going to bring a lot of really bad things happen.
You did.
Like a lot.
I remember you
So
saying that.
Jewish people are going to be persecuted for this. And
Yeah.
I've never seen, and I said it early on in the war, I've never seen the amount of anti-Semitism and Jewish and Israeli hate that I have since in the first week of the war.
And guess what? The Americans are spoiled people. We've been living high on the hog over here in America. And when America starts to suffer economically, and I'm not speaking about Black Americans or even immigrants or minorities, but I'm speaking about that very same demographic that I was telling Dave about, Anglo-Saxon white Americans. And history shows that they're going to clash against their counterparts, these Jewish people. They're going to blame them.
Julian, so dumb.
That's coming.
Just a senior Israeli official tells Channel 13 in Israel, this is a disastrous agreement for Israel. There is no one at the top who does not think so, from the prime minister to the IDF chief of staff. Ben Gvir is saying Trump's agreement, quote unquote, does not bind us, that Israel is an independent and sovereign state and does not need to listen to America. So
Yeah. Both sides are using this as an opportunity. Well, okay. So the
both
right
sides, meaning what?
both sides are in agreement that the problem with Bibi is that he's allowing the United States to dictate the future of Israel. So this is why he's lost as much support as it's tanked. It's completely tanked. So that's the view here. Is he's like, if you see the jokes, like you'll see Israelis say, when am I getting my American citizenship? You know, we're the 51st state. So that's the issue. I don't know how Trump could
Natalie
fix
Bennett and Eisenkot, are they from the same party or different parties?
that. I think Gadi Eisenkot made his own party.
Oh, nice. Okay.
They have their own party. Naftali Bennett he's created a few parties, I believe. But yeah, I think Gadi Eisenkot came. What is it, guys? What's it called?
Okay, so they're different parties. So right now on Poly Market, Eisenkot 36%, Bibi 28%, Bennett 21%.
Oh, it was good. I remember the numbers. How much is
So
Bibi? Bennett. How much is Bennett?
21, Bibi 28, Eisenkot 36.
Yeah.
And that the switch just happened 24 hours ago, less than 24 hours ago, where Eisenkot became the favorite.
These are people with inside information, bro. You know what I'm saying? If they putting money up, yeah.
Julian, did you hear about that one U.S. soldier that was involved in the raid of Maduro? He went and put $40,000 on it himself.
Yes.
Yep.
He won a lot of money.
Balagan said something. He puts his money down that Eisenkot will go with Bibi.
Meaning that he forms a cabinet with Bibi eventually?
I think that's what he means.
Okay.
Interesting.
That thinking anyway is the death of America.
Because
Because
go ahead. What do you mean by that? The thinking of what?
this money-driven motivation is becoming the death of the United States. And I'm starting to question capitalism, really.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I've been in communist because it's corrupt.
Seriously,
bro.
shut the fuck
It's
up.
corrupt, bro. It's corrupt, bro. From the top to the bottom.
Have you seen all the bets that have been made on Kalshi and Poly Market right before Trump sends out a tweet? So it's essentially insider trading, but on these platforms. You mean
That's
to tell
gangster.
me that if you didn't have inside information, that you wouldn't go put 10,000 or 100,000 on it?
Of course, my lower self, but my religion, and see, that's the whole thing. What I'm
Right.
trying to say.
Right.
If you are capitalistic and you're a
Your
capitalist,
religion is okay with 50,000 terrorist attacks, but not okay with making 10K on
my
Poly
religion
Market.
is my religion
How
is against
interesting!
terrorism. My
How
religion
fucking
is
interesting!
my religion is against Julani, regardless of the money. Right? My religion is against that. I'm truly afraid of God. I'm truly afraid of God. Me. I know Julian knows that if I do certain things, God will turn my enemy against it, and you guys are a vicious enemy. But with God, you can't fuck with me. And that's the attitude of Iran right now. They are truly.
Hold on.
They're standing on what they believe.
Daniel said, "Bring up Strickland again." Leah wanted to talk about it. Go ahead, Leah. Sean Strickland. What was he? Casey and other people were saying he was banned from the Freedom 250 event because he bashed Jewish people. True or false?
Well, he made a video about it, and that was his complaint that, oh, I want to say the correct thing again. I had it up a few minutes ago and then I lost it. Something to the extent of Trump is Israel or owned or something like that, or is owned by Israel.
And what made him talk out? What made him say these things?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Okay, is anybody familiar with Sean Strickland and why he did it? Vito said she sent me an article. All right.
I'm going to start following the poly market, though. That's where the truth is.
Jackie's here.
That's where the truth is.
Jackie's been up here. She hasn't said anything. What's up, Jackie?
Why you haven't said nothing, girl?
Because for one, I'm just on here, so ads don't play in the background while I'm shopping. But if I'm not on the panel, it like mutes the live. So yeah, enjoy. I'm just listening.
Things have changed since last. Has it been a year since the 12-day war? It's coming up, right?
Yeah, I think it's next week.
Yeah. I don't know what the numbers look like with the poly market about if Iran would still be here, but I surely would have bet if I was a gambling man. So yeah, there is a part of me like damn, I missed out, but nah.
I remember when I first started watching Dave, right? He was doing poly market, excuse me, and it was showing Trump like 8 months before the election winning.
Yes.
And I remember that, and that's why I started watching.
And everybody flipped the fuck out because I was saying, I was always quoting, well, the betting markets are saying.
Always was, yeah.
Yeah, and you think people are just, they get bored and say, let me throw away money? No, if they're the betting favorite, there's a reason why.
There's a reason why, that's right.
All right, Daniel's up here. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hey, I wanted to ask Leah a quick question, but first, all it was that he was not invited to the event, and he decided to say it's because he talked shit about Trump and Israel. That's all there is.
The headline
no
that
other
I have
evidence.
here is a Yahoo article from, I don't see it, from June 1st. So this is 2 weeks ago this morning. And the headline says, Strickland calls for Israeli prime minister to be shamed at UFC White House.
Yeah, he just all it is that aside from his own rhetoric, all it is that he was not invited, and he threw a fit, and that's it. There's no other evidence supporting anything. Nobody else said anything. That's all it is. So I just thought I would do Leah a favor. I know she really wanted to bring it up, so I just thought I would help her out. That's all.
This article says that after his
thank you.
After his upset win, I think it was last month. Yes, last month after UFC 328, he made a joke about AIPAC.
Yeah.
Okay,
the thing is that he's talked the most shit. It's been about Trump. So if anybody wants
I
to,
disagree. It seems like he's going after Bibi. He put out a tweet. I hope Bibi goes to UFC 250. It will set the record for the loudest public shaming.
I know that, but before the event was even in play, his rhetoric, everything he was saying was more directed about Trump, towards Trump. So, I mean,
I was under the impression Strickland was a Trump guy.
He was.
Okay, until what? The war.
Yes.
Okay,
exactly.
So the war broke out, and just like a lot of Americans, whether we like it or not, a lot of Americans blame Israel and Bibi.
Well, at first, like I said, most of what he was saying, it was directed at Trump. And then some of it was about Israel, some of it was about Epstein. It was a little bit about everything, but most of it was towards Trump. And so Trump didn't, for whatever reasons, he was not invited to the event, and then he threw a fit, and that's that.
Was he ever on the card? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, fair enough.
Do you want to see the video of him talking about it?
You could play the audio if you want.
But
Okay.
I just wanted to ask Leah a quick question.
Sure.
Well, two quick questions, but they're very simple. Without hopefully nobody will try and rescue her. Leah, listen, maybe I'm wrong, but is Japan an ally of the United States?
Oh my God, you didn't
I'm here
spam
to
that
rescue
all
her.
night.
I think they are. So hypothetically, let's say they are. Do you think that Japan should do anything that the U.S. tells them to do, even if it goes against Japan's own interests?
I
Since
think
they
when
are
you
an
go
ally?
in jointly,
I'm sorry, can you just
to
answer
do an
directly?
operation, sir,
I know.
yes,
Can you
I
just
think you
answer
need to
directly?
listen to each other.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, listening, yeah. Do you think they should obey
Yes.
anything the U.S. says, even if it goes against Japan's own
100%.
interests?
Well,
I know.
then
Can
don't
Leah
use
answer?
our
I just want
shit.
Leah
Let
to.
Leah
Don't
answer.
I
take
Go
know.
our
ahead, Leah.
aid.
Can Leah answer directly? I
Yes,
mean,
of course. Go ahead, Leah.
Don't take
Should
our
BB
aid.
listen to Trump?
Don't do the shit like just go. You take care of you, boo boo. You and Israel, you guys go over there and you fight Iran by yourself and just
okay,
leave us out of all of it.
I hear you. I didn't say anything about Iran. I'm asking you, can you answer my question directly? Do you think Japan should obey
Can anyone
anything the
hear
U.S.
him? I
says?
can't hear him.
Your microphone's covered, Daniel.
He's
Hold
asking
on.
you directly.
Oh, America, Leah.
He's asking you
Okay.
directly if Japan, being an
Sorry.
ally of America, should listen to everything the United States
Obey
says.
everything the
Obey,
U.S.
obey.
says, even
Yes, they
though
should.
it'd be against their own interests. They should still obey anything America says.
Let me just tell you, sir,
Can you
your
just say yes one
military
more time
is
for me
nowhere
so I hear
near
it
ours.
clearly?
Y'all have to borrow our shit, take from our stockpiles, and we've had to do all of this to protect your ass. And now all of a
Jesus.
sudden, Trump's not doing enough. He needs to take the IRGC down. Screw all of you guys. He's did more for you than any other president ever has.
W.
So shut
Leah.
up.
That's
W. Leah.
great. Now, if I mention stockpiles or IRGC, I'm asking you simply, should Japan obey anything the U.S. says, even if it goes against Japan's interests?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then you have serious issues beyond anything I can imagine. You're way off out there, but
Leah.
you need
Go ahead,
therapy is
stop,
what you
stop,
need.
stop,
But
stop.
okay, fair enough. I
But
got you, Dave. Fair
Daniel,
enough.
do you understand that most Americans agree with Leah, including me? Like you do understand that, right? Now you might not agree with it, but do you understand that most Americans are saying BB should listen to Donald Trump so we could end this war?
Yes, of course.
And
Because
then
it's
go
in
ahead.
America's best interest for the war to end.
But it's in Israel's best interest too. That's the funny part. Okay, because then whenever I start asking questions like, okay, let's say the war continues, what else can be accomplished? Whether it's by BB, by Trump, or them working together, I don't really get solid answers, right? The answers I've gotten is, well, there's alarms going off of the north. Okay, well, the ceasefire is supposed to clean that. And I've said, Daniel, that BB just wants these wars to continue. That's proven even more. Because if I was BB and if I wanted the wars to end, I would say I will retreat, make sure it's known the second that we get one rocket, we're demolishing the whole fucking area, and then go do it when that happens. That hasn't happened. And let's face it, BB and Trump, one more sentence, then I'll let you respond. BB and Trump broke the last two ceasefires in regards to the war. There's no way around it back in June of last year, and then when they took out the Ayatollah. But go ahead.
Damn,
respond.
Dave.
I was just going to say, I was just going to say exactly how you described it is exactly how I think it should and will happen. I think that BB will end up, he's just getting his last licks in right now with Beirut. He will end up saying, fine, I'll listen, but you know, you're going to owe me a favor. And if they do one thing, because Hezbollah constantly violates the ceasefires. And
They
and
didn't the
he's
last
gonna
two
say-
times, though, to be fair.
Okay, but to be fair, they've constantly have done it throughout history.
Okay.
But he's going to say, fine, I'll listen, but you're going to owe me something. And if they do one thing, they're ours. We're going to own
Wait,
them.
owe
We're
him
gonna-
what? He's gonna be out of office by then.
No, I think that's fair. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, whatever it is.
That's what I think
But
will happen. I just
what
think
don't
he's getting his
understand.
last licks in.
What I don't understand is why even allow Katz and Ben Gavir or whoever else basically
It's his
laugh
saving
in Trump's
grace.
Go ahead. What?
It's a saving grace in the Israeli public. If he can still look like he's defying Trump, then he still can keep his base happy.
But what happens, Daniel was saying, and I think Daniel's right. At some point, Bibi concedes this week and says, yeah, I'll get out. But then how does he pitch that to your country that, yeah, I fought Trump, but I gave in anyways?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he's going to handle it.
Daniel,
but
do you have an answer?
Maybe
he has
it's
one
all
last special
shared.
gift left for Hezbollah in Lebanon. I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, I hope not.
Rabbit out the hat, right?
No, I think it's very fair. Just like whenever the Gaza war was coming to an end, Trump said, "Do whatever the fuck you need to do," and then eventually Bibi agreed to the deal, and whatever happened. I think that it's fair now, but Bibi, we've known this has been the number one of the things that are holding us back from a deal. Bibi's has known this is going on. So I don't know. I think if Bibi gets out and Polymarket actually, when Bianca said what she said, I was ready to say, no, that's bullshit. But then when I look at Polymarket, no, Bibi's lost ground on Polymarket big time. So I think that makes it more difficult on Bibi if the polling is going against them.
Yeah, I don't know about the politics of it all within Israel, but I do agree with you. He's got no way out at this point. So like I said, he's just going to do whatever he can at the last minute, but he will end up listening to Trump. There's no other alternative that I see happening.
Hopefully, because I don't want there to be like a bigger rift between. I mean, there already is, but like where Israel is left by themselves, I don't want that to happen.
Oh, that's.
Well, I don't think there's any actual rift, but I don't know. Maybe I'm naive.
Please, are we still working under the impression that all the fights between Trump and Bibi is scripted?
No, okay.
Get
even
off
if
the
it's
crack,
not,
Daniel.
no, okay. Hold on. Even if it's not scripted, okay. Listen. They're leaders of nations. They've known each other for almost half a century.
I'm not saying you're wrong. Of course, you're right.
Yeah. So fine. They're fighting. They're beefing. They have their little tiffs, but I don't think it's anything to worry about.
But Trump has gone out of his way to embarrass the fuck out of Bibi.
Yes, he has.
And I believe he's doing that for his base. He's doing that for Americans to let Americans.
No, he's doing it because Bibi is not listening.
No, that's true. But you could do that behind closed doors. You know,
this is so depressing.
No, you can't.
Tried.
You can't
He
do that
tried.
behind
What are you
closed
talking about? He
doors.
did it behind closed doors. He tried doing it behind closed doors.
He's probably said
The
and
point
done a
of
lot
throwing
more
somebody
than we
under the
know.
bus is to make it known.
Yes. So Trump thought that if I go from talking behind closed doors to bringing it out in public, that would help. And as of now, it has not.
You don't think part of that is to let the American people know that I am the boss and that I do have control of this?
I think the long-term plan is going to be completely throw Bibi under the bus and blame everything on him when it comes to this war.
Yeah.
I am the captain now.
That's the smart thing politically. Even inside the Israeli government, that's the smart thing to do. Just throw him under the bus.
Hey, can I ask a question to Bianca? I have found some of these polls and data stuff. And have you ever heard of something called the University of Tel Aviv? Or it might be. Is that a reputable university?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay. I've been studying some of their data that they put out last month about how the country of, your country of Israel is sitting with all of the, different polls, like how do you feel about this or feel about that? And I had just been reading a lot of that lately, and I was just curious if it was.
Okay, so give us the results. Are they in favor of this war?
It's all going to be pro-Hamas that she's going to read, I bet you.
Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean? Why are you saying that?
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay,
Leah,
so
prove me wrong.
The name
Make me
of
look
this
dumb.
is Findings of the National Security Survey. And it was talking about Okay, only 41% believe that Israel has already won a war or will likely win, compared to roughly half who believe that Israel will likely not win the war. And it says the perception of victory is highly polarizing politically. 70% of the coalition voters believe that Israel has won or will win against Iran, whereas 74% of the opposition voters believe that Israel has lost or will not gain, will win against Iran, excuse me. And then they have one here that says if achievements in Iran has declined across the board, currently standing at 37% compared to 60% in March, and 37% compared to in March. Satisfaction with diplomatic achievements even lower, standing at a mere 22%. So I was just going through these statistics of what's going on in the country, and I was just making sure if it was credible or not.
Daniel, do you want to give your analysis?
Oh, I just think it's funny that okay, this is the thing is that I sit with pro-pallies all day long. Not all day long, but when I do go on a panel, it's always a pro-pally panel for the most part. So I know how they think, and I could tell right away if it said if the polls that she had were in favor of Bibi, of Israel, of the IDF, of everything they've accomplished, she wouldn't have brought it up. That's how I knew.
But okay,
she's obsessed.
Sure, no
But
problem.
this is about your
That's how I
national
knew.
security.
I know. I'm psychic. Just say I'm psychic, or you're just transparent. You're just
Daniel,
transparent as fuck. So choose one.
Daniel, you have to understand that there are so many Americans that before this war, maybe they didn't have a strong opinion on Israel, whether it's for or
I was
against.
a Zionist. Yeah.
I know.
now-
shit. You don't know what a Zionist is.
I believe that you should exist. That
Thank you. I believe I should
Israel
exist too. I do exist. I'm on the panel, but thank you.
Right, that you
You're
have
on
the
another
right to
pro-pally
protect
panel.
yourself and
This is a pro-pally. It's become a pro-pally panel.
Stop it. I just find it mind blowing that there are so many pro-Israel people or Jewish people or however you want to describe everyone. I'm surprised that you guys are still stunned when everyday Americans are saying F Israel because of this war. To me, it was a given by probably mid-March when we saw that this war was going nowhere fast. So why are we still surprised? And it seems like you're surprised, Daniel. Or at least critical of her.
Yeah, because it's not that she. I don't know. I can't explain it very well, but she doesn't even go after the fact that it's about Israel, controlling Trump's actions or Netanyahu controlling Trump's actions. It's the thing with bringing up Strickland and now bringing up a liberal university and her, her doing her research with their polls. It's just.
You're not answering.
Just say you don't like her, Daniel.
And that's fine. You don't have to like
Tell us
anybody.
how you
Her saying that she was a
really
Zionist.
feel.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did you say you were a Zionist and you're not anymore, or you still are?
I
Or?
honestly, I have been watching Dave's lives for 2 years, and it's just the way I have seen you guys talk about us, talk about Jesus, and I'm just over it. I'm just tired of listening to the disrespect, it seems like, to us. And I think a lot of us were just trying to help you, And it
See,
just
that's
seems
the
like
thing.
y'all want to shit on
That's the
us.
thing. Is that Dave?
Wait,
what kind
Daniel, I
of
have a
an idiot?
question.
Wait, no, stop. I want Daniel to respond. Go ahead, Daniel.
I'm just saying, what kind of an idiot lets people on TikTok change their entire outlook on whether Israel is the ancestral homeland for Jewish people?
But
Because that's a fact. It's not an
you're
opinion.
making it from.
That's where Jews came from, and that's what she's
understand
letting
now.
sway her opinion on being a Zionist or not. She's a flake.
Wait, that's not fair. That's not fair because
No,
people.
because I'm doing
I
my
still
research
believe
now.
that. Hold on,
I know.
wait. I don't think Leah believes that you guys should
Wait,
be kicked out
Jackie,
of the
why
land.
are you chiming in right now? Okay.
Why can't I answer?
Jackie,
She's
then
right,
ask her
though.
yourself.
She's right. Look,
Okay. not. I mean, come on, Jackie. Let's summarize what has happened over the last 107 days. Okay, and Daniel and Leah, I want you up first if you want to come back up. If not, we're going to drop it and move on. But over the last 107 days, we have seen one side, and it's just not Jewish people, because there are Americans that are warmongers as well, try and pitch to America First people and Christians that this war is vital, and sell us on the war did not work. Then, when we had all the stories come out about the nun and the cross and the statues and the Mary statue getting crushed or whatever, I think that was really eye-opening for a lot of Christians, that Christians are on this app every day defending Israel against the pro-Pali, pro-Gaza people. And what happened was you had Jewish people come up here and basically deflect to the Muslims, act like they don't give a fuck, and that hurt a lot of people. Then we move on from that, then we get back to the war, talking about the war, and how many people from Israel did we have come up here and talk down to Americans? Right? The very first clip in my little story montage that I have is Linus calling Americans dumb and weak. We had Zionist Barbie come up here and call Americans dumb and weak. We still have in the chat multiple Israelis saying, well, it's just about the gas prices. I mean, if you think that, I don't know what to tell you, but that's how we got here. So then when we had Davis come up and Proud come up and Leah came up the following night and said, my outlook on Israelis or Jewish people have changed. That's reality. Now you could say, well, that's dumb. I don't think it's that dumb. You do realize that there's a lot of Americans that have never even been within 5 feet of a Jewish person. You do get that. So Leah has been here for 2 years. She has seen a lot of people come through here, not bash Americans, not talk down to Americans, not disregard the Christians. And there goes Bayron. There goes Bayron right there. Bayron is the man in Israel that came up here and threatened to beat Bianca's ass. Do you think that helps? Okay, so you might not like what I'm saying, but that is what has happened over the last 107 days here. Okay, so I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so does that make sense what I'm saying, Daniel?
Yes, of course. I
Okay.
don't disagree with anything you said. Of course. It
Okay,
makes
but
sense.
do you see why Americans or Christians or American Christians are feeling the way that they are?
Regarding what certain people have said on here, no.
Okay,
That does
but
not make sense to me because I'll give you an example. I receive the craziest DMs every week, the craziest threats, the most disgusting things said about ovens, my mom, about accepting Jesus as my savior. Otherwise, they're gonna go stomp Jews in my name, like the craziest shit, right? And the majority of it, a lot of it, some of it is from Muslim people. The majority of it has been from Christians. Okay, for like the last year now, like the craziest. Over a dozen every week I probably get. I have a moron who writes me a diary entry every Friday for the last 6 months regarding attacking Jews in the name of Christ. Okay? Yet, Leah, do you know how many times, what, you think I took it out on all Christians, on Christianity? You think I think that that's how all Christians think? Do I look like a fucking moron to you?
I don't think you're really responding to what I'm saying, to be fair.
I know
My
it's more a
opinion.
response to her, but No, with in response to you, no, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with anything you said. I understand that it could give a bad taste in people's mouths, but to take that to change their opinion about an entire nation, that part does not make sense to me. No.
It's not the nation, it's the government. It's your government. That's a problem for us lately. And, I can't imagine just having a business ship or anything with a person and then they just blatantly go behind your back and do whatever they need to do. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around that. And I think the more you guys, will twist in circles and all around to try to fit a narrative, that you will actually sound crazy instead of just admitting the truth. And I think that's the thing, is just like, if you would be genuine with us and stuff, instead of just telling us what you think we should hear, it would be better.
And what do you think the truth is? How do you think I'm being disingenuous?
Because I think that it's no coincidence that we've had all of this shit leaked to us for the last few months about Benjamin Netanyahu and how he's disrespecting my president. And that's a problem.
Daniel, would you agree with me that there's a lot of people that have come up here over the last 107 days and looked like a complete moron? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes,
even
of course,
whenever
obviously.
even whenever I had the Talmudic studies up, okay, you have people on this app going nuts. And instead of addressing if it's in the Talmud or not, they're up here, they're going, spending all day
I know.
responding. Instead of just, they're saying, oh, it was used in a court case, it was used in this. I started off with this photo. Hold on, let me get it back up.
Or what about the Quran? And I know,
Right.
I see it. I know.
Okay, so it doesn't make sense. And let me read this to you, Daniel. It says, "Dear dumb fucks, just because these appeared in a court case or a book does not mean it's not in your religious text." Which one is not in your religious text? Okay, so that's the problem here. We're talking past one another, and let's face it, the Talmudic studies, it is what it is. But when it comes to this war, how oblivious people are, it's just mind-blowing to me. But let me get Flower in. Flower, how are you, love?
Hey, good. Just listening in. I don't know. I don't really know where to start.
Anywhere you
I
want,
think
love.
we're confusing. Yeah, I think he's trying to make it seem like people are suddenly hating all Jewish people, and that's not the case. Like Leah said, it's more about the government, and I think earlier he had mentioned the point of, and he tried to use Japan as an example. If it's our ally, does that mean that they have to do what we say? To that, I would say we don't give any other nation the same amount of money and military backing that we give to Israel. So with the support that we give to Israel, I would expect them to operate with the interest of the United States in mind, and with our bases in the area and our service members in mind. And if they're not going to do that, then we should cut off funding to them and stop supplying their munitions, in my opinion.
Daniel, do you want to respond?
Well, I wouldn't be against cutting off all foreign funding, but you still think that they should obey anything that the U.S. says, even if it goes against their own interests? That just doesn't make sense to me.
But it doesn't even
They
go
don't
against
have
their own
to.
interest.
They don't have to, but we don't have to continue to support them either.
But they think it does, though.
Yeah,
They obviously
They
think
think
it
what
does go
does?
against their own. They obviously do think it does. It does go against their own interests.
But when I ask them questions, why is it beneficial for Bibi to piss off Trump and stay in Lebanon? They'll give me bullshit. Then I'll say, well, what objectives can Bibi meet while still getting missiles thrown their way in the north? Their answers just don't line up. So they can't even give appropriate answers where it makes sense.
And
I mean,
I have
I
one
can't.
more. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Go
Go ahead.
ahead.
No, it's all you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, if you wanted to respond to him, and then I just had a quick question.
No, it's all you.
I
Go
don't want
ahead.
to cut you off. Can you define Zionism to me, please?
You want me to define it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's acknowledging that Israel has the right to exist as the Jews' ancestral homeland.
Okay, so I
Oh
think
no,
that
not
Israel has a right to
exist.
exist. Well, I think they have a right to exist under legal terms. I don't buy into the whole ancestral homeland and they have some religious right to the land. I don't believe that, but I think they have a right to exist because of, history and the UN partition and the British mandate and all of that. Like legally they have a right to exist as long as they can defend themselves, but I don't think it's the United States job to defend them.
I agree with you, but you do understand that it's the ancestral homeland for Jewish people. Israel exists today. I mean, that land as we know it today is Israel. It exists. It has a right to exist because it is the Jews' ancestral homeland. So that makes
Well, I
you a
mean
Zionist.
that's your opinion. I don't buy into the ancestral homeland idea. I don't
Wait,
think that
what
gives
do you
them
mean?
any right to the land.
What do you mean opinion?
But like I said, legally they have a right to the land because of the British mandate and the UN partition.
But what do you mean opinion? How's it an opinion?
Because it's your opinion that simply because Jewish people lived there before, that now gives them some type of right to the land. I don't agree with that opinion. That's an opinion.
No, as the ancestral homeland, we agree that the whole
Right. That's your opinion.
Judea
That gives them
tribe,
some type of
modern.
right to the land. I don't agree with that opinion.
Who do you think has right to that land?
Like
If
I
not
said,
the people who
legally,
came from that land.
yeah. So like I said, legally, as of now, that it's Israel because of the UN partition plan and the British mandate, and they have a right to that land as long as they can defend it.
Okay, but
Just like any other country, the U.S. has a right to exist as long as we can defend it. But it's no other country's responsibility to defend it for us, just like it's not the United States' responsibility
I
to
agree
defend
with you on
Israel.
that part, 100%. Nobody's, yeah, I agree with you. But going back to the ancestral part, where do you think the homeland for Jewish people is? Like, where do you think Jews came from? You think it's a coincidence that Judea and Judaism, where do you think Zion,
Right, but
Zionist?
just because Jewish people lived there before does not mean that they have a right to that land today.
So who do you think has a right to it?
Do the
Hamas?
Canaanites?
I'm
The
asking you.
Canaanites were there before Jewish became a religion. So do the Canaanites have more of a right to it than Jewish people because they were there first?
Sure. Find me a Canaanite.
They still exist. That there's a
Find
lot
me
of
one. Show me one.
Well, a lot of Palestinians have Canaanite ancestry.
Sure.
I don't
Okay.
know why that's funny.
I just somebody messaged me that you're while you're up here that you're friends with DJK, and now it makes sense. That's all. That's why I laughed.
So did you want to reply or?
No, once you just said what you said, and they said you're friends with DJK. There's no point. It doesn't. You should. I don't know what to tell you. Go speak to a professor or something. I don't know what to tell you. DJK, somebody who brags all day long about his goal is to get Christians to hate Jews on here. But sure.
DJK has sat here.
Okay, just because I allow somebody on my panel doesn't make us friends. First of all, I don't have a lot of friends on TikTok, but if it upsets you that I allow a Palestinian American to have a voice on my panel, then that's something that you have to figure out for yourself. That's not for me to
First of all,
figure out.
he's not a Palestinian American. He's an Arab animal. But no, I don't mind that who sits on your panel. I don't care. He's been on here before. I actually like him on panels. I get excited when he's here. I wish he was here more often.
I wish everybody had that mindset. Okay, so
dude.
wait, is this
Yeah, I'm a
conversation a
fan.
dead end now? Are you
Yep,
done?
I agree.
Are you done now
Yeah,
responding to her?
Yeah, she should just go educate herself instead of reading some pro-Pally propaganda or whatever she's fed. But
Right, or you could refute the argument
yeah, you're
and
wrong.
not deflect to DJK.
I'm not deflecting. You're just wrong. But I'm not going to turn this whole thing into Canaanite and what's next? DNA, indigeneity, There's a specific criteria for use for establishing indigeneity. Jews meet every point. Your precious Palestinians don't. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. Go read the UN studies. Go read DNA studies. I don't know what to tell you. Educate
So
yourself.
is it
Even if
your
it doesn't
argument that
support, I'm almost finished. Even if it doesn't support
okay?
your bullshit Hamas pro-Pali narrative, keep in mind it still might be true.
Okay, that's
Okay.
great. So are you refuting the fact that there were people that lived on that land prior to Jewish becoming a religion?
I'm sorry. I just brought up not my opinion, actual verifiable facts to you. The UN
No, you
studies,
just went on
DNA
a
studies,
rant
the criteria
to
to
try to
establish
personally attack.
indigeneity.
You went on a personal attack rant rather
I'm almost
than
finished.
responding to
The
anything that I
criteria
said.
for establishing indigeneity, Jews meet every point. You can look it up yourself. Every point. Palestinians don't. They're Arabs.
I didn't ask you a question about Palestinians.
So you don't have anything to say about anything I just said?
Okay, we're going off here. Flower, what was
Yeah,
your question?
exactly.
What was your question?
You asked if he was refuting the fact that there were people living on that land prior to Jewish becoming a religion.
Okay. Daniel?
My answer is no. I'm not refuting that. That's all.
So what do you think happened to those people?
Listen, I'm not going to get into this whole thing with you because we're going way off the subject. I said, if you're curious about who's really indigenous to that land, you can go look it up yourself. I told you, UN studies, DNA studies, criteria for indigeneity. I mean, go look it up yourself.
Okay, so
But
I
yes,
guess
you're
that's
right.
an
You
end to
got
that
me.
to that
There were people
That's
there.
the that's the first time I've
conversation.
ever heard somebody leave somebody. Usually
But
this goes back and forth a couple different layers, and usually
yeah, and it's going to go off into a whole separate direction for another hour, and I know that. So no, she's 100%. She got me. There are people there before Jews. Congrats. It's a great point. Way to refute anything I said.
Well, I'm not going to refute your personal attacks. I don't really give a shit what you think about me.
I'm sorry, but DNA studies aren't a personal attack. The studies that the UN has conducted aren't a personal attack. The criteria for indigeneity is also not a personal attack.
Yeah,
But no,
I'm
you're right.
pretty
You got me.
oh, go
People
ahead.
were there
Go
before
ahead.
Jews. You got it.
Yeah, I hear they're pretty strict in Israel about DNA testing.
Let me guess. DNA tests aren't allowed in Israel.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
Okay. Again, now you're deflecting to DNA tests in Israel.
You brought
So
up
for
DNA
the
testing, not me.
sixth time, DNA studies, the studies by the UN, the international criteria to establish indigeneity, look up any of those three things I just said. And also just keep in mind for the last time that if you come across actual facts, verifiable facts that don't support your Hamas-loving narrative, please keep in mind they still might be true.
Yeah, I
But
didn't bring
again,
up Hamas. I haven't mentioned Hamas,
you
and you
got
brought
me
up
though.
DNA testing,
There
not
were
me.
people there before Jews. You got me. Do you want to refute anything I said now? Or do you want to keep saying that you have nothing to say about personal attacks or whatever you're saying?
You really didn't say anything to respond to. You didn't make an argument.
No, I didn't make one.
No.
I didn't say about the criteria to establish indigeneity, how Jews meet every point.
So do Canaanites and people with Canaanite ancestry.
I'm sorry, do Jews meet every point of that criteria? Yes or no?
No, not all Jews. No, no. People
Not all
convert
Jews.
to Judaism. No, people convert to Judaism all the time, and no, they don't meet that criteria at all.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know who's winning, who's losing this. But it's rare that I hear you not respond quickly, Daniel.
Yeah.
But I don't know the facts on who's right, who's wrong.
I've been trying to be as respectful as I could to Flower and Leah.
So if I convert to Judaism, do I meet your criteria? Does that mean that that's my ancestral homeland as well? Even though none of my ancestors have ever been there, came from there, none of that.
Do you know the criteria to establish? Hold on. Is Judaism, is that an ethnicity?
Some people
Is it an
consider it both
ethno-religion?
a religion. It depends on who you ask. Some people would consider it, but
I'm
yeah,
asking
an
you.
ethno-religion.
I'm asking you.
Depends on who you ask. I think race is
I
a
know. I'm
social
asking you.
construct, and yeah. So I think race is a social construct, and
That's
it
great for
varies
race.
differently. Can I finish answering the question? I think it varies differently around the world. Even in different countries, they have different racial classifications. So it depends on who you ask.
Okay, great. And again, for the fourth time, I am asking you.
Hmm.
What are you asking her directly again?
He's
Is
asking me if I
Judaism,
think Jewish. Oh, go ahead.
if it's an ethno-religion, if we are an ethnicity?
Yeah, I'm saying it depends on who you ask. I personally consider it a religion. If you can convert and automatically be a part of a
Yeah,
group, then that would
that's
make
what
it
I
a
thought.
religion.
Yeah, Dave, there's nothing else for
Can
us
I
to talk
finish?
about.
Can I finish
I'm
speaking?
sorry. Yeah,
Can I
go ahead. I
finish speaking?
apologize.
Yeah. But like I said, race is a social construct, and it depends on who you ask and what area you're in whenever you ask it, because different countries around the world have different racial classifications.
Your response, Daniel.
I should ask that from the very beginning. It took me a few minutes, unfortunately, to realize that she's just dumb and hateful, and she thinks that it's only a religion. So I maybe somebody
And
like
that
Bianca would probably have patience for her. I don't. It's
and
just
that
it's
makes
just
that.
there's nowhere to go with somebody like that. Like I said, listen, I gave her the UN studies. If she's one of those people who cares about international law and all the investigations conducted by international scientists and the international community, if she cares about the criteria for indigeneity or DNA studies, she can check all that herself. It just I can't talk to somebody who thinks that it's just a simple religion. I've come across many pro-pallies that are like that, and they all stop developing mentally at like 14. So it's just pointless.
The fact that you have to throw so many personal insults lets me know that you really have no argument.
Okay, great job.
All right, thanks for the combo.
It's telling she has all the Hamas supporters saying W to her.
Okay, so that conversation, I don't know who wins, who loses, but it is very rare that I hear Daniel come up and not have very quick, snappy answers. But then again, who am I? And I will tell you this: this conversation about that happens often on a different app, and there is a person that quotes an ex-MSNBC host, and I thought that's what Flower was doing. Up, Bianca. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was painful. A little bit. I wish you let me up to talk to her. I wanted to talk to her.
Okay.
Is she
Her.
requesting?
Let me see.
Because she said a
No,
lot of
she's
things.
not.
Yeah, she said a lot of things that were incorrect. Like even from the very beginning, like the argument, like yeah, well, I believe from a political position, like we should support Israel because of the partition plan. What partition plan? Like all partition plans were rejected by the Arabs from the very beginning. There is no partition plan. So what kind of justification is that? I don't even think she knows why. So basically from the very beginning, she's saying we should support Israel, but she doesn't even know why. There was no partition plan from the beginning. Okay. And then I don't know what that was about DNA tests. Like what's the point of that was. I don't know. It just was weird.
I'm gonna forward you this video because I'll be honest. There is one guy that debates this argument often, and it's the right to exist argument.
Okay.
And every single time he has gone down this road, and I thought Flower was going there, but I thought she was quoting it, and maybe I'll have to re-listen to it. But
Yeah.
I am intrigued because nobody has been able to answer or defend. And he is quoting and I can't stand this motherfucker. He used to work for MSNBC.
Okay.
But the argument, every single time it comes up and he uses this, it does,
What
to
is
me, it
it?
seems
Oh
that
my god, I'm curious.
it, hold on, here,
Can you play it maybe?
here, let me, go ahead.
This is
Let me
kind of
see.
scary though, because I'm I don't know. If I don't know, I'm just gonna say I don't know how to defend it. But go
Okay,
ahead.
just,
I have been debating hardcore Zionists, Israelis, supporters of Israel for years now, decades. And the conversation always comes back to one line, one phrase, one talking point. Do you or do you not support Israel's right to exist? You've all heard that line before, right? It's the go-to move. If you don't support Israel's right to exist, you're an extremist. You're an anti-Semite. You want to wipe Israel and millions of Israeli Jews off the map. Even many critics of Israel are often left frantically conceding, yes, of course I support Israel's right to exist. But you don't have to concede on this point. It's a bullshit argument. Some of you may know I wrote a book about debating. And if you don't know, you know now. And today I want to share with you 3 arguments you can use if you find yourself stuck in a debate with someone who insists you recognize Israel's right to exist. Here's how you debunk their argument. Time for a debunking. Number 1, right to exist where? Where? Where does this right to exist actually apply? Because Israel is the only country in the world that refuses to define its borders. So if you want me to recognize Israel's right to exist, does that right of Israel's extend into Gaza, the West Bank, the Golan Heights, East Jerusalem, all of which are considered illegally occupied territory under international law, and yet all of which are claimed by the current government of Israel as Israeli land. So
okay, so can you defend that argument?
100%. Are you kidding me?
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. The first.
You don't have to, I'm not debating you. I don't care.
No, I know. I'll say how I would respond to that. First of all, I don't give a fuck about international law because anyways, it's always usually against Israel and it always has been, and disproportionately against Israel. So it doesn't matter whether international law says that, they recognize Israel's borders or not, because essentially that's what the question is. Israel has the right to exist wherever there's a war fought and they conquer that land. That's it. I don't see how anybody can question that. Whatever the United States has conquered in their, wars, wherever any country has conquered in their wars, if they have conquered it, then that's their border, right? If they're protecting it, that's where they're stationed. I don't understand. The Golan Heights, ours. We have an entire community of Druze people there that are now slowly, but much more quickly now, integrating themselves into Israeli society.
Okay.
If you've conquered that land, who's anybody to take it? Because otherwise, okay, not otherwise, but at the end of the day, Israel has been the one to determine its borders from the very beginning. How many times have we given up Sinai? Sinai could have been ours, but we voluntarily gave it back.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
All right. Let's keep playing.
right to exist where? Number 2, what is this right to exist? Where does it come from? Because states don't have a right to exist. No such natural or legal right exists. People, individuals have a right to exist. Human beings have that right. Not states, not countries. States change their composition, their governing structures, their ideologies, their regimes, their borders all the time. They're not fixed for eternity. The USSR broke up into Russia and 14 other new states. Yugoslavia broke up into Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia, and the rest. Czechoslovakia split into Slovakia and the Czech Republic. What happened to the USSR's right to exist, or Yugoslavia's, or Czechoslovakia's? I mean, think about it. Does the UK have a right to exist? And if so, does that mean Scotland, for example, can never vote for independence? Would we say to Scots who voted in a referendum to be independent from the UK, sorry, you can't leave? That would be going against the UK's right to exist. Of course not. People have rights, not states. To be clear, there is no right for countries to exist, nor for countries to continue to exist. None whatsoever. And number 3, last but not...
Wait, you're going to let me answer? Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so point number 2, also light work. The fact of the matter is his question is built in a way that is disingenuous, but it also is funny because it contradicts the prior point. If you're arguing based on international law, he's playing a semantics game to try to argue right to exist, right to exist. Well, in reality, it's not necessarily the right to exist. The thing that Israelis are arguing for is the right to self-determine, which is also a principle based on international law. So if you disagree with or if you I guess, point to international law when it comes to defining Israel's borders. But then suddenly, when you want to argue the right to self-determine, but not use international law, then it makes you a hypocrite. And international law does have a defined definition of what it means to self-determine. And it says, it asserts all people can freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. So none of those examples that he used makes any difference, because if he's using international law for the prior argument, then there's nothing else to be said. Then you have to do the same thing for the UN Charter and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
If you heard number 2 first and never heard the first one,
yeah,
would your how would you respond to it without take number 1 out? How would you respond to the second point?
I think I would respond the same way.
Okay.
If you've been able to conquer this land fair and square, knowing the history of diplomacy that the Jewish people tried to for decades and decades and decades, even prior to the declaration of a state, the Jewish people worked very hard to try to do it peacefully. Believe it or not, because the warmongers now. But there was actually over 100 years of Arab attacks against Jewish people prior to 1929, which was the Hebron massacre, which is what you would, many consider the beginning of the Israel-Palestine conflict. So, and they didn't do much back until that happened. Then the Jewish people were like, okay, you want to act like that? We're going to play ball. We have the numbers. We have the support. We can do it by ourselves. Like we're going to act how you guys want us to act. And so they did.
Okay. Here goes the third one. Yep. Third and last.
If there is a right to exist, as they claim, does Palestine have a right to exist? Because last time I checked, Israel exists. As a matter of fact, it's a country with sovereignty. It's on the map with its undeclared borders. Over at the UN, it's Israel that's a full member state, not Palestine. And it's the US, by the way, blocking Palestine's right to exist at the UN as a full sovereign member state. The idea that in a world where Israel is genociding the Palestinians in Gaza, ethnically cleansing them in the West Bank, and blocking their legal right to return from refugee camps across the region, the idea that in that world, Israel's right to exist is the one we should be concerned about, and not Palestine's, is both ridiculous and, let's be honest, racist. But look, this entire discourse is clear propaganda by supporters of Israel. Have you ever heard this phrase used in any other context other than in the context of defending Israel? Do we talk about Belgium's right to exist, Luxembourg's right to exist, South Africa's right to exist? Of course we don't, because it's all demonstrable bullshit. So don't be cowed when the right to exist gotcha is thrown in your face. Don't be browbeaten or intimidated or guilted into giving Israel a pass. That's what they want, a pass. But this isn't about Israel's existence, it's about Israel's actions. Its apartheid practices, its endless war crimes, and yes, its ongoing genocide in Gaza.
All right. So
the last one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Super easy. One.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn this off.
Yeah.
So sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so they were given ample. Remember, I told you there was like 100 years of Arab attacks on Jewish communities leading up to the Hebron massacre. Then after that, when the Brits wanted to get out of Palestine because they wanted to get out, they were tired of dealing with this shit. They were offered. There were so many plans and partition plans offered to them, and instead of even coming to the table to negotiate, they would refuse because they said they basically told themselves, "There's no way this is going to happen. There will never be a Jewish state. We don't have to talk to these people. If we just hold out long enough, then they'll just disappear, and then we can get all these armies to fight against them, and they'll be crushed." This happened over and over and over and over again. They never wanted to negotiate. They never wanted to be involved in any of these things. And then when a war did happen, because they thought it would be an easy kill, they lost. So what did they do to take part in building this country. There were less than 1 million people here when the Jews started arriving in big groups. Okay. It was because of the Jewish people and the technology that they brought, their medical knowledge that they brought, the modernization of the land, that was what caused the Palestinian population to multiply 5 times. It was because of the Jewish people. If you look back at the early 1900s, there are videos of, you know, them establishing, Jewish people establishing hospitals, establishing universities, education centers, treating people for malaria. And all of the signs say both for Jews and Arabs alike. So the people who built this country, who are the ones who, you know, put the roots in and did the work, were the Jewish people. The Palestinians had small, tiny cities or villages, but they weren't able to fully develop because of all the advances that the Jews from Europe brought. So why do they deserve? It's almost like, you know, there's a house and you rent out a room to somebody in the house, and that person keeps renting out more rooms and fixing the house. Okay, they remodel everything. By the time they're the ones who own most of the rooms in the house, and they remodel the kitchen, they remodel the basement and everything. But you're saying, actually, but the people who I guess were there a little bit longer but did nothing to the house are the ones who deserve it? It doesn't make sense. They paid
I'm gonna
for
be
it. They paid
honest.
for it in blood. It doesn't, I don't understand why you
I'm gonna
think
have
that
to
you
go
have the right.
back and listen to how the questions are answered. But one thing that he does focus on, and this comes up maybe once or twice a week over there, it goes back to, why do we only hear about the right to exist for Israel? And he pounds away at that question. And like all the stuff that you're saying now, Bianca, you know, I don't know. I'm clueless on the history, and I'm not going to learn it. So it is what it
Yeah.
is. But
I
let's
mean,
say hi to Coptic. Coptic, how's it going?
Dave, how are you? Obviously, I disagree with everything Bianca said, and that's why I'm up here to discuss it with her, if you don't mind, Dave. So, Bianca, tell me, do you agree that Russia should invade Ukraine and take the Donbass? Do you support Russia doing so?
I don't know enough about the conflict, to be honest.
Okay, but let's say Russia went inside unprovoked. They went and invaded Ukraine, the Donbass region, and don't you believe that Ukraine, this land should be returned to Ukraine and Russia should be dismissed?
Do I believe the land should be returned to Ukraine and Russia should be
Because it
dismissed?
was original Ukrainian land, right? But Russia conquered it. Do you believe that this land should just belong to Russia now because they just decided to go and take it?
Well, I
Or do
don't
you
know,
believe
because
the whole world?
most of the people in that region also support Russia, right? So they're already mostly Russian culturally. A lot of them voted in referendums to be a part of Russia. It's basically been colonized by Russian. I mean, colonized is not a good word, but occupied by
Oh, I like
Russian.
that word. I like that word. That's right.
Well,
Colonize. So let me
occupied
tell
by
you
Russians,
something.
I guess. So
Yeah, let me
if
tell
they
you.
want,
Mhm.
then why not? I
Okay,
mean,
cool. So Israel is against Russia. Okay, Israel is against Russia taking over Ukraine. Europe was against Russia taking over Ukraine. The whole world was against Russia. They put sanctions. Why would they do all that if it was just normal for a country to go invade another sovereign country, take their land, okay,
wait,
make
but
it
how is
part
that
of
related?
Russia?
How is that
I'm going
related
to
to
come to you.
Israel?
I'm going to come to you.
So there was no
So it's
sovereign
not.
country that existed in Israel, or
I'm
it
going to
was
come to you
the mandate of Palestine.
because you said, Bianca, that it's okay for Israel to exist, given that it conquers land and that land belongs to Israel.
To
That's what you said.
self-determine. I said that
Uh-huh.
Israel has the right to
So that
wait, I
means,
want to I mean, wait,
yeah,
you
go ahead.
can't speak over me.
Yeah,
Israel
go
has the
ahead.
right to self-determine when countries decide to declare war on them, and then they lose their land because they thought that Israel was going to be weak.
Okay,
So they
cool. So
can self-determine on the land that they conquered. That, I think that's a rule of thumb.
cool. So therefore, the world, by that concept, should have said, hey, it's okay for Russia to take the Donbass, okay, take all of the Ukrainian land that belongs to Russia now because Who cares about international law? Anybody can just take over. Israel can take over south of Lebanon. That becomes theirs. They can take up the Damascus. That becomes theirs. They can conquer Sinai. That becomes theirs.
Well, I
It
don't have a
becomes a
problem with any of
jungle.
it, to be honest.
But it becomes a
If
jungle,
Israel
Bianca.
took
See,
Lebanon and Sinai again, or Syria, I would be fine with that.
then why are you upset from the Palestinians for what happened on October the 7th to take Israel land back to the Palestinians? Why did that hurt the Israelis? Or if I was to walk up to an Israeli, I would say, hey, do you mind if the Palestinians conquer some of your land and take it back?
But
They're
they
going to be like,
can't.
no way.
But they
But if
can't.
they did, but hypothetically, if the Arabs did,
If they did,
would
then
you
Israel
be?
would fight them back, and they would take back the land.
They were no. Let's say, okay, hypothetically, right? If the Arabs would fight Israel today, and they would take all of the south of Israel, would you be okay, Bianca? Be honest. Would you be okay to say, you know what? The Arabs lodged a war. They took our land that belongs to the Arabs. Or are you going to be like, no, we're occupied. The Arabs invaded us. They took our shit. Fuck them.
Right.
Or are you gonna do that, or you're gonna do which one?
What
Which
do you
one,
mean?
Bianca? You're
Okay, wait, but it's
gonna.
one thing. There's two different questions here. Do I believe that? I think you're asking it wrong. Is the question then, would you accept that this land is then Arab land for the time that they have conquered that? Yes, it's Arab
Forever.
land. But
Okay,
no,
cool.
but it's wait. Don't do that. 1 second.
That's okay.
But Israel has a strong enough army that they can fight and take it back. So I don't
Okay,
understand
cool.
the question here. So when they take it back, it belongs to Israel. And will I
Great. So,
believe that they have the right to take it back? Sure, they can fight
so
for
you,
it.
so
But
you
whoever's
shouldn't be
the
upset.
best man wins.
You shouldn't be upset at the Palestinian resistance. I'm sorry, because
Wow, but I
there was
disagree with
Palestinian.
them.
No, but you can't. But 1 second, you can't call them a terrorist organization by your own words, because they have to be a resistance force. You came in their logic. They're thinking they took our land. They squashed us into Gaza and the West Bank. Now we have to resist and take that land back. But you guys say, oh, they're
Wait,
terrorists. They're this, they're
doesn't make
this, they're
sense
this, and that.
though. But how can you argue that it's not a terrorist group if they don't have a formal army? Do formal
No,
armies go in and blow themselves
you
up
don't
in the
need
middle
it.
of
You don't need
pizzerias?
a. You don't need
No,
a
you
formal army
do.
to
You
form a
do.
resistance.
These are like militant groups, but they're not a military. They have no rules that they stand by. Can somebody
Hang on a
bring
second.
Hamas to the do people bring Hamas as government representatives to the International Court of Law?
Hang on a second.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
Qatar.
happen.
1 second. Qatar, Egypt, all the Arab countries
No, they
respect
don't.
Hamas leaders. Yeah, they do, and they have them living
No.
there, and they
Respecting Hamas leaders is
negotiate.
very different. Respecting Hamas leaders is very
Let,
different.
let,
They're
let me
not
just finish.
established or organized military. There is no
Bianca,
Palestine.
let me finish so we can have a dialogue, right? Let me finish, okay?
But these
So what I'm
things
saying to you is,
you're trying to
no,
equate two things that don't. There's no
no,
equivalent.
they do. No, Bianca, they
No,
do. I'm
terrorist
just
groups
showing
are not
it.
militaries.
Oh,
Militaries have
okay,
a
cool.
set standard.
So
They don't meet
anybody,
that standard.
good, Bianca, let me just finish. So anybody that disagrees with you and wants to take their land back, you call them a schmerist, but they have no right to do it back to you. Russia can invade
What do
Ukraine
you
and
mean?
take over. 1
That's
second, let
not
me
true.
finish. Let me just finish, please. Let me finish. Russia can just go invade Ukraine. The whole world stands against Russia because they're doing something wrong. But according to you, okay, it's okay for Israel to go take Damascus, Lebanon, everybody else, and nobody should say anything. You also said something very, very strange, Bianca. You said something about international law. You said, I don't care about international law. Then that means we're all animals. Countries can take over countries. Empires can take over empires. There's no restrictions. There's no borders. Everybody can do whatever the hell they want. And the other thing that you said wrong was Sinai. No, you
That's not
didn't give it up
wrong.
You didn't give it up
It's not wrong.
voluntarily. In
You did.
1950, and no, you didn't.
Yes, you did. How many
1956.
times
Let me
did
finish.
Israel take over the Sinai?
Let me give it to you. So when you took it in 1948 to 1956, okay, the Soviet Union and America told you and England and Israel to get the hell out before they bombed the shit out of you. And you guys came running with your tail behind your legs and you left. The second time you took it in 67, okay, and you took it until 73, the only way you guys gave it back is when Egypt destroyed Israel in 73, and Golda Meir felt depressed with anxiety. She wanted to unalive herself, and she saw the Egyptians penetrating deep okay, deep in it, until Ariel Sharon threw in the American spy planes. They saw the gap and they surrounded the Third Army, and then you guys made peace. Israel does not give up land except through war. It's not negotiation. The Palestinians know this. The Arabs
Wait,
know
but now
this.
you did too many points at one time because now I don't remember the
Sure,
first
go ahead.
things that you said. No, I don't know what the first. I don't remember now what the first things that you were saying were.
Look, Bianca,
No, it's
I
not.
disagree.
No, because I want to address what you were saying before. What do you mean that's okay?
Look, I disagree
I don't
with
know.
you.
Well, first of all, I
The
think that
Golan
whatever
Heights is not
whatever
yours.
history that you just said before is revisionist
Yeah.
history. The only reason that the United States put pressure on Israel to give back the Sinai was because at that point Israel was still building its the infrastructure of its military. And so when the United States comes in and says, "Come on, give it back, and don't worry, we'll help you. We'll also pay you." This is where the beginning of the military aid came from. It wasn't because Israel was begging for it. It was because the United States promised Israel that they would pay them if they left the Sinai. So they
So if
needed to be
19,
convinced. It wasn't something
yeah.
that was given
So if
out of
1973 didn't happen, would Israel give the land back to
Wait,
the
no, but I
Egyptians?
want to go back to what you were saying prior.
I'm just
You were
curious.
saying
Just
no,
answer
go
that, and then
back to
we'll
your
go
first
back.
point.
Just
No,
answer
go
that.
back
We'll
to your
go back.
first point.
If
Well,
1973 didn't happen, would you have given us Sinai back? Yes or no?
what in 1973 didn't happen? The
If
war?
the
The Yom
war didn't
Kippur?
happen, yeah, if the war didn't happen, would Israel can just come and say, you know what, Egyptians, we love you. اتفضل حبيبي, اتفضل يا باشا. اتفضل, here's your land, يا معلم, and you want a rose on top, you want chocolate ice cream? Would Israel have done that or no? That's all I want to know.
I don't
Never.
know. Wait, I don't even know what you're asking.
Never,
I'm just hearing
Bianca.
like ice cream and stuff. Wait, you need to ask more directly without the
Okay.
drama, the dramatics.
All I'm saying, Bianca, is this. Israel will never give up land unless war is cast upon them. That is the history of Israel.
No, Israel
Okay?
didn't lose a Sinai in war. Israel had to be convinced by the United States to give it back in order to get a peace deal.
No, come
Yes,
on.
that's
Bianca,
exactly what happened. I don't understand. But go back to
Bianca,
the original things that you said. What were the other things that you said?
so if the
Go back
war
to the
didn't
first thing.
happen, once again, if the war didn't happen, you're telling me the United States would have convinced Israel to give Sinai back to Egypt.
If the
Come
war
on,
didn't happen,
Bianca.
I don't understand
Come
what that
on,
question
man.
is that you're asking me. I don't
Come on,
think you
anyway,
understand what you're
let's go
asking
back.
me because it doesn't
Let's
make
go back.
sense. I think
Go
maybe
ahead.
you have like a like I said, a revisionist history of how things happen, but it didn't
Yeah.
happen that way. But go back anyways to the first things you said. What were the first points?
Okay. So here's the issue, right? If you're going to say Israel's right to exist, like
Yes.
that guy that
Oh,
I
okay,
can't
okay. I
stand,
remember.
right?
I remember. Now
Yeah.
we're talking about the military thing. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the first problem with this argument is comparing Hamas to a military, to some sort of military, because it doesn't represent the country, all of
Yeah.
Palestine. In fact, Palestine is fractured into two separate government entities. And
Yeah.
so the definition of a military is a state authorized structured armed force bound by international law to protect a nation and fight uniformed combatants. Hamas could never be that. First of all, because if we're going by the definition of what a military is, they don't give a fuck about international law either, right? Because if they did, then they wouldn't have acted the way that they acted on October 7th, murdering and raping children, putting bombs into the bodies of dead mothers. Like this wasn't going to happen. Also taking hostages. So even at the beginning of this conversation, it's dead because a terrorist group behaves that way, not a military, at least not legally. They also don't represent all of the Palestinian Authority. So trying to build an equivalence there isn't really, you can't.
Okay, so I want to answer that, Bianca. Just please don't interrupt me. I listen to you, okay? So if you're going to say that a resistance force is not recognized, then I wonder what the Lebanese forces, okay, the Christians in Lebanon resisted when Syria invaded, and the Lebanese were forming militias and resistance to fight the occupation by Syria and by Israel in the south. They were recognized, okay, and the leader of the Lebanese forces militia resistance became the president of Lebanon. Okay, and he was acknowledged by the whole international community, Bashir Jmayin. Okay, so in the end of the day, you look at Ireland. Any resistance movement doesn't need an army, Bianca. Okay, it's a resistance against, it could be an occupation, against the government. For example, if the Iranian people today They formed a resistance against the IRGC. Would you support them or call them schmerrists?
If they are raping and murdering people in the name of their religion, then I would consider them terrorists. But they're not doing anything on the basis of religion.
So you're saying is that it depends on the action of the militia that defines them as schmerrists, correct?
No, it depends. It depends on the motivating factor. Are they doing it because of religion? That argument can't even be made against Israel, given the fact that the founders and establishers of the state of Israel were a religious people. They were just doing it for the They were doing it for the preservation of life and the autonomy to be able to survive, for the Jewish people to be able to survive. Not because they have this idea or this concept of a Jewish homeland to practice Judaism and bring back the Messiah or any sort of religious concept behind it. The difference between them versus what the people like Hamas or other Palestinian radical groups, I mean, I guess